Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I was nervous about that intro because I was sure I was going to say Tuesday. It feels like a Tuesday, does it not? Frank, does it not feel like a Tuesday today?
It feels like a Tuesday.
Can't believe this is my last show of the week. I feel like I just got here. I feel like I just got started. There's so much to talk about. Did you hear the New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals, Frankie?
I did
you hear it? Can you feel like a tangible difference in the mood of the people here in New York as the Knicks are headed to the finals?
Specifically one person, yes.
He's
been a lot more pleasant to be around.
I feel like I'm Teflon Helwani here. You can't do anything, you can't say anything that will make me upset.
Challenge accepted.
Riding high. I'm riding high, Frank. I'm riding high, loving and lifing and loving and lifing. I'm loving life, really. I'm really loving life. And it's an amazing thing. I said this earlier, it's kind of like seeing your team. I think it's like seeing your team make it to the Super Bowl. It's been a while for me because you just get a week now of enjoying all the content, all the fun, all the articles, all the videos, the highlights, the YouTube videos, all that stuff. It's just been amazing. Long may continue. And what a scene New York is going to be. What a summer we're heading into, guys. What a summer. Knicks are in the finals. Habs are going to the finals. We'll win game 4, and then we'll turn this thing around. And finally, I could watch those games because they've been at the same time as the Knicks games. Finally, I could watch those games. You got the Champions League final coming up this weekend. You've got a little thing called the World Cup starting in just a couple of weeks' time. You've got the UFC holding an event at the White House. And more importantly, the return of Ilia Topuria, the return of Alex Pereira as a heavyweight, on and on it goes. The return of Conor McGregor in July. There's all kinds of events happening in between now and then. All kinds of boxing, MMA, pro wrestling. I mean, I just feel like we are spoiled. There's a lot to be thankful for, a lot to be grateful for. So let us get on to today's program. We have a lot to get into today. 4 guests on the program today. Back end of the show, Adam Azim is going to join us. He is an up-and-coming, undefeated fighter out of England by way of Pakistan. He proudly reps both countries. He's headlining that boxer event that we spoke to Ben Shalom about. A lot of people very high on Adam. Great backstory, great family, great upbringing, great fighter. We'll speak to him for the first time on the program. He's fighting the Canadian Steve Claggett on Saturday, May 30th. And as I said on yesterday's show, May 30th, Saturday, is a very busy day in the wild and wacky world of combat sports. There's that event. There's the RAF event, which is a very good card. The debut of Gable Steveson, Colby Covington versus Chris Weidman. Armin Sarukian's on that card as well. It's a pretty loaded card. Marab. So you've got that. You've got the MVP card in El Paso, which I'll be in. That's Stephanie Hahn against Holly Holm 2. You've got the return of Amanda Serrano. You've got the UFC early morning in Macau, Davis and Figueiredo versus Song Yadong. So a lot to be excited about as far as Saturday is concerned. Prior to the Adam Azim interview, we will be joined by Holly Holm. Holly Holm is going to join us to talk about that fight, to talk about everything that's been going on in her career, the rematch, Ronda Rousey. Is she going to fight her? Is she not going to fight her? What'd she think of her return? All that and more. The great Holly Holm, the preacher's daughter, is going to be joining us. So can't wait for that. Prior to that, Colby Covington's going to join us. And Colby hasn't done any interviews since word got out that he was leaving the UFC, that he was retiring from MMA. Like I said, he is going to be competing on Saturday's card in Dallas, RAF. So Colby Covington going to be joining us at 2 o'clock. First chat since all that news went down last week. And then prior to that, Patrick Habirora, who had the big win this past Saturday in Brussels against Benson Henderson, is going to join us, a rising star out of Belgium. We are very high on him. PFL is high on him. You should be high on him as well. All that and more on today's program. There's your guests. There's your lineup. It's a great day to be alive. And we love Wednesdays, of course, because we get to shoot. We get to answer your questions. So time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. We're actually going to do this in 2 parts. We'll do a little bit front end, a little bit back end. And the big story, of course, is that yesterday, conspicuous by his absence, he has a rule: no show after a bank holiday, no show after he attends a Premier League match. So Pizzi couldn't join us, but he is back, and he is better than ever. There he is.
Hello,
the London Saint himself, Pizzi Carroll, back in Blanche.
Hello.
We missed you yesterday, sir. We missed you.
I miss you too. I watched the show, fantastic show. Thought Peter Fury was fantastic. I mean, what a diplomatic man given the situation. Rico, fantastic. And honestly, I know they were robbed of that win, or robbed of at least finishing that fight. But I think it's going to be great for both of them. I think their stock has gone up tremendously, and what a way they've been carrying themselves despite such an outlandish end to that fight.
I like that you just went right into it there. No dilly-dallying. No time to waste. Kind of bearing the lead, if we're being honest. What's that shirt you're wearing, by the way? Is that your dog?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, shout out to Reg. The best Reggie I've ever met. I've not actually met him, but I'm not a huge fan of Reggie Miller, and that's why I usually think of when I think of that name. I'm sure there are other good Reggie.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
About the T-shirt? I came on wearing a white T-shirt, and I had the window open today because it's unseasonably warm in Ireland today. And Andy told me that I look translucent, and I had to change to a darker palette.
I didn't think you were wearing a shirt at all.
It does look a little bit brighter. And what's going on with the stash? Did we trim it? What did we do here? What's going on?
No, the rest of it just grew.
No, I think you did something with it.
I didn't do something with it.
It feels like you did something.
It's still there.
I think
just
he
the rest
dyed
of the
it
growth.
to make it darker.
It doesn't
honestly.
feel as pronounced as it was the last time we spoke.
Well, on Friday's episode of The Crack, it went to an extreme that I hadn't been before because with barber Simon, shout out Simon, he shaved this all down.
I knew it.
Just left the stash.
No,
he did this
did
and left the stash.
He did something.
Andy, how bad was the stash on Friday? It was.
I was polite. We'll put it
It was
that
check
way.
your hard drive levels. It was.
Congratulations to Mr. Carroll. What a scene it was at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. You were in attendance. It's boiling hot over there. You guys are there schwitzing, as they say, in the sun cooking. But you saw them safe and sound. Have you thanked Danhausen? Because I don't know if you saw, he's the reason why they made it through. Did you see that?
I did not see that, Dan. I was hoping that he would, but I didn't actually see that.
He uncursed you guys as well, yes. Nathan Fraser of WWE fame said he paid a lot of money to get Spurs uncursed. And so I wasn't sure if you or your dad sent him a message of any kind. But what was it like in the stadium? Tell us very quickly.
It was brilliant, and the atmosphere was incredible. It was so tense. The goal went in early, but then everybody all over the stadium was just going, what score is the West Ham match? West Ham were winning 3-0. And then there was 9 minutes added on at the end, and Everton were on top of Spurs. It looked like, the relief that went through the stadium was unbelievable. But what was crazy about it, I'm obviously a United fan, my dad's a big Spurs fan, he was elated. But what was really interesting was, you're making your way back into central London after the game from White Hart Lane. You get to Liverpool Street, and suddenly the trains are full of not only Spurs fans, but Arsenal fans who've just won the league, West Ham fans who've just been relegated, Crystal Palace fans. It was just crazy. Everyone in this different humour. Obviously, West Ham got relegated. Spurs just stayed up. Crystal Palace didn't really have much to fight for, but just the difference of dynamic. Like, the boys are getting on and shouting at each other on the trains. Fantastic atmosphere.
Oh, my God. I forgot about that convergence. There it is. There's Danhausen with Nathan Fraser saying that he paid a lot of human money to get Spurs uncursed. He's on a generational run. Of course, he's the sole reason why the Knicks are where they are. Did you happen to catch the Knicks game on Monday, or were you too, too much vitamin G down the system there?
It was, look, we had an
been a little bit lacking or slacking on the Knicks side, no?
This series hasn't been. I watched the first 2 games and then I fell off because I was away.
They're in the finals, right? First time in 27 years. You saw the New York Daily News, right? On to the finals, 1999. You've seen all this, yeah?
Very excited, and I was attempting to stay up for the game last night, but once again, the vitamin G hangover got the best of me, and I was asleep by 11 o'clock.
Well, we need you to lock in 8:30 p.m. Eastern tip-offs throughout the entire finals, so it's not for
I was wearing my Knicks hat around London, and people were just stopping me going, go Knicks! And I was like, shit, I forgot what they were talking about. I forgot I was wearing the hat, and I was like, holy shit.
I love it.
It was incredible.
I love it. Yeah. Well, it has spread all the way across the pond. We do have a lot of questions, guys, so no time to waste. Shall we get into it, fellas? I don't know if the other guys are there, but I presume they are there. I haven't seen
We're here.
Oh, hey,
Yeah,
guys.
no, we just got
Hello,
back.
hello. I'm good. How are you?
All right, cool. Let's get into things, guys. This is Adrian Delgadillo. Hello. Oh, wait. Holy shit. I didn't think Substack was a real place. I just thought Ariel was going kooky and no one in the back had the heart to correct him. I want to just give thanks as my first post. Ariel, thank you for covering all combat sports in the way that you do. 2/3 of the boys in the back, Thursdays can be a drag, but y'all show, or maybe 2 out of 3? He wrote 2, 3. 2/3 of the boys in the back? Thursdays can be a drag, but y'all show get me to the weekend. Peter, you're cool. Frank, Jordan, how are you still employed with all the vacations you take? And hello, Andy. My biggest thank you is for Ariel. I'm a Forest fan because of you. I used to be a football hater, but since you started to talk about them, I hopped on the train and we've had our ups and downs, but I bleed Garibaldi red. Sorry for the length, but again, thank you. How about that, guys? I've actually heard from a lot of people.
That?
I heard from a lot of people who said they're Knicks fans because of me. Thought that was nice.
Thursday's a bit of a drag, huh?
What does he mean by 2/3 of the boys in the back?
He's shitting on me.
All right.
I think he's shitting on all of us, Frank.
Give me a fucking break.
but
He's
cool.
trying to pitch
He's a
against
Knicks
each other.
fan.
He's trying to pitch against each
He's a
other.
Knicks
He's trying to
fan.
make.
Cool.
Forest fan. Michael Inglehern says, Ariel, my brother's friend Tanner Andrews just made his MLB debut for the Toronto Blue Jays last night. It was so cool to see him take the mound, and now I'm a Blue Jays fan. Guys, we're adopting everyone. Could you believe it? Oh, it's unbelievable. Here's Islam's phlebotomist. Congratulations, my friend. Your boys made it to the dance. Your monologue to start off yesterday's show was beautiful. It reminded me of a time way back in 2005 when my beloved Houston Astros finally made it out of the NL and into our first World Series. We ultimately found ourselves on the wrong side of a sweep that series, I do believe against the Chicago White Sox, and had to endure a hard 12 years before we found our way back to the promised land. Did they cheat? Did they not cheat? Who's to check? Thank you for the raw emotion. I'm no New York sports fan, but I'm a fan of people seeing their teams do great things. Thanks for sharing your journey with us. God bless Houston. God bless New York. God bless sports. You know what I was thinking about, guys, with regards to why this means so much? And I might have thrown this out. Is it possible that these moments mean so much because it's almost like confirmation for all the time we spend worrying, thinking, watching our teams? And so in the end, you just want to know that it was worth it because you got to like complete the journey with them. You got to watch them achieve their dreams and get over the hump, and we sort of live vicariously through these people. Do you think that's what it is? Like, why do we? Sometimes when I take a step back, I'm like, why do I care so much? Why does this affect me so much? Why does this mean so much? Why am I thinking about this constantly now? Is it because of that, or is it because of something else? Is it nostalgia? I was listening to Patrick Ewing yesterday on ESPN Radio, and I swear I was tearing up. I've never heard him so happy before. I've never heard Patrick like so content. He was always very ornery when it came to the media, and it was just beautiful. And maybe it took me back to being a kid and looking up to, I don't know what it is. Why do we care so much, guys? Does anyone have a good theory on this?
Part of your identity, isn't it?
Yeah, you've spent so much time watching the team, and they've never reached this level of success in a quarter century.
But the general thought of why do we care so much about any team? You know, like we've all been there. Like even my wife has been with me. Like we watched them in the 1999 NBA Finals together, and she still doesn't quite get it. Like she gets it, but she's still like, why does this make you so upset? Or why does this make you so happy? She's fine when it's happy, you know, when it's happy days, but like.
Because it gives you hope. It gives
Hope
you
for
a reason
what?
to believe in something.
Or is it the escape?
It's the escape for
Both.
sure. Your life won't change.
But it affects us. Is
Yeah.
it not? Like when they do something,
lose,
I'm
they
like,
win.
Yes.
I'm going crazy. I can't control myself. Why
it
does
gives
it
you
affect?
something to believe in.
It's a wild thing.
You believe that they can achieve something that maybe you can't achieve yourself, or you hope to achieve yourself, or whatever, and you're living through it. You're vicariously part of that. You feel part of that community that is doing
That's another
this
thing.
thing.
Community. You
Yeah.
watch it with your sons. You watched it growing up with your friends.
No, you're right. And by the way, I love it. I am so thankful that I care this much, that I have something like this. I think we all are as sports fans. Life can be a drag. And so that's why I talk about like that random January morning where you're coming off a big win, whether it's a football win, a basketball win, whatever. It's a beautiful gift that we have this thing called sports. It's a beautiful gift that we have this escape. And that's why I like to think that our show for some people is that escape as well. But I was just thinking, like, why does this mean so much? Why will I be, I don't even know, like, what happened? Let me ask you this, GC. You've seen it. I know, actually, all of you have seen it. What happens that next day?
After you win?
Yeah. What does that feel? Because it does become this thing where you're like chasing, and you're like, okay, is it just like you won the video game and then it's cool?
Yeah.
What happens?
This is what I say. Losing hurts more than winning feels good.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be watching everything. You're going to buy the shirts, the hoodies, the hats, everything like that. But, like, the high does kind of dissipate. And then moving forward, this might actually be helpful to you. I have found when my team inevitably doesn't win titles now, I don't care nearly as much.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm just kind of like, well, whatever.
That feeling when they swept the Cavs, it's like that amplified. You'll feel it again if they.
And you're going to look on Twitter and Instagram and everything like that, and it's going to be like, Knicks champions. It's just like, you're like, you won't be able to get enough of it. You'll just scroll and scroll and scroll. And like the imagery, if they do end up winning, of like Knicks champions, gold trophy with it, and all the merch is going to be like, I can't believe my eyes are looking at this right
that's
now.
how I felt on Monday. You know what I always love about the NBA champion, like the experience? It's always at the very beginning of summer. Everyone's in a great mood. And more often than not, the parade is on a beautiful day, and the gold trophy is just like illuminating, and they're wearing sunglasses, they're drunk, they're shirtless. And I'm just like picturing those scenes. Like, could you imagine those scenes down Broadway, Canyon of Heroes,
God.
of like Jalen Brunson's sunglasses with that? Like, when I saw Kyle Lowry do it for the Raptors that day that the Raptors had the parade and there were 2 million people there, that was surreal. He was wearing the old purple dinosaur jersey, actually the white one. But, you know, like the original Damon Stoudemire jersey. And I was like, wow, this looks surreal. And I was thinking, like, what is it going to look like when the Knicks get this moment? And so I think that's the moment like, you know, when the NBA does a carousel of everyone on the team holding the trophy, like even the 15th man, what is that going to feel like? God, I really hope I'm not setting myself up for utter heartbreak.
I love sports so much. Flash cut to 2 weeks from now. I fucking hate sports.
Why do I
Never
care
let me
so
watch
much
it.
about this shit?
Do you know what it is as well, Ariel? Like, when you were in school and you were a Knicks fan, like for me anyway, I was a United fan in school. When they lost, like, I knew I was going in to get it on Monday. Like, I was like, oh, this is going to be hell. Like, so your mood for the week is dictated on how your team is doing, because everyone's going to rub it in your face. Even Liverpool, because obviously big rivals of Manchester United, and most of my friends would be Liverpool fans. When they won something big, I was like, I'm going to have to go and face these lads now, and they are just going to give it to me. And it's just it's endless, and they just have something. And you can't really say shit because they're after doing it. It's the flip of that. Like, finally, you're going to be the guy with all the cheese.
Yes.
You're going to be there going, fuck, oh, we did it. What about you, motherfuckers? You know what I mean?
You're
It makes a
100%
difference.
right.
That made me think of another reason why I think people love sports, which is like, we're vulnerable, right? We spend so much of our lives being guarded and not showing everybody our true selves. But when it comes to sports, people pour their soul into it, right? They're living for the highs and sad with the lows, and everybody kind of like accepts that and understands that. But if you just like were crying in the cafeteria over XYZ thing and it wasn't related to sports, people be like, who the fuck is this weirdo? With sports, it allows people to kind of like do that, to be vulnerable and invest themselves, and everybody else does it too, so they're not really judging.
I remember my mom actually reminded me of this. In 1995, when Ewing missed the finger roll against the Pacers, I had to go to a bar mitzvah that day. I was in 8th grade. I had to go to bar mitzvah that evening. It was a Sunday. And I remember going into a magazine and cutting out a Knicks logo. And I was like, yeah, I was the only Knicks fan. No one really cared, honestly, about basketball when I was that age. And I was like, all right, everyone's going to give it to me because they just made fun of me. They didn't actually like celebrate my wins. And I cut it out and I stuck the logo on my yarmulke, on my kippah that you had to wear to the service. And I was like, I'm going to put this where God will see it. That's how proud I am to still be a Knicks fan. And then when she drove me to school the next day, I was complaining to her. I'm like, what am I going to do? It's May, and I'm not going to see these guys until October. They're the only thing that gives me joy in life. What am I going to do? How am I going to survive without them? And she's like, it's going to be okay, Rochi. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Rochi is sweetheart in Arabic. And I'm like, I don't know how to live without these guys. That was like the height. 94, 95, 6, 7, 8, 9. That was the height of my like super fandom. A friend of mine sent me a picture today of our 6th grade graduation where everyone is wearing white and black, white and black, white and black. And I'm sitting there with my orange and blue, very loud Knicks zip up because we were in the finals in 94. So anyway, it's bringing back all these emotions. I'm not trying to go on and on about it, but it's a very exciting time. Ariel Salami says, hello to all the lads. Did any of you manage to watch Mighty Journey with GSP Part 1 and 2? Unbelievable viewing and so much knowledge shared. If you haven't had the chance, I would highly recommend. I haven't had the chance. Not surprised. I know that was a long, long time in the making. And by the way, shout out to GSP. He started his own podcast, but it's not your typical podcast. It's called the GSP Podcast or GS Podcast. And have you guys seen the trailer for it? It's like he's going out and basically exploring the things that he's interested in, dinosaurs, like the quirky stuff out there, the non-fighting things, in addition to the fighting things. But I thought it was a good idea.
Oh yeah, I'm subscribed.
You are? Okay.
For sure.
So we're locked in.
I got that GSP DJ crossover saved too. You
Hell
have to
yeah.
watch it.
Is that on DJs?
I actually think they both posted videos from it.
Love it. Barely Perez. So what did happen to your glasses? Shout out to New York Rick, a.k.a. New York Nick. I guess I didn't finish that story yesterday. Put the glasses on, went downstairs, wanted to lock in, eventually took the glasses off and just left them there in the den because there was a lot of emotion. I had to take them off like this, you know? And I felt off yesterday, guys. I felt off.
And where is his glasses?
Yeah.
He can't see without his glasses.
I felt
I'm just
off.
glad we got the conclusion to the story, which was I put them down. You know, what would we have done without the ending to that one?
We're wondering. You know,
Whatever happened, I put them down.
You know what's weird? For the first 12 years of my career, I didn't wear glasses.
Yeah.
And now people think it's so weird seeing me without glasses.
I have known you for so long and been with you for so long. It was weird when you went to the glasses for me at first, and now it's weird when you took the glasses off. It's bizarre.
Naked, right?
Yeah.
Like, what happens now? Like, if I ever get contacts, am I just screwed? Am I going to be like one of those people that just look? Has this just become my face?
It has become your face, but eventually people will also adjust to the no glasses look again.
All right. Well, that's good to know.
It's like a 6-month break-in, I feel like.
Here's Jacob Pacheco who says, hello, everyone. Jacob from Texas speaking. I'd like for you guys to blind rank these worst mic moments. All right, GC, this is for you. Frank using a clip from the Rodney King riots as a drop.
I forgot about that one. That was atrocious.
crazy.
Number 2, yeah.
Ariel claiming how great the show is from LA, only for GC's audio to be effed / Mike coming on early.
What? Which one was that?
During the live hit.
You remember when yeah.
Fuck, that shit was ass.
Yeah.
3.
Michael Chandler claiming he is a determined individual who's ready to come down his opponent's throat and take on
Sorry,
him.
what?
I remember.
That's
You remember?
4,
I
but
know.
I'm only saving
I saw a
one
clip of that.
because I know something's coming.
About the sex.
Deontay Wilder yelling there's only one bronze bomber to Tyson Fury during their one-on-one sit-down.
5.
Adesanya claiming he will touch up Romero enough times that he will crumble like the Twin Towers.
Oof.
Usually these crescendo with like a fun one.
That's
No,
one.
it usually is Frank kissing his mom's ass or something.
Yeah.
That's what I was waiting for.
Frank, why did you use Rodney King again?
You guys were bickering at each other.
No, we weren't. Dick the Bruiser says, hello to
I think they
you
meant
all.
more like the thought behind it, not necessarily the context.
I mean, there
for
could have been a
what-
million
I
things.
did not have.
That's just an alt without the sex. It's the same concept.
Dick the Bruiser wants to know if we can get Jason Statham on the show. I actually did try in the build up, but no luck. He also said he'd love to have Tom Hardy on the program. Didn't Tom Hardy get in some?
Yeah, he got kicked off.
Off Mobland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
off.
They
Saying
might as well cancel that show. You can't do the show.
They were saying he got a big ego once he started.
There has been-
rolling.
There has been contact made with parties involved in Jason Statham.
Oh, for real?
For real.
You didn't tell me that.
I don't
Surprise?
want cart before the horse type of situation.
Okay. Are you booking talent now on the show?
There has been
Can
a
I pass this off
conversation.
to
Ain't that
you?
what journalism
There's been a
is?
conversation.
All right.
I would love to have Jason on the show.
Here's La Mancha MMA, who I do recognize from Twitter, who's a bit of a troll if I'm being honest, but it's all good. Hey, Ariel, have you gotten to read your uncle's latest book, Suicidal Empathy? If so, what are your thoughts? Also, what's it like to have another famous person in the family? I have not read the book, have not had time, but shout out to Gad. So my family history is a very, very complicated one. I don't think we're unique in that regard. And so I don't really see him or talk to him all that often. He lives in Montreal. He's moving. He said that on Rogan's podcast. This is Gad Said that I'm talking about. But yeah, I saw him on the street a couple of years ago. It was the first time in a very long time that I had seen him or talked to him. I don't think I need to get into like the family history and all that stuff. But all to say, like, we don't have holiday dinners together and things like that. Happy for his success. It is wild because, I've known him since I was a baby, to see him, become this phenomenon, if you will, and a lightning rod and a polarizing figure, no doubt about that as well. Happy for his success, happy for his family, but we don't hang out or, things like that for no particular reason, to be honest. But yeah, there's just, family is family, right? But I love everyone in my family, and God bless. Peace and love. Peace and love. Mikey Z, GC, as a cultured man, what are some of your favorite walkout songs, and what are some that you'd like a fighter to walk out to?
Oh, man. It's a great question. Kind of catching me off guard here. Ilias right now is number one in my book among active fighters.
Well, okay. Give yourself some time here. Shout out to Ilya. They did drop a trailer, speaking of which, to his HBO Max. Is it a doc or a docu-series? Anyway, it looks fantastic, to be honest. They follow his family. They follow him, of course. There's his son narrating. This is around the time of the Charles Oliveira fight, and it's brilliant for him. We were talking yesterday how it seems like Dana's getting all the attention leading up to the White House card, but this is dropping next week. So what timing, as he's about to headline that card on June 14th. So this is on HBO Max. I do believe that, that's Sergio Ramos, right? I do believe that it's in Spanish, so our very own Andy is actually going to translate this for us. Take it away, Andy.
What? The whole thing?
No, I'm kidding. But it looks great. And there it is.
There was a big billboard on Oxford Street as well, his Monterex billboard on.
Serious?
Huge.
Wow.
Yeah.
Father, Brother, Icon. New documentary series, June 5th.
Wait, let me guess.
Look at that.
5 de Junio
HBO Max.
is June 5th?
Yeah, and it does say
Nice.
series, new documentary.
Oh, yeah.
Series.
And
I
Los
believe that says
Topuria.
HBO Max there.
Would Los Topuria be the Topuria?
You got it. The Topurias.
The Topurias.
Yeah.
Okay. So Father, Brother, Icon. How about that for old Ilya? That's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. I'm looking forward to that one. Hopefully they got English subtitles.
What just happened there, Frankie?
No idea.
In any event,
Ilya's walkout,
Yeah.
Alex's walkout. We're gonna get those back to back. That's gonna be incredible on the White
Oh,
House
shit,
card. McGregor's obviously is great. Yeah.
greatest walkout in UFC history? Like greatest.
Penn.
Which one?
AJ Penn.
Okay, but I'm asking, like, give me the fight the most. Like, which one hit the hardest?
McGregor, Sinead O'Connor.
McGregor, yeah, Sinead O'Connor.
That's probably the most famous, right?
Gotta be.
It's also the best. It's so unique. I mean, not for nothing. Israel Adesanya doing a full dance routine before
Oh,
knocking
yeah.
out Robert Whittaker was
Yeah.
gangster as shit. Like that's
I was at
probably
both those fights.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
fuck you, man.
So was
That's
I.
Sick. Oh wow, both of you.
Crazy.
You guys really cultured. Brian Ortega's Purge walkout. UFC 260.
You like that one a lot. I feel
Love
like
that
that one's like
I
hit or
like
miss.
that
People
one.
either
Yeah.
love or hate it.
I mean, there's like Volk walking out to that song.
Oh, Down Under, are you kidding
and
me?
Everyone's singing
all
with them.
time.
Anderson
So-
Silva, Ain't No Sunshine, DMX.
Yeah.
Darren Till walking out to no music.
Pantoja, Many Men.
Yeah. Frankie Edgar.
Damn, sold that Pantoja. I mean,
No, it's
Brock
And then the
Lesnar,
Two City
Enter
hit them both.
Sandman,
Brock.
UFC 100.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Wow, 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 wow.
Taporia is up there for sure.
Taporia is
I've
up
watched
there,
that International
Oh, yeah.
Fight Week from the Oliveira fight last year.
Smile.
I've watched that like probably 50 times. It's
Yeah,
so
it's a good
good.
one.
Anik being like giving the whole breakdown of him moving up to 155. It's fantastic. Yeah, I can't wait to see
I
it.
always love
Akiyama.
DC's.
Time to say
Akiyama.
goodbye.
Akiyama was a great one.
That was so
Oh,
good.
Korean Zombie, of course.
Zombie. DC's was
Yeah.
always great in my opinion. Stipe. I'm from the land till I die. Till I
That was actually good. Yeah, that
Him
was-
walking out to that in Cleveland was pretty
Yeah.
hard. No?
It's all right.
You know, sold many men. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, many men every time is.
Here's Logan who says, Ariel, as someone who has ragged on Kansas multiple times, on behalf of Wichita State alum Landry Shamet, please say something nice about Kansas. Peace and love, peace and love. Ah, Landry. God, I love Landry. I love this guy so much. And I love him even more because of how nice he was to my son. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but we went to a game. My son's wearing a Landry Shamet jersey, which I had to get custom made because you couldn't buy it in the store. Landry Shamet is, he was the last guy to make the team. If not for Malcolm Brogdon retiring, Landry's maybe not on the team, and he's become an unbelievable force. He was 12 for 13 from 3 in the Eastern Conference Finals, and he saw my son wearing the 44, and my son asked him for an autograph, and then he saw it, and he's like, oh shit, love it. Took a picture of them, was super nice. He was just a gentleman, and he seems like a gentleman. He's actually a great photographer. He has a great Instagram page, landryshamet.jpg, and he's shot the U.S. Open, artsy stuff around New York. It's pretty damn cool. I love when I see athletes do stuff like that. Anyway, shout out to Landry. Love the guy. He's our sharpshooter, and every time he shoots, my son is like, it's going in, and it always goes in. It's unbelievable.
Are the Knicks where they are today without fellow Wichita State alum Ron Baker?
Okay, so yeah, I thought you were going to say Landry Shamet, but yes, Ron Baker, number 31, the mayor. He's one of those like classic Knicks players that everyone likes to bring up, Cleanthony Early and Jerrion Grant and Langston Galloway, just like those cast of characters that we all sort of adored. I don't know about not where they are today, but he was on the same team as Ron Baker. Landry Shamet is actually a lot younger than I thought. He's only like 29 or so, or maybe even less than that.
29 is correct.
Is he 29? Yeah. So I think he was he in the same draft as Jalen Brunson and drafted before Brunson? That's what my son told me. And that's
definitely possible, yeah.
Let's see. Landry Shamet.
Where did he go? The Clippers? Where was he drafted?
Yeah, he was 2018 draft. And I think 2018. Jalen was the 33rd pick and Shamet was the 26th pick.
To who?
The Sixers.
The Sixers.
That is wild, man. That is wild. Here's Mikey Z. Did you talk to Jake Shields at the MVP event off camera? So you may have seen Nate Diaz and I, we buried the hatchet. Diaz, DC, myself, Jake Shields. I went to the open workout. Did I talk about this or no? I don't know if I talked about this. I went to the open workout and I saw Jake there. And obviously Jake has said a lot of things about me and about Jewish people. And, I don't think a lot of them were very nice. And so I walked right up to him and I was just like, hey, Jake, how's it going? And shook his hand. And I wanted to know what would happen. He was very nice. He asked to take a picture. He posted that picture. And I was like, all right, cool. It was just all very cordial. We're buds. I saw him again at the weigh-ins. And this is all 100% factual. Hey, Jake, how's it going? I wanted to know. He has said a lot of things about me. I wanted to know if he would say any of it to my face. I don't know. I think he was filming this time. And I did ask him, hey, man, why so much animosity towards my people? What's the deal? Man, I know. I don't always mean it and stuff like that. And I was like, I wish you would chill. Because I know Jake. I've known him for so long. We were always very, very cool. But it was very nice. It was very cordial. It was very respectful. And that was it. So I don't know. I haven't checked back in. I don't know if he's softened his stance. But it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. And it was a lot more cordial than I expected. Josh P. Hey, Ariel, recency bias aside, whose boxing performance was better? Francis against Tyson or Rico against Usyk? Wow. I guess you would have to say Rico against Usyk, right? Would you
Yeah.
guys? Yeah?
I would say so, yes.
I don't know. He dropped Fury.
He did drop Fury, but I think
That
most
was- that-
people would agree he was. I think it's the hot take that I think people don't like when I say Francis won. I maintain that he won. I think at worst it was a draw.
I had Tyson winning, but I mean, it was a close fight.
I haven't seen a lot of people who said I had Usyk winning that fight.
No, he was not winning that fight.
Exactly.
Now, after the knockdown, it could have been pretty close, and then obviously, I think
After the knockdown, I had it
there wasn't
104,
another
104 going into
Yeah.
the.
I had it
12.
105, 103.
he would have been stepping on the gas in the 12th. Probably could have finished Rico at that point, but like both close fights, both incredible performances. I don't think either of those men did themselves a disservice in there. I thought they both like came off fantastically. The Francis had less moments, in my opinion. I thought Rico was looking so good against what many consider to be the pound for pound best boxer in the world. Tyson Fury was not that, right? Tyson Fury was what many thought the best heavyweight at the time, but he was not a pound for pound guy in the way that Usyk has become. And Francis had that big moment and then some close kind of like not a lot of action rounds. Rico was putting it on Usyk for some of
Really
these
was.
rounds. Just absolutely steamrolling him.
Do you think that these crossover fights are more palatable now on the back of Ngannou and Rico's performances than they were after the McGregor fight? Because I feel like. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I have definitely had to shift my. These guys have no chance. I really did not
Yes.
think either guy had a chance, and
Neither did I.
it's just now been like, okay, fuck, I'm an idiot. Like they have a chance, they really do.
Yeah.
Here's another question regarding that fight. Cape Town Matt says, "Hey Ariel, I have never been as pissed off as I was when the ref ended Rico's chances after the bell on Saturday night. I immediately thought, another example of boxing being boxing. I then thought, let's see the scorecards, then we'll know for sure. And sure enough, I actually feel like there's a very good case to be made that the scorecards are even more egregious than the stoppage. Like I can live with the, hey, I didn't hear it. I mean,
Human error.
it's a crazy thing to say as the referee, but fine. Especially when they weren't in a 50,000 seat arena. There were like, how many people were there? 5,000, 6,000, 7, open air. Have a hard time believing that, but fine. The scorecards are indefensible. Anyway, he continues, my question is, how do you have the ability to call it out so easily? I spent hours after the fight and in the days that followed looking up views on what transpired. The amount of soft, roundabout takes made me sick. Of the proper voices, not one that I read was able to call it the disgrace that it was. If they are scared of some kind of backlash, how do you get away with it? I never really understood the extent of number one most biased or most unbiased. I do now. Big ups to you and the whole crew. I will be honest, I didn't go around looking for other people's takes. Did you guys see that as well? Were people not calling? I feel like that was the easiest thing to say. Like, first the stoppage and then the scorecards. It was the easiest thing to call out. It wasn't really a hard one. I appreciate the question and sentiment, but I didn't feel like that was a hard one. If it feels obvious and the obvious isn't being called out, there's a reason for that. And sometimes people would be, afraid of pissing someone off, relationships, their friends. Sometimes it's hard. In this case, I felt like it was pretty damn easy to call it out. And not once did I say, like, I'm blaming the ring or I'm blaming Turkey. I thought it was admirable that Turkey was in the ring saying, like, no, I thought this guy got screwed, essentially, while they were trying to push the Caballel thing, because clearly that was the plan beforehand, and they were just doing what they were expecting him or thinking that he would want them to do. And so credit to him for doing that and saying that. And again, maybe the judges were doing it on their own, thinking like a debutante in boxing couldn't possibly pull this off, or the ref was thinking like, oh, that's too much for him to handle. So it was never a promotional conspiracy theory on my part. It was just a bad set of decisions. And I feel like those are pretty easy to call out.
But it does play into that, right? Like, boxing.
It's
like,
awful. It's
awful.
awful.
Bad night for them because, here it goes again. Like, that's what it feels like.
Well, there's also like this, like even yesterday, I know some people were mad at me. Like I adore boxing, and I feel like you can call it out, but also say, hey, there are times where they don't allow any other opinion or any other figure to enter without being slagged off, as they say. And then when you call it out or when you question it, then that too makes you a hater per se. And so there's a lot of, we use that word tribalism. I guess it's something like that. It's like this territorial thing of like, you stay in your lane and you have no idea what you're talking about. I think we're all very keenly aware at how difficult boxing is and how much talent you have to be a boxer. I'm not trying to suggest that anyone can walk over and be great at boxing. We've seen some awful boxing over the course of the past 5-6 years. It just seems to me like there has been a trend now since the Conor McGregor fight of people at the highest level trying their hand and in that first showing doing pretty well. Now, you can also make a very strong case that in each one of those showings, the boxer didn't take the fight seriously. Like we know Mayweather didn't train seriously for that fight. We know Tyson didn't train seriously for that fight, and the consensus seems to be that Usyk didn't train. And so maybe that's part of the problem as well. Maybe if they do treat it as a true championship fight, it goes completely different. I don't know. But it's now, once it happens 3 times, there's a bit of a trend there, right? Like it's a thing, I would think. All right, we're going to get to more questions back end. Pizzi, if you can join us again, we have many more, and we also have a ton of news to get to, news and notes. So wanted to get a few of those out of the way, but now let's get into the interviews if we can. And of course, on Saturday, it wasn't just about Rico Verhoeven and Alexander Usyk. We did have another great show for the PFL in Belgium, which has become a very hot market for not just the PFL, but of course for MMA as well. And the face of it all is Patrick Habirora, who on this night disposed of the legend, the former UFC lightweight champion Benson Henderson in just 20 seconds. It was a very, very quick showing. It was a great scene. Patrick is kind enough to join us right here now to talk about it all. Let us welcome in the one and only Patrick Habirora. Hello, Patrick. How are you? And congratulations. Félicitations. Yeah. Massive win for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Happy to be here. Thank you. And everything went well.
Did it last a lot shorter than you expected? Were you surprised that it was just 20 seconds long?
Yeah, I was thinking he's gonna shoot for the wrestling first, but when he landed the middle kick, it went so fast. The first hook connected directly, then I followed a few punches, and he was already out. So, yeah, the left hook connected so quick, so well. It went so fast, yeah.
How many times have you watched these 20 seconds of action?
I think I just watched it because at this moment when you see me raising my hand, I don't know what's going on. Like, I really don't understand what's happening. I didn't know I was winning because it went really fast. Like 20 seconds is so fast. But yeah, really nice fight.
So even now, like, does it feel like a blur for you? Does it feel like some sort of dream that you had on Saturday?
No, I was just thinking like, okay, he's obviously not Benson Henderson prime, but he still has like a ton of experience ahead of me. So I was expecting maybe he's gonna shoot for a takedown because I was seeing his match in with Arman Saroukian and also Aljamain Sterling in rough wrestling. So I was expecting from him to wrestle with me first and not to exchange. But at the same time, it was really the debut of the fight, and I think I cooked him so well that he wasn't expecting that.
When you jumped out of the cage and it seemed like you threw your mouthpiece and you were talking to some people, was there someone in particular that you were going to speak to, or were you just hyped to be there among your people?
No, it was just because of the adrenaline. You know, in Belgium, it's 10,000 people coming for me, seeing me winning, and when I won, it was so much noise and so much energy that I just lose a little bit of my temper. But I don't know how to explain, but after every fight, I will have a big amount of energy coming off me, and then I just explode.
Yeah, no, I could certainly understand that. And when you have a fight that just lasts 20 seconds long, is it hard for you to come down? Like when you fight for 15 minutes, you're tired afterwards. Here, I would imagine you had so much adrenaline. How did you bring your sort of energy down after?
Yeah, it's really weird because I did so much preparation for this fight and I was in the locker room for a long time. You know, when you main event, you wait all the card to finish. So it was really weird okay, it's already finished. And Danadi is already asking the question. You're like, damn, I'm not even tired. It's a little bit awkward. But at the same time, as I said in the cage, all the respect to the legend he was, because he did in MMA what I never did still now. So he was the best in the world at one point, and I'm aiming to do that also. So yeah.
What was the difference for you this time around as opposed to last year? We talked when this fight was announced about you fighting in Belgium, but now coming back as a more established star, as a more established draw, as the man, so to speak. What was it like? What was the difference?
As you're saying, I was more established as a star, so it was 10,000 people. Last time we did the first time, we did the big stage, so it was 8,000 people. Now I told them, like, hey, you can't put 10,000 and just leave the stage because it's going to be full and so packed and so everything. So we had to make it happen to have more seats for the people. And all the country of Belgium just showed up, and it was really, really incredible.
Amazing. Did you have a lot of family and friends there as well?
Yeah, I have my family who came. I have my friends who came. So it was really nice. Like, when you dream about something, I remember when I was starting MMA, and now I did 2 times main event in my home country. MMA has never touched Belgium, like a world-class league. Never came in Belgium ever. It was the first time, 2 times in a row, 2 times main event, 2 times sold out back to back. It's crazy.
What do you say, Patrick, to some people, and I'll admit I brought it up as well, who felt like this was a mismatch, that Benson Henderson shouldn't be in there with him?
That. I really understand that. First of all, what people have to understand is I don't fight who I want, but I take who the PFL gives me. And I think the strategy of the PFL wanted me to fight an American that people knows already and who's famous already. So if I beat him, something's gonna be like, okay, he beat that name. I think they took Benson Anderson for the name and not for what he is maybe now, because of course, obviously, he's not in his prime anymore. But at the same time, I'm not in my prime also. The fact that I beat him so quick maybe make people think that, okay, he wasn't good. But I do believe that he had fighting another guy, it might be not that quick. It's just because I knock him out so quick that it makes my wins sometimes look like the guy in front of me is not good. Remember with Kevin Jousset, he was doing a war with Brian Battle in UFC, and me, I beat him in 2 minutes. So people think Kevin Jousset is not good, but that's not truth.
That's true. No, it's a very fair point. You did mention Mike Perry afterwards, and I saw on your Twitter that you said that you were kind of asked by the PFL to call out Mike Perry. Can you clarify this?
Yeah, it was. I think it was something. People asked me to say about his name, but I think there is some discussion maybe in the works. This is not my job. If somebody asks me to say something and I work, I do it. This is my work. At the end of the day, I'm not focused on Mike Perry at all. I'm focused to going in front of me. So I think about fighting guys, and I know we are talking about some guys for the next. Gonna be a really good fight because the guys are really.
Okay, we may have lost you there. Do you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, the connection isn't great, but it's kind of coming and going. So I'll keep fighting through it, as they say. So
do you hear me now?
I hear you, but I think there's a delay. It's very choppy. Like we can't really see you.
Okay.
Are you on Wi-Fi?
Okay. Yeah, I was on Wi-Fi, but
maybe Wi-Fi.
Everything seems.
Should we reconnect? What do you think, guys?
We'll reconnect with them.
Okay, we'll reconnect with you real quick. All right. We're going to reconnect with Patrick. Mujiwara. Comes from the manga? One Piece? You guys familiar with One Piece?
One Piece, yeah good stuff.
He's from Belgium, Namur to be exact. 25 years old. 9-0. 8 career wins via knockout, 1 via decision. 7 career first-round stoppages. 9 fights, 7 in France, 2 in Belgium. Absolute stud. Quickest win of his career, quickest loss of Benson's career as well. This is one of those guys that the PFL needs to make sure that they do not lose. Usman Nurmagomedov, don't lose him. Dakota Ditcheva, don't lose her. Patrick Habirora, don't lose him. Try to get Cedric Doumbé back. You've got some names there. Coincidentally, none of them are American. Doesn't matter. You've got some names. And that was Benson's first fight in over 3 years. When he was UFC champion, Patrick was just 12 years old. When Benson made his pro debut, Patrick was 5 years old. It's been a while. And I do wonder if that's the last time we'll see Benson Henderson compete in MMA. Grappling, wrestling, a little bit different. But it does seem as though the chin may be going. This happens to the vast majority of fighters. Father time, as they say, undefeated. And so it's hard because, I mean, there was once a time, I was going to say not that long ago, but now it's 2012. He's fighting in Japan as UFC lightweight champion. That's 14 plus years ago. It is a long time. He's been fighting for about 20 years. And he was a massive favorite, Patrick was, going into that fight. There's some interesting names at 170. He's a 170 pounder, but like, man, could you, like him, it might be a little too soon, but him versus someone like Thad Jean, who I know is fighting for the belt coming up, would be tremendous theater. Two great young, homegrown, if you will, talents, both very young. How old is Thad Jean? Thad Jean, Patrick is 25. Thad Jean is 27. These are the kinds of guys that PFL has to invest in early on. Try to build up. Try to get their name out there. Do we have Patrick or no? Okay. Still to come. Colby Covington, Holly Holm, Adam Azim. More questions and comments, super chats, news and notes, all those things and more on a Wednesday, not a Tuesday. And so everything is weird and off. Tomorrow, of course, Boys in the Back, Friday, Crack, etc., etc., etc. All right, I do believe we have Patrick. Let's say hello to him. Can you see me? Can you hear
better?
me? Yes, much better.
I see you, I hear you.
Okay, perfect. And so you did say also in that tweet, it seems like you may know already who might be next for you, but you can't say just yet. Is that accurate?
We have names. We have names on the table. So names are coming on the table. It's obviously guys with a ton of experiences. There is also a former champion from former organizations. So it's going to be a good name. There is also a UFC veteran, but a good one also. And I'm just looking to going up. So I will see what the PFL decides for me. But I know it's going to be a good fight, obviously.
Are there any names in particular, or name in particular, that gets you most excited?
Right now, no. I don't have any names that gets me that excited. I would say more like coming close in the rankings, maybe close to the belt also, and getting bigger in the experiences to get reaching the top of my level. So I'm still on the debut, but I'm really excited to reach the top. But I know there is some names on the table. I'm just waiting for them to just announce it. Okay. And I want to fight also outside of France or Belgium now. I want to go a little bit abroad.
Okay. For the next one, would you like it to be in the United States or somewhere else?
Yeah, United States would be a banger. I think it would be nice to fight on the US soil or maybe Dubai also, or maybe other places. But I want to fight maybe outside.
Yeah, okay.
To start fighting outside of France or Belgium and just to see how it goes in the world stage.
And how about your feelings towards PFL? Sometimes we get superstars, rising stars like you, and they're outside of the UFC, and people say, do you want to go to the UFC or do you want to sign with the UFC? Do you feel like you are getting treated well? Are you still happy there? Do you feel like it's the perfect place for you? How are you feeling right now?
Actually, with the PFL, I'm feeling well. I'm good where I am. I'm getting treated really well. They make me evolve as a fighter. They took me, I was 22 years old. Now I just turned 25. It's been really 2 years since I signed with them because I did one shot before. And from all my fights, I did 5 fights with them, and I've been growing in the PFL, and everything is going well. I'm really not seeing the end right now with the PFL. I'm good where I am, and I'm in the contract with them. I still have fights on it, so I'm just gonna do my fights.
It also does feel like, at least for me, at this stage of your career, if you were in another organization, let's say the UFC, you're probably not headlining in Belgium this soon, but it feels like they're really pushing you as one of their faces.
Yeah, I think they understood also the amount of hype I got in Belgium and in France and all the French-speaking countries. I think this is nice to just let the chance to prove it. And I just needed a chance, and I got it. So now I'm proving it 2 times in a row with the main event in the PFL. And I'm really willing to fight even more and more. And I'm just focused on the next fight now. I'm waiting for them to drop the name, but I know it's going to be a good one. And obviously, it's going to be a good challenge for me also to fight that type of opponent.
With great success also comes scrutiny. Do you feel like now you are getting more of that sort of negativity as you become more and more popular?
Yeah, it's for me. I really discussed a lot with my coach and my team and my friends, because I think it was the first time in my career that you can get like you winning, but you get also critics.
Yeah.
And at the same time, first I was like, oh, I don't like it. Why something is happening to me and I'm winning? I don't understand why people are critiquing. I sending like hate comments or something like that. And then I understood everything is going well for me. I'm winning, obviously, and I won so fast against Benson. People are like, he should not fighting this type of fighter anymore. He should fight like the elite. And that means that actually it's a compliment. They want to see me fighting like the best of the best of the best, because they think that I deserve to be at this place. If I was not good in MMA, they would not speak about me like that. Doesn't care about who I fight. But now they want me to fight the best of the best in the world. So they think I'm already there. And me as an athlete inside of MMA, I know I'm not there yet, but I'm tend to be. So it's like a balance between what the fans want and what's it's good for me, because I still need experience. We've seen so many rising stars, so many prospects fighting big guys after 2-3 wins, and then okay, 1 loss, 2 loss, 3 loss, back in the road, then nobody talks about you anymore.
Can I ask you to clarify a story that I saw making the rounds, especially in Belgium? Was there an issue with you and a media member, and your team asked him to leave the press conference and all this stuff?
No.
What happened here?
On this, I don't have any comments, because I'm going to clarify the situation. Me and this person of the media, we didn't talk together the whole week. We didn't exchange any message, and we didn't talk. So all this story, I don't know about this.
Okay.
Because this story doesn't include me.
Okay.
It includes other people, and my name obviously came in it, because the only comment I have on this is I said me and this person, because we know each other personally, I won't respond to these questions. That's it. But we didn't have any of we didn't even talk to each other, didn't say hi, didn't see each other. So all this discussion is between him and other person, but my name obviously is in the story.
Sure.
So obviously I think that's what make more clicks on the net also. So yeah.
Of course, yeah. And I see a lot of the fans in Belgium talking about it. I just want to ask, was he removed from the press conference?
Honestly, he was not on the press conference, but I think what's happened is maybe the PFL just wants something to be peaceful, and they don't want people to argue. So maybe they remove it for that. But if I had to be honest, me personally, I don't want to answer to these questions.
Understand.
But the thing is, because we know each other personally, I'm not talking about the media, but if I has to be honest, this guy, if there is no problem, if there is no argument with other people, everyone should be free to come. But if you argue with people and maybe you shot in the hotel or something like that, the organization will not let you go in. But if everything is peaceful, it's not a problem to have problems with fighters. At the end of the day, maybe the fighter doesn't answer to your question, or he doesn't want to respond to your question, or you don't ask him questions. But at the end of the day, there is not only one fighter on the card. There is so many guys. So you can talk to the other guys and you can do your thing peacefully. But I think everything will go in order because this is not a big deal.
Yes, and this happens quite often. It's been happening.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. As long as I'm saying, we didn't talk to each other. So at the moment I'm talking right now, if I never speak to him, he never speak to me, my name should not be brought in this story, and I should not be involved in.
I understand. Because this fight was so short, would you like to come back soon, very fast? Because I would imagine no injuries, right?
It was a short fight, but a long camp. Really hard camp because we took the vice world champion of grappling, IBGF. His name is Shai. He came in my preparation. We got so many great sparring partner. We did this preparation. We did like 3 months and a half of preparation. So it was a long camp. Now I want to come back also after the summer. Right after the summer, I would like to come back and fight abroad. So I'm waiting for the date. They're looking for it, and then when they're gonna have it, I'm gonna be on it. Obviously,
I saw you presenting an award at Les Flammes.
Yes.
Is that a big award show in France?
Yeah, it's. I would say like in the music in the French speaking show, it's like a little bit like the Grammys, something like that.
Wow.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
This is big time stuff, mainstream stuff.
Yeah, because I'm doing also many stuff aside of the MMA. I'm doing also a modeling career right now, so I do a lot of stuff. I did Fashion Week. I have my life outside of MMA, and I have also MMA. So yeah, it was nice. Look like the Peaky Blinders.
I love it. What do these modeling agents think about you getting punched in the face? Well, you don't really get punched all that often, but
no, they said that if I get punched in the face, I obviously won't catwalk. But since the moment I don't have any scars on the face, I can still do it.
Yeah, but now you're maybe affecting the modeling career if you continue to fight. I would imagine you like the fighting more than the modeling, though, if you had to choose.
I started MMA. The way I get in the modeling career, it was really something like coming out of a movie. I was in a release party of a friend of mine who's a famous pianist. He's going to do the Stadium of France, football stadium of France, 80,000 people.
Wow.
And I was at his release party of his album, and the guy saw me and told me, like, we want you to work for us. That's literally how it went.
Wow.
So it's not about agency. It's like you in the streets, the front of the brand saw you, and they cast you like real life. Like, we want you to work for us. And then I started the modeling career like that. I wasn't expecting doing modeling. Now I did the new collection, not from Paris, Madame. So everything is going well, but it was something like I couldn't expect.
Wow. That is incredible, but I'm not surprised. Can I ask, how do you think Belgium does in the World Cup?
I think we have a really young team. Obviously, they're all my age. So between 21 and 27, there is the Kevin De Bruyne still, Romelu Lukaku, and some guys like that, but it's the end of their career. I think it's a young team, but we have a lot of potential. I hope they're going to make a good World Cup. There is really, obviously, a favorite team like France and other countries, but I believe that Belgium have a strong team also, and they're going to maybe do some damage in this World Cup, but it's a young team, so we have to be patient. We don't have to rush with them because we had the golden generation back in the day. It was amazing, but now we have a new generation. It's just the first time. Let them be just, we should be patient and wait to see what they're going to do.
Last World Cup, you guys broke my heart. Canada played you guys in the first match. I'm Canadian. We missed a penalty kick. Jonathan David, I think it was. Or maybe, no, it was Alphonso Davies who took the kick, but it was supposed to be Jonathan David. Anyway, I'm very excited. I love World Cup. I love soccer, football, as you call it. So that's very exciting. And the Belgian fans should be excited, but they should be very excited about you, all the great things that you are doing. So well done.
For me, it's one of the best public in the world, if not the best. But my country is really supporting me so well. Imagine a small country like Belgium, 10,000 people only for MMA, coming from a guy coming from a small town and bringing the PFL in Belgium 2 times in a row right now. It's really amazing. And I'm just looking forward to next. And now to have Belgium guys flying across the world to see me fight all around the world is going to be amazing.
I love that. Well, congratulations on another great night for you, another great win. Looking forward to the next one. Great to have you on the show as always, Patrick.
Yes. Thank you very much for the invitation. And every guys who likes knockouts, just know now. Just follow me, and you're gonna see Belgian Bomber on top.
I love it. Thank you, Patrick. All the best to you.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon. Patrick Habirora, who had another great win, still undefeated. This one, a 20-second knockout of the former UFC lightweight champion, Benson Henderson. He's now 9-0, 5-0, by the way, in the PFL. They are really pushing him, and I think with good reason. Okay, about a month or two ago, we had Colby Covington on the program for the first time in quite some time, and wouldn't you know it, he's back on the program. He made some news last week. Well, he didn't actually make it. I guess the word got out, but we haven't heard from him about like where this all came from, why it came out. Is it true? Is it not? And so he's kind enough to join us just a couple of days before he co-headlines the next RAF show in Dallas against Chris Weidman. There he is. Twice in like a month and a half or so, Colby. I think we're officially back now.
We're officially back like we never left, my brother.
I love it. Well, welcome back. There's a lot to talk to you back about. I see you repping RAF there. I see you repping the beer, of course. We will get to all the RAF stuff in a moment. No doubt about it. Oh, Zero, by the way. That's is that a new one? I didn't know they had the Zero.
Yeah, so we came up with the Zero at Real American Beer because, you know, a lot of the kids of this generation, they don't want to drink. They don't want to be hungover and be unproductive the next day. So Zero is the perfect combination that you can be still social with your friends, have a beer, but you're not going to have the benefits of, you know, being hungover and being unproductive the next day. So check out Real American Beer Zero. We formulated it for our boy Brantley Gilbert, and it's taken over.
I love that. I love that. That is good, especially for the kids. Colby, we got news like a week or so ago that you had retired from the UFC and were no longer in the promotion. Can you clear this up? Tell us your side of the story. What's going on here?
Yeah, so I had a good meeting with Hunter, and you know, we just talked about the future, and we talked about everything that's been done and all the business we've done, and it was a productive meeting. And I just said that, you know, I'm very thankful for everything that, you know, the UFC has allowed me to be able to do in my life, and all the blessings that I've received from them. But, you know, this is the next step in my combat sports career is to join wrestling full time. My first true love and passion. You know, I started wrestling when I was in diapers and I was a little kid, and it was family business, you know, to go into the wrestling world. So now I can get back to, you know, doing what I love the most, you know, which is wrestling. This is my first love. So it's amazing, you know, what Chad Bronstein's done with Real American Freestyle. And, you know, this was just the proverbial red tape that needed to be done to be able to clear up the biggest and best matches in RAF. So there's no limitations to who I can wrestle. I want to wrestle everybody. I want to wrestle, you know, Armin. I want to wrestle Cumshot. I want to wrestle Marty Usman. You know, we have unfinished business. You know, we need to finish this trilogy. You know, I want to wrestle all these UFC guys, you know, but I can't get too ahead of myself. You know, this weekend I have a tough competitor in front of me with Chris Weidman. But, you know, it was just a formality, you know, and Hunter blessed me, you know, he gave me his blessing, and it's all good. It's all love. My thing though, is I didn't need one of these crazy retirement packages, Ariel. I didn't need, oh, this is my life retirement package. Look at me and look what I did. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I didn't need that, you know. It wasn't about that, you know. I'm thankful to all the fans. I'm thankful to the great journalists like yourself, and you know, I'm just moving on to bigger and better things.
So did you call for the meeting with Hunter and ask him to essentially let you go, or did they come to you with an idea and you said, you know what, this is not what I want right now?
No, so me and Hunter, we had a great meeting in Miami, and you know, he was in town for the Miami show, and we just started talking about everything. And you know, I just told him that I wanted all these big matchups freed up for me in Real American Freestyle. You know, I was going back and forth with Chad, and, you know, I didn't want anything to hold me up and get into big matchups in RAF with all the active UFC fighters. So, you know, it's just kind of what had to be done. I wasn't let go, Ariel. You know, I'm still a UFC fighter. I'll always be a UFC fighter. If I come back to fight again, it will be in the UFC.
Okay, interesting. And so are you even allowed, like, let's say someone comes to you and says, hey, we'd like you to fight this guy in this organization. Are you even allowed to do that, or are you still contractually tied to them as far as MMA is concerned?
Yeah, I'm still a UFC fighter. You know, I'm still under contract with the UFC. all still good with the UFC. I'm very thankful for everything they did for me. Shout out to Hunter Campbell, Dana White, Ari Emanuel, all the great team that makes UFC what it is. From the girl working backstage to Heidi, to Steve working security, to Ozzy, working, sponsorships on the UFC. I'm appreciative of every single, and I know I'm missing a lot of names, and I'd like to shout them out and say thank you, but just from the bottom of my heart, I'm very thankful to everybody at UFC for what they've done to me. But, now it's about getting back to my true love and passion and not letting me hold me back from wrestling the biggest and best matchups in real American freestyle.
Do you think you have fought your last MMA fight?
It's 50-50. I don't think I have, because I know I have a lot left in the tank. I know there's a lot of good miles still left on the tread, but I don't know. I can't predict the future. Only God knows that. So, I trust God's plan, and, I'm just going to keep following along this journey the way that he intended for me to go on it. So, this is my calling. I feel like this was my calling. If they would have had a platform like this with Real American Freestyle, I never would have been in the UFC. So seeing Chad Bronstein, seeing Izzy Martinez, Eric Bischoff, the vision that they've created in reality, I mean, you got to think about it, Ariel. Wrestling is one of the oldest sports of all time. It never had popularity like it does now. Now we're on Fox Nation, like one of the biggest platforms in the world. I mean, we're headlining shows here in Dallas this weekend. We'll be in Milwaukee. We'll be in St. Louis. We'll be in Cleveland. We'll be in Ohio. And to be a part of that, and I'm an investor too. I invested in Real American Freestyle with my hard-earned money. I love this vision that Chad Bronstein has. I believe in it. And just seeing what it's building up to, I mean, you have to be there to feel it. Where you been, Ariel? When are you going to come out to a Real American Freestyle, man? You got to. Seeing is believing, my brother. Seeing is believing. And when you feel the electricity of a Real American Freestyle crowd, you'll understand why it's the fastest growing sport in the world.
I will be honest. I don't need to be sold. I believe in it. I really do enjoy the product. I believe in what Chad, Eric, Izzy, all of you are doing, but I am overdue. I really would like to go. It's just a matter of figuring it out. You were saying we there, and then I was thinking, it's like you almost come across as a promoter, as someone who has an investment in it, and then you said you did invest. I didn't know that. And so how did that come about? Was that from the get-go, or is that something that happened recently?
Yeah, so, when I first heard about it, from Chad and Hulk Hogan, when Hulk Hogan walked me out for my last fight, I loved it. I loved the vision that they had for their freestyle wrestling and making it the Mecca. And, and then when I got to see it firsthand, when I competed against Luke Rockhold in Sunrise, Florida, I got to see the electricity of the crowd. I got to see the fan engagement, the kids, the families, all the people that came out to support this great sport. And I was all in. I told them right away, I wanted to invest my hard-earned money, and I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to help lead the future so wrestlers can have, a platform to make money and, supplement their income in life. So, now I'm a part of the company, and I truly believe in what Chad, Izzy, and Eric are doing, and I'm just so thankful to be a part of it.
When you told Hunter that you wanted to go all in on this, did he try to convince you to stay? Did he offer you something, one more fight, one last hurrah, that type of thing, a retirement fight, if you will?
I don't know. I don't want to get into too much of the nitty gritty with Hunter. I respect his privacy, and the conversations we've had have been nothing but good. And, I don't want to give these details because, I don't want to, it's not about hurting his feelings. I don't want to lose his trust. And,
okay,
and I know I have
that.
the trust in the faith of Hunter and the UFC. So, if I wanted to do another fight, for sure, it could have happened. But, Real American Freestyle, this is my true love, Ariel. This is what I started in. There was, before there was UFC Colby, it was wrestling Colby, and that's my whole life. I was 24/7 eating, sleeping, and breathing wrestling. So to have this platform where I can, shine on a world stage, this is what I want to be doing with my life right now. I don't want to be doing mixed martial arts. I want to be doing real freestyle wrestling.
Do you think, I have to ask, because not that long ago, not with us, but with other media outlets, when you were doing interviews, you did seem a little bit upset about not being on this White House card. Did that feeling, which it doesn't feel like you feel that way anymore, and I respect that, and time evolves, people cool down, whatever. Do you think that led to this decision for you? Did that crystallize something in your brain that led to you feeling this way?
To be honest, at that time, Ariel, it was a lot of people around me that were more frustrated than I was. And I think that came to a boiling point in one of my interviews where I kind of snapped and I lost and I wasn't the regular real me. You know, I let the emotions of my family, you know, they were disrespected. They felt hurt. They felt this and that. But when I really sat down and I really evaluated, you know, everything that's going on in my life, you know, the partnership I have with Real American Freestyle, the partnership I have for Real American Beer and carrying on the legacy of my hero, Hulk Hogan, I realized I have nothing but to be thankful for. Why should I complain? Why should I, you know, be sad and down? I should be thankful. I should be grateful for, you know, the vision of Chad Bronstein. So, you know, it just took a little time to pass to cool down and realize, you know, my perspective on life and my career. And, you know, I'm cool. You know, I'm very thankful for everything I've accomplished in the UFC, but now I want to accomplish even greater things in Real American Freestyle.
You mentioned the package, the video package, the final send-off that we've seen some fighters get. Why do you not want that? Why is that not of interest to you?
Just because I don't have an ego and they don't need to appease my ego. So, you know, a lot of these fighters, they want to feel important. They want to feel special. Like, oh, you care about me, this and that. I know I'm loved. I know I'm cared for by the UFC. They made me, you know, from, you know, a kid from a small town in Oregon who had absolutely nothing. My family had nothing, a blue collar family, to a self-made millionaire now. You know, I'm very grateful. I don't need some crazy package to feel appreciated. I know I'm appreciated. And, you know, it's all love and respect to the UFC. Very thankful for what they did for me. But, yeah, I don't need the send-off package, you know, because I'm not really sending off. I'm not retiring, man. The Colby Covington, people ask me every day, Colby, when are you going to compete again? When are you going to compete again? Hey, well, guess what? In Real American Freestyle, Colby's going to be traveling like a rock star. I'm wrestling in Dallas this weekend. I'm going to go Milwaukee next month. We're going to go St. Louis. We're going to go Vegas. It's going to be a rock show. You know, we're going on tour. So if you want to see Colby Covington compete, come to a Real American Freestyle. We're just getting started.
And that's this weekend, you versus Chris Weidman. Obviously, there's a lot of matchups that people want to see you in. There's the Hamza, you know, rivalry, if you will, the Bo Nickel rivalry, the Usman rivalry, as you mentioned, the Arman rivalry. How does Chris Weidman fit into all of this? How did this come about?
Yeah, Chris Weidman came about because, you know, he's a legend of the game, you know, first ballot Hall of Famer, UFC champion, two-time Division I All-American. That, you know, I only want the biggest and hardest challenges. And when I went to Chad Bronstein, I said, Chad, I don't want easy matches like Armin's looking for. I'm not looking to go against guys that are 30 pounds lighter than me. I want the biggest and best matchups. And, you know, Chris Weidman is that. You know, he's an All-American for a reason. You know, his pedigree is unmatched to a lot of the fighters and wrestlers of today. So it's a great challenge for me. And he's a bigger guy. It's a David and Goliath type match. You know, he's going to have significant weight on me. So I'm excited to get out there and compete, you know, against the hardest challenges that I can get in Real American Freestyle.
And what is the weight class for this one?
So the weight class for this one is 200 pounds. And
Whoa.
I've never weighed above 200 in my life. So we're giving him a significant advantage in the weight department, but, you know, the heart department and the skill department, it can't be matched with me.
Wow. So how much do you expect to weigh?
You know, it's been tough. I've been on the Michael Phelps diet. You know, I've been eating as much as I can, eating carbs at like midnight before I go to bed just to keep a little extra weight on. And I'll probably weigh like, you know, the most I've ever weighed, like 95 is what I'm guessing I'll come in at, maybe 92.
Wow.
92 to 95, somewhere in there.
When you would fight, you know, your peak, like a title fight at 170, what are you usually walking into the cage at?
Usually about 182, 183.
Okay, so this is bigger. This is more than you've ever really competed at the highest level.
Yeah, this will be the most I've ever competed at the highest level. So I'm excited for the challenge. You know, they say it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. So you're going to see that Saturday night only on Fox Nation.
And just curious, because you mentioned, I believe June is St. Louis, and then there's Milwaukee, and there's a whole bunch of other events coming up, and some that I know they haven't announced just yet. We don't know those opponents. Do you know those opponents? Do you already have your summer lined up?
Only Chad Bronstein knows those opponents. You know, he's the matchmaker of the year, man. at the MMA awards this year, I better expect to see Chad Bronstein on the ballot because he's the greatest visionary and the greatest matchmaker combat sports has ever seen. So he's going to put together the biggest and best matchups that fans want to see. And there's nothing holding us back anymore. There's no this, that, retired, not retired. We're going to go after everybody. We're going to look for the tough matchups. And whatever Chad has in store, I'll be ready for. I'm training the hardest I've ever trained. I'm in my peak shape. And I just can't wait to get on that Real American Freestyle mat.
One thing we had heard in the past is that the UFC wasn't too keen on two active UFC fighters competing against each other, but now it seems like that's out the window. So you versus Arman, even though you're not in the same weight class, or you versus Khamzat, all those matches can be made. Is that accurate?
Yep, that's accurate. Nothing's holding us back anymore. I'm not an active UFC fighter anymore. So yeah, we're gonna look for all those matchups. You know, Arman's talked a lot of smack about me, but you know, he hasn't showed up and signed no papers to see me on a mat. So, you know, he's looking for the easy way out. So I just want to get Arman before he gets exposed against Ilya.
Okay, and so could I ask, like, could you rank those for me? I guess, like, Khamzat, you've got some big-time feuds there. Khamzat, you've got Arman, you've got Bo, you've got Kamaru. Maybe I'm missing one. You tell me, like, which one do you want the most, with one being the one that you want the most in that order?
So number one is a countryman of your country, you know, Georgia St. Pierre.
Oh, yes, I forgot about him.
You know, nothing's ever going to substitute him. He's the GOAT of the UFC, the GOAT of the welterweight division. So, of course, I want Georgia St. Pierre. I want to see him back on that mat. I know the fans want to see him. We love him. You know, I love him. You know, everybody respects him. So, would love to see GSP number one. Number two, probably Arman. He's talked a lot of smack and ran his mouth and said this and that. So, love to see Arman. Khamzat, number three. Actually, you know what? Number three would be Usman. You know, this trilogy needs to happen. You know, we have unfinished business from, you know, our UFC days. And, you know, I know I'm a better athlete than him. So I want to prove it. You know, I want to prove the test of time that I'm a better athlete and a better winner. So Usman, number three, Khamzat, number four. And then number five, maybe that cross-eyed dildo. What's his name? That Palestinian fuck. I can't remember his name. Bilal Muhammad.
Okay. Could I ask, are you surprised that Khamzat and Dylan are going up against each other? I think a lot of people were surprised by that matchup. And who do you think wins?
I'm not surprised. You know, Dylan's a great competitor. You know, he's a world champion. You know, he coached Conor McGregor. So, you know, he's competed at the highest level. He's a great competitor. He's a big guy, too. He's strong. So it'll be a great match. I'm excited to see it. I'm not surprised, though. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Khamzat can do on the freestyle wrestling mat. Everybody talks about his wrestling, how good it is, but every time I see him wrestling, he's gassing out. You know, he gassed out against Usman. I thought he lost that fight. You know, he gassed out in the last fight with Strickland. He gassed out against Burns. So let's see if he gasses out in 6 minutes on a Real American Freestyle mat.
Speaking of Khamzat, you were never afraid to rile people up, the trash talk, the build-up and whatnot. What did you make of the build-up to that fight with Strickland, and then how the fight played out in the aftermath? What did you think of that whole thing?
I thought it was all fake from the start, and they revealed their true colors. It was embarrassing that they were like hugging and kissing. They were best friends after all the animosity and all the tension that they had leading up into it. And then, you know, the fight and afterwards they're acting like best buddies. You know, it was just, I hated it. I thought it looked just so fake, and, you know, they don't know how to work. So it was embarrassing. You know, it truly was embarrassing. You know, you got the fans, you sold them on this and that, this rivalry, this drama, this real beef. And then you guys are going out there and you're hugging and kissing afterwards and complimenting each other after all the family remarks and religious remarks and this and that. It was disgusting. I didn't like it.
Have you ever been in a feud, so to speak, where you said stuff about someone, you didn't like them very clearly leading up to the fight, and then you fought them and felt dramatically different about them in the immediate aftermath?
Not really. Not on a personal level. Maybe on like a competitive level, you know, where I'm like, okay, you know, we just spent 25 minutes in a cage trying to kill each other. So it's a little different. But, you know, all the things, you know, that have happened in my career and all the things said, you know, we're all truthful facts and a lot of truth. So, you know, I never take anything back. You know, I have no regrets in life and no regrets about anything I've said. So, but when you step in a cage with someone, definitely it gives you a little bit more respect because, you know, you're taking their brain cells, you're taking their health, and, you're taking the ultimate risk with your life.
Around the time that the news of your departure from the UFC came out, people were saying, oh, maybe he's going to be on another MVP MMA card. Did you watch that card? And if so, what did you think of it? And would you be interested, or can that not even happen given the conversations that you've had with Hunter?
Yeah, I wasn't able to catch that card. I think it was streaming on Netflix or something. I canceled my Netflix subscription, like a year ago when I found out how woke they were, and they were like, showing like transgenderism to kids and like teaching kids about sex. Like, come on, let kids be kids, man. Let them play with toys and stuff. So I was disgusted by the whole Netflix stuff. So I canceled my subscriptions. I didn't catch the fights, but no, I could never go anywhere else, brother. I'm a UFC fighter for life. And, I'm thankful to be a UFC fighter. They made me, a very successful man, and a man that can make an impact and do good in the future.
And just curious, your last fight was in December of 2024. Why did it take so long, a year and a half later, for this decision to come about? Did you consider doing this earlier? I know RAF is a thing now, and it wasn't a thing in 24. It came to be in August of 25. But, why so long after the last fight?
That's a great question, honestly, Ariel. That's a very great question. To my recollection, Real American Freestyle, what they've done in less than a year, they've only been, in business for, I think, 7 or 8 months. So it's pretty incredible. Once I realized, 6 or 7, 8 months ago when Real American Freestyle started, I knew I was all in, and that's what I wanted to do. And there was nothing else. So, I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal to have to go to the UFC and be like, oh, I'm retired, this and that, because honestly, in my heart area, I don't feel like I'm retired. I know I still have a lot of fight left in me, and I'm going to be a fighter till I die. So I'm never going to retire from the sport. That's just not me. It was never my plan to ever retire from the sport. So, I think it was just, at this point, it was just, to get through the red tape so I could get the active fighters. That's why we did it now. But why I didn't do it before is because, I didn't need the video package. I didn't need people to, give me encouragement like, oh, it's going to be okay, Colby. Oh, the next chapter, this and that. No, it's not a big deal. Like, life goes on. There's more important stuff to life, like good health and, your family that matters than, being selfish and getting a retirement package or going and retiring. So, I don't know. I just didn't feel like I needed it.
I remember when we found out about, the White House and whatnot, Kyle Dawkins insinuated that you might be with him in his corner, walk him out. And then he said it again not that long ago. This is coming up. It's in about 2.5 weeks. Are you going to be there with Kyle Dawkins as he fights Bo Nickel?
No, unfortunately, I won't be there, Ariel. We have more important business for Real American Freestyle. On June 13th, we have Real American Freestyle St. Louis. It's going to be an incredible show. So, I just couldn't leave Real American Freestyle. Now that I'm an investor in the company, my full focus and energy is on Real American Freestyle, being there for the company, being there for the wrestlers, and helping those guys build themselves up. So I just didn't have the time. I do have to go to DC on the 11th, do a speaking engagement for Weaponization Watch, and then I'll fly right out to St. Louis the next day, the 12th. We have Real American Freestyle 13th, and then I'll go with my good buddy and an investor in Real American Beer, Noah Schwartz. We'll go to Las Vegas and play some WSOP poker tournaments.
Okay. Yes, I know you're big into that, right? Is that the big one? I'm not a huge poker guy. Is that like the main one every year? You're a part of that?
The big one will be the first weekend in July.
Okay.
But this is like all the preliminary events leading up to it. So there's a bunch of good tournaments. Like there's a tournament we like to play. It's PLO, and it's like a $25,000 buy-in. So we'll go play that, and we'll play some other cash games. And it's just nothing like the competition of poker. And that's the mecca, that's the one month of the year that everybody comes from all around the world, and they gamble and they put in the action, and it's just a lot of fun and good adrenaline.
Since you are so connected to RAF, can I ask you about the thought process in terms of like the secret sauce? I'm not as in tune with the wrestling community. We've debated this on the show. Like I'm captivated when guys like you compete, Weidman compete, Bo Nickel. I know these guys from MMA. And then I know of like the Kyle Snyders and the Kyle Dakes, but I would be lying if I say I've followed their careers and I'm so in touch with the wrestling community. And so from your perspective, what's the secret sauce in terms of like, catering to those hardcore wrestling fans who want to see those guys, maybe even like the Jordan Burroughses of the world, do this and have something to do post-Olympics, post-college, and then also these sort of fantasy matchups, seeing the UFC stars, the MMA stars wrestle. Is it MMA versus MMA that they want? Do they want MMA versus hardcore collegiate or Olympic wrestler? What's the secret sauce to like making these cards and making this as successful as possible? Hopefully you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, definitely. I completely understand what you're saying. And I think the secret sauce is just these guys being able to develop a little bit of a persona, and just having a little swag and not being afraid to open their mouth and, use your mouth to, intrigue the fans, get people drawn in to want to watch Real American Freestyle on Fox Nation. A lot of wrestlers, they're very quiet, and we always know that in the UFC, closed mouths don't get fed. So if they want to get fed and become stars, then they're going to have to open up. They're going to have to show another side of them that they're not used to showing. So I think the biggest thing, Eric's always working. Bischoff, is always, trying to get in these guys' minds to let them know, like, you need to become larger than life. You need to, kind of open up. A lot of guys, they just want to wrestle and they're so humble and they're so shy, but that's not what's going to captivate and attract, the mainstream audience and the casual audience. So, just getting these guys to get outside their shells and be a little bit more vocal is going to go a long ways.
Are you actually working with them? Are you trying to, because I couldn't agree more. A lot of them are just sort of focused on the sporting aspect and not the showmanship and selling themselves. Are you actually trying to help these guys? Is that part of your role as well?
Yeah, that will be part of my role going forward. Right now, of course, I have to focus on Chris Weidman. He's, a great athlete, a Hall of Famer. So my full focus is on him. But at the shows, like when I go to St. Louis, I won't be competing there. So that will be about helping out the wrestlers, understanding the vision, showing them why Hulkamania became what it became, because he was a larger than life figure. So once they understand, the little things that they need to do to make themselves stars and separate themselves from the pack, then that's going to help out a lot. So I will get more involved on that side. But right now, that's more on Eric Bischoff and Izzy Martinez and Chad Bronstein. That's their company. I'm just the investor, but I will get more hands-on in the future.
Okay. And by the way, can I ask, when we did that breakdown, unless I missed it, Bo's name didn't come up there. Why is that?
Yeah, he's just a spoiled, entitled little brat. And he doesn't deserve anything. He pulled out of the last match that he had against the guy that, should be at the early bird special. A guy missed weight by a couple pounds and you don't want to wrestle him. The guy's 50 something years old. You don't want to wrestle that guy? What? Like, you just completely let down this company, Real American Freestyle. You're not a company man, Bo. You're an entitled little prick. So, he's not on my hit list. I could care less about him. He's a quitter anyways. The world saw he's a quitter. He's a coward. You'll never see Colby Covington quit in a match or a UFC fight or anything. I'm a real fighter. So he's just a competitor. He's not a fighter. He's not a wrestler. And, he's not on my hit list. So I could care less about him.
I do have to say, I'd really love to see that match. And I think the buildup would be tremendous.
He's not a star. He's irrelevant, Ariel. He's not even in the top 10. What does it do for me? He's got to win some fights and prove his worth in the company and become a star. I'm not going to help him up here. He's got to earn his way up here the hard way.
Do you want to be in the UFC Hall of Fame?
To be honest, Ariel, that's a great question, but doesn't make a difference to me. Like, if I'm in the Hall of Fame, Ariel, does that mean I get money, or do they? What is it entitled?
I guess no, I don't think you get money for it. I guess it's sort of recognition, legacy, being immortalized, if you will, like an honor. You're part of a select few. Is that something that means something to you?
Not really, to be honest. Like, I think the fans can speak for themselves, and the company knows my worth, and the pay-per-views I've sold went out to Madison Square Garden, one of the highest gates in the history of Madison Square Garden. Put on like iconic fights, one of two fighters to headline a pay-per-view without being a title fight, the other being Conor McGregor. So, I know the star that I bring to the company and what I've done in that company, the money I've made for the company. So honestly, it makes no difference if they put me in the Hall of Fame or not. I won't lose any sleep over it.
I feel like this will be a debate. In fact, I saw some people writing it to us now. Do you think you are a Hall of Famer? Do you think your resume is Hall of Fame worthy?
I mean, definitely, without a doubt. Only fighter to ever bring a world title to the White House to a sitting president. You know, the things I've done in this sport, you know, first fighter to bring the first family front row for a main event fight when I fought Robbie Lawler, another Hall of Famer. You know, I've beaten champion after champion, headline, you know, pay-per-view after pay-per-view for 6, 7, 8 years, in the top 10 of the UFC for almost a decade. So, you know, my numbers and resume speak for itself. You know, I have nothing to prove in the UFC anymore. All my proving is going to be in Real American Freestyle.
Okay, fair enough. I know there's some fighters who feel that way. Some fighters want the recognition. They want to be immortalized, all that stuff and more. I understand where you're coming from. Maybe you want to be in the RAF Hall of Fame one day. Maybe that would mean more to you because wrestling seems to mean more to you.
You're completely right. It means way more. You know, this is what my family started me in. My dad did it, and you know, it's my first true love and passion. You know, it's the only reason I was able to go to college because I was able to get a scholarship and go. So wrestling is my true love, my first passion, and I care more about wrestling than a lot of things in this world besides God and family and country.
Do you think you can actually convince George to do this?
George who?
St. Pierre.
Yeah. Why not? You know, he's a great wrestler. He used to wrestle with the Canadian national team. And,
no, I know.
You know, after I called him out, I saw, you see, he put a picture on Instagram. He was like with his wrestling coach, putting his wrestling shoes on. So I think he's intrigued. I think he would do it. What do you think, Ariel? Do you think he would actually do it?
Well, honestly, I feel like Chad has a really good, I'm not just glazing as they say, like he's made some matches. Like I didn't expect Khamzat versus Dylan to happen. I didn't expect them to even sign Khamzat, to be honest, a year ago when this all started. So I feel like George has kind of stayed away from competition. I don't think he's done a single thing, unless I'm mistaken, like not even a grappling match or anything like that since his last fight in the UFC against Michael Bisping. That was 2017. But I know he loves wrestling, and I know he's trained with the Canadian wrestling team and all that stuff. And so I was at least wondering if Chad has made the call. Has he at least tried?
Yeah, Chad has made the call. He's actually had a few calls with, you know, GSP and their management. So, you know, I know the competitive fire still runs deep in GSP. You see the way, you know, the guy trains. You see what his physique is. He's still in incredible shape. So, you know, the fans love him too. He's one of the most beloved fighters, if not the most beloved fighter of all time. You know, a guy that was just completely humble, respectful, but a just stone cold killer. So, you know, I want to see him. Real American Freestyle wants to see him. Chad's made the calls. The ball's in his court. If he ever wants to come and compete, we'd love to, you know, incentivize him to come out here and put on a good show for the fans. You know, people want to see him, and we miss George St. Pierre.
Okay, two more quick ones for you. Gable Steveson making his RAF debut this Saturday, which is very exciting. Obviously, Olympic gold medalist, superstar at the University of Minnesota. How do you think he'll do in RAF? And also, how do you think he's going to do in the UFC? What do you think his ceiling is?
Man, his ceiling is unlimited potential. Gable Steveson, Olympic wrestling champion, you know, NCAA champion. I mean, he's achieved everything in the wrestling world. So I expect him to, you know, just have the craziest career on Real American Freestyle. He's going to have some great matchups. You know, we want to get that rematch from the NCAAs. I know he wants to get that one back with Wyatt Hendrickson, you know, who's got the current heavyweight belt in Real American Freestyle. So that's going to be a great fun match. He's got a great competitor this weekend, you know, Romanov. I think he wrestled for the Olympic team or was competing for his team over in his country. So that's going to be a great matchup. You know, I think his potential in the UFC is unlimited too. You know, he's a fast twitch type athlete. He's explosive. You know, he could take you down at will whenever he wants to. So, you know, I think he can run up through the ranks and be UFC champion within a year or two.
Okay. And for you, Colby, you know, if there's a newer fan out there who's maybe like a post-pandemic fan, there's all kinds of new fans watching the sport now. If they were to ask you, if I were to ask you, like, what was peak Colby Covington? What's the fight? What's the performance that you are most proud of, that you would want someone to go back and be like, this was when I was at my best. This is the night that I felt on top of the world. What's the night that comes to mind?
Yeah, so I think it would be probably two matches, and that would be the one with Rafael dos Anjos when I won the interim world championship. That was the guy that came in the hungriest he came in his career. He was already a UFC champion. He wanted to end me for his country of Brazil, after all the things I said, that were true, by the way. But he came in hungry. He came in motivated. He wanted to take me down. And, I put on a pace that he couldn't match. And then my most favorite proud moment, in my career is against Robbie Lawler, someone who was the boogeyman of the welterweight division. He was knocking guys out. What he did to Rory McDonald was life-changing, the damage he did to him. So, that was a guy I respected, but also was one of the biggest killers we've ever seen in the UFC. So I think that was probably my most proud and best, fight I ever put together. The pace I put on him, I landed the most amount of strikes, I think, in welterweight division history at the time. On his face, it was like, I don't know, like 400 or 500 significant strikes that I landed on him, something crazy. But so, yeah, I would say the Robbie Lawler fight. And I had the first family front row, which is even more incredible to have the Trumps in attendance. And, the call I got from President Trump afterwards was incredible. So I would say the Robbie Lawler fight and the Rafael dos Anjos fights.
I had a feeling you would say one of those two. I was wondering if one trumped the other, pardon the pun, but I remember being at the RDA one. To me, you at the post-fight press conference with the bottle, RDA tears, like that felt like, holy shit, this guy's on fire right now. It felt like it was all coming together for you. And then I remember the Robbie Lawler fight coming together, I think, in like a month or so, because that show I think was supposed to be in Russia, and then they moved it to New Jersey. It was an afternoon card in August. And then you got you got plucked into that one against Robbie, who was, still very much a killer at 170, and it was like you were a robot out there, like nothing was going to deter you. So it felt like those two performances was the apex, of course, the title fights and whatnot. And I know you felt some sort of way about the first one, the way in which it ended, but an amazing run that I think you should be proud of. I know. Obviously, you were a polarizing figure. Obviously, some people loved you, some people hated you, some people felt some kind of way about you. But as far as the action and the accomplishments in the cage, I think you're a really interesting debate as far as Hall of Fame is concerned, because I think there is a strong case to be made, especially considering some of the other names that have gotten in over the last few years.
I appreciate the kind words, man. One of the greatest MMA journalists and sideline reporters we've ever seen. So that means a lot, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Colby. I appreciate that. Good luck this weekend. You versus Chris Weidman. Love Chris. He's a Hall of Famer now as well. So maybe a little bit of motivation there. He's had a tremendous career in his own right. Love seeing him getting this opportunity with RAF. I know how much wrestling means to him, and love what they're doing as well. So I wish you all the best of luck. Good luck to you guys this weekend. We will be watching RAF 9 May 30th. Also, Merab Dvalishvili against Frankie Edgar. That's a fun little fantasy match right there. There it is, 8 p.m. Eastern, May 30th, this Saturday from the College Park Center in Dallas, Texas. Thanks for doing this, Colby. Really appreciate it, and good luck to you this Saturday.
Thanks for having me, Ariel. Always an honor. I'll see you at a Real American Freestyle in the future.
I look forward to that. There he is, Colby Covington, a.k.a. Chaos. We're buds. It's a beautiful thing. You see that? We come together, and it is quite the deep card. Gable Steveson versus Alexander Romanov, Colby Covington versus Chris Weidman, Kyle Snyder versus Givi Machiashvili, Merab Dvalishvili versus Frankie Edgar. Who else is on here? I'm pretty sure Armin's on here too. It's not on this particular bout sheet. Wait a second.
That's it.com.
Yeah. Gable, Colby, Kyle, Merab, Real, Jason, Parker,
James
Zane,
Tuhuna.
Bridge, Lucia, Armin Sarukian against Muggsy, guys. Armin Sarukian against Muggsy, the social media sensation. 1-0 is Muggsy. Actually, 1-0 and 2 losses, so I didn't keep reading there. I think he actually lost to Georgia Poulos, who Armin beat. But nevertheless, that is this Saturday, so one of the many events. And in a couple of moments, we will be joined by Holly Holm, who will be a part of that MVP card in El Paso, Texas. In fact, someone sent me a message, guys, regarding El Paso. Let me see. Is it here? No. EP. I think it's EPTX. No. Frankie, someone sent me a message.
What was the message?
The message was as follows. Wait for it. Hello, Ariel. I'm a big fan of your show and the BITB. I saw on your show that you'll be coming to EPTX. Did you know that was the abbreviation for it?
Yes.
And needed recommendations on where to go to eat. I recommend you go to L&J Cafe for some legit Tex-Mex food. Other place I recommend is Track 1, where they have some amazing wings in a train. Let me know if you need other recommendations. Peace and love, peace and love. So you eat wings while you're sitting in a train?
Yeah, kind of like that place in LA. It's the same idea. Train cart.
Not familiar. Have you been to either of those spots?
No. Again, I went a long time ago. However, that is where nachos were invented. It was right outside of El Paso.
Wow. L&J, 9,538 Google reviews. That might be the most Google reviews that I've ever seen. Best Mexican food I've ever had. Wow. This is going to be worth the trek on its own, right?
You did have a big pop for Tex-Mex in Dallas, so I think you're going to
love the Tex-Mex. In fact, it's one of the great meals that I've ever had. That particular one in Dallas. You know the one I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the one that you tried to get out of.
No, I don't think so. But
do we need to stay here?
Don't remember it being quite like that. Holly Holm, Stephanie Hahn, 2 for the WBA lightweight title. Amanda Serrano against Cheyenne Hansen for the WBO and WBA featherweight titles. There's actually 4 title fights on this card, believe it or not, and it's taking place at the El Paso County Coliseum. There she is. Also on May 30th. Dual screen night? Yeah, you know yourself. But I said this a couple of days ago. For Holly Holm, she's in a position in the year 2026, get by this fight, look good in this fight. I think she might be in line to fight Katie Taylor in her retirement fight. And maybe in line to fight Ronda, maybe? I don't know. I mean, she seems quite adamant that she's not going to fight again. But still, that would be the one. If there's one fight that I think that they can convince Ronda to take, it's that one. I don't think she takes the Cyborg fight, even though that's the one that, we've been talking about for so long. And so who would have thought she'd have these kinds of options after leaving the UFC, leaving MMA, and having this career resurgence in the world of boxing? And after that, we'll be joined by Adam Azim, who we've never had on the program before, but he's also going to be fighting on Saturday, May 30th. That fight taking place at the OVO Arena in London, right next door to Wembley Stadium. So stay tuned for that. And then we'll get to many, many more questions and comments and news and notes and all kinds of things that are going on. I did see this one quick. Do we have time for a quick quote thingy or no?
Let's do it.
I saw this from Dana White in Rolling Stone. What a question this is. The WNBA agreed to a new salary minimum of around $270,000 a year, which is reportedly more than a journeyman MMA fighter earns. Do you ever see a future where a UFC fighter can immediately make a living wage? Dana White answered, fighter pay has gone up every year, and it will continue to go up as long as we continue to be successful. But to compare it to the WNBA, that's ridiculous. First of all, if you come into the UFC, let's say you sign a 3-fight deal, you're going to find out if you belong in the UFC. I should pay you $370,000 to see if you belong in the UFC. Why do you say 370, not 270? Is he trying to say more? I don't know. I mean, yeah, the business models are completely different. I guess the question is, if you do fight those 3 fights in 1 year, would you make $270,000? Well, it depends on where you are in your career. Certainly someone who's coming over from another organization or who already is established. But let's say you're not. Let's say you're someone who's coming over from an LFA or a Cage Warriors or an Octagon. You're making 12 and 12 times 3. Let's say you're winning all 3 of those fights. That's 24 times 3, 48. What am I doing? 62? No, 72, right? Yes? Yes. 72. A nice little bonus here or there. Yeah, you're falling well short of the 270,000. And obviously there's training camps and all that other stuff involved. So Look, I don't know if the debate is about the specific number, but more so how they got to the number, coming together, collectively bargaining, and they all came together through a process to all agree, the Players Association and the organization, the league, that this is going to be the number. This is going to be how it breaks down. In the sport of MMA and specifically the UFC, there is no process like that. It's just like, hey, it's gone up. Hey, we'll let you know. Hey, this is going to be the way it's going to be, and you're just going to have to deal with it. And I think that's the bigger question. Will we ever get to a point where the fighters can collectively bargain how much they want to make, how much they should make, what the minimum will be, all that stuff and more? I don't see that coming anytime soon. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. All right, Holly Holm is in fact here, the preacher's daughter who returns this Saturday in El Paso, Texas, enemy territory, so to speak, against Stephanie Han, who is a very proud El Paso resident. In fact, works for the police force over there. Rematch of a fight that happened back in January. She's kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about it all. We say hello to Holly Holm once again. Hello, Holly. How are you?
Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Great to see you again. How is El Paso? I've never been there before.
That's good. I've been down here just for soccer tournaments growing up, things like that. I haven't been here, and I don't even know how long. It's only a 4-hour drive max, just under 4 hours. So I don't know. I don't know why it's been so long. So it's definitely changed from when I was here before, but it's nice. The weather's good. Everything's good.
I am curious because you have such a rabid fan base and a loyal fan base in Albuquerque. Given the proximity, I think everyone thinks that she's going to be like the A side, if you will, as far as who the fans are cheering for. And she is the champion. She is fighting at home. But do you expect to have a lot of your fans from Albuquerque come over to the fight on Saturday?
I do. I do have a good group of my friends coming, but I don't think it's going to be filling up as much with. It's not going to match the fans that she has here in her hometown. She's, like you said, she's a police officer here. This is her hometown, so I would expect a lot of cheering for her, and that's all right. I'm here to make a statement when that bell rings.
What is your relationship like with Stephanie?
Well, I all the respect. She's a kind person, a good person, a hardworking person, and all the respect is there. But I still want to win, and that's what I'm here for.
Because the fight in January ended, somewhat inconclusively, unceremoniously, did you know right away that they would run this back? Or was this something that you pushed for?
I definitely wanted it. I asked for it right away. I don't want to end on a note like that. And it was a little kind of, I definitely feel I should have been fighting better. That way when it goes to the scorecards, it's, you don't leave it up to too much. You have to be more dominant than I was, and I definitely should have been fighting better. I don't think the scoring they had was accurate, but I don't feel that I was in there, dominating this fight either. I always self-reflect and go back and do better and learn more. If I feel like you're not honest with yourself, you're not going to improve or be better. So I put in a lot of work. I've improved, and I'm thankful for the rematch, and I'm ready to put on a good show.
Put in a lot of work, I think, is an understatement. I saw a video of you doing like these what are those called? Leg raises? What is that? When you're hanging and this video right here.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What in the world, Holly? Have you ever been this ripped before? Like that is insane. What is that? An 8-pack you got going on there?
That's when you're getting close to cutting weight. You get lean, but I have been training hard. I feel in good shape. I feel conditioned and all that. It's also a lot of work that I've put in to the hours in the gym. I don't really put up a lot of my training photos or videos because I'm training, so I really don't have my phone out, and I don't really have a lot of. I could have people come in and help film and get more footage, which I'm sure later I'll regret not having as much. But sometimes certain fights, I just want to get in there and work in silence. And I share some stuff when I'm at the strength training gym or running, but for the most part, a lot of that is just through the whole training camp, a lot of work I've put in.
You did say something just before that kind of piqued my interest. you said, I don't want to end on that. And you said that, right? So was that, what do you mean by that? I've never heard you say the word end before. What does that mean?
Oh, like I didn't want the fight to end like that, I think is what I was meaning. But also I want to, I know that I'm not saying this is my last fight by any means.
Okay.
It's definitely closer. It is definitely closer. I definitely, I would say within, I don't know. It's hard to say because if I put any kind of thought of retirement in my head, then I'm not all in, I feel, and I just want to feel it. But I definitely know I'm not fighting a crazy amount longer.
Okay. Like, do you think it's like a year at this point?
Yeah, maybe.
Wow. This is the most that you've ever said regarding this topic, at least to me, at least what I've heard.
Yeah. And I think it's just not that I'm not capable. I really want to keep fighting. And I do want to get a couple more fights in. So we'll see what that means. We'll see how far that goes. I know I'm still healthy, capable. I know I can still beat the top girls. And so I want to keep fighting, but I know I'm not going to fight forever. So it's just sooner. It's getting closer than obviously it was 5 years ago.
Sure. I have a theory, and I mentioned this before you came on. In the year 2026, you hold in the palm of your hand 2 mega fights, 2 absolute mega fights. And I'm curious to get your take on it. And I'm not trying to look past Stephanie Han. I think they sort of hinge on how you look on Saturday. And of course, a victory would help. But the first one would be, if in fact you do win on Saturday, I feel like you're the prime opponent for that Katie Taylor retirement fight in Ireland. Are you thinking the same?
Yeah. I think that's very fair to say. And I know that's only if I do well. That's why I treat this fight as my only promise fight, because with whatever happens Saturday is what doors open, what's promised going forward, what things I can work for going forward. And that's why I want to make a statement this Saturday, because a fight like that would be amazing. I've got Irish heritage. I know her and I there was like talk even before I went to MMA. Like, I wonder if I'll ever actually fight her, and might be a full circle thing. Maybe that comes to fruition. We'll see.
Oh my gosh, what a scene that would be, especially if it's at Croke Park over there in Ireland. Has this been at least brought to your attention? Have there been any sort of preliminary talks?
I mean,
if all goes well.
I'm not. There's no any negotiation type.
No, I know.
But we definitely talk between my team, and it's. I mean, I think everybody can see that being an amazing fight. So it's not anything we're overlooking. It's something that we see as a possibility. But that's really as far as I've thought about it.
Okay.
Because I got Stephanie Saturday.
And I understand that and respect that. So forgive me for asking this second question.
No, it's fine. I like to talk. I have goals and dreams.
Okay. Would that be the top one?
Saturday. Dreams are big fight. Yeah.
That would be the top one. Okay. Did you happen to watch Netflix 2 Saturdays ago, Saturday night?
Yes. Absolutely. I tuned in.
Okay. First of all, because it's been a minute since we spoke to you, were you surprised to see Ronda even come back after all these years?
I wasn't sure if she did, but I wasn't shocked when she came back with this fight. I think maybe deep down, there's just always this hunger that she had to want to get back in there and get a win. And didn't surprise me that she wanted to. She's been active, still doing, physical things. She's still been performing. She's still been doing her thing, living her life. So it didn't shock me that she came back. I didn't think she would. If you said, "Oh, you think Ronda will fight again?" I'm not really sure if she would. But when she said, "Yes, I'm fighting, and this is the fight we're gonna do," I was like, "Oh, okay." I wasn't shocked.
Okay.
I guess I wouldn't have guessed it. But I feel like let's just say this. any fighter has it in them, especially if they've been a champion, especially if they, and with her, she's been an Olympian, she's been a champion. And if you have that in you, any fighter that says they're ever retired or done, I don't ever really believe them because they have that in them. And so for her to come back, she just felt she wanted to do something competitive like that again and push herself.
Were you surprised that the fight ended so quickly?
I'm not surprised. I think a lot of people, because of how her last two fights ended in knockouts, it's so easy for people to forget everything before. The reason why she was so dominant with what she did is because she was good at it. You know, she's very good with her judo, and she's very obviously a master with the armbar. So I wasn't shocked that she came in and was able to win like that. She's a threat for anybody with that armbar you see right there. She's a threat with anybody. She's very good at it. So more punches thrown, not letting her get into that close range and all of that could have been different, you know, but she went in there and she did her thing.
And so I was surprised that she came back because of the way she felt about MMA at the end, the things that she said. I was very surprised. I was surprised by how she looked. I was surprised by her love of MMA, the way she embraced the sport again. It was a completely different person that left after the Amanda Nunes fight in 2016. And as I said, I felt unfulfilled. I wanted to see more of that Ronda that we saw 2 weekends ago. And I feel like you versus Ronda is a massive, massive fight. Like that is the completion of her story and perhaps maybe yours in MMA as well. Do you have interest in pursuing that?
I've always been open to a rematch with her since the day the fight was over. Said if she wants a rematch, I'm game anytime. I've always said I'm good with a rematch. You know, right after the fight, it was, hey, do you want to wait for the fight with Ronda? I said, well, sure. How long are we going to wait? And there was no answer because we had no answer from her. She didn't say yes. She just, you know, nothing. And I was like, well, I don't want to just sit and wait because I don't know if she'll ever want to fight or ever want a rematch, or if she does come back, will it be with me? So I don't know. There was no answer. So I chose to keep fighting. And then I think it was over a year after we fought, and she fought Nunez and was done. But I've always said I would rematch her, and I still would to this day. I just think that she wanted to come back, have a fight, and be done, and no hate on her for that.
So based on what you're hearing from her and feeling, do you think she's open to it? Do you think there's a chance? I know I asked her a million times and she said she wants to have babies.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't feel that?
I think she just wanted the fight that she had, and that's it. Maybe it kind of gave her some kind of a better finish for her career. Maybe she'll love the way that win felt and come back and still want to fight again. But I believe her when she says she's done.
If both are possibilities, which one do you like more, the Katie Taylor fight or the Ronda fight?
I mean, that would just be a coin toss, I guess, because I love them both.
Okay.
I love both of those fights, you know. I would love the rematch, and I would also love to be able to share the ring with Katie Taylor. So I wouldn't be able to put one above the other. They both would be massive fights, and I'm just blessed and humbled to even be talked of in such big epic fights, you know.
Sure.
I would take either one of them.
I'm curious, if you saw Ronda walking down the street there today, what do you think would happen? What do you think the interaction would be?
I don't know. I don't think that she held herself real well after her losses, but it's hard to tell people how you're supposed to feel. Those are raw emotions. I've never been one to sit here and, you know, talk shit on her, gloat, nothing like that. You know, because like you said, a lot of how she was angry about the MMA world and all of that. I feel like she said, you know, the MMA fans, they'll turn on you, and I honestly feel she took herself out of it. They didn't turn on her. She just kind of got angry and disappeared for a while. And I think, I think she would have been real surprised if, even after those 2 losses, if she would have showed up to a UFC event, when she walked in or they show her on the Jumbotron, the people would cheer.
I agree.
So I don't think that she really perceived the right emotion. Like, I don't think she perceived how it really was. Talking so much crap about the MMA world. She would have just showed up and showed face. They would have cheered for her. They would have, she's got a lot of fans, and I think she kind of like just was, which any fighter that's really passionate about winning, they get frustrated when they lose. But I think she just took everything too personal and separated herself from the MMA world rather than just face it, which is hard to do. But I think they would have cheered. And you see her coming back. She had a lot of people wanting her to do well and being positive. So, and maybe that was better for her to feel something positive from the MMA world again and realize that, they are supportive, and people are kind of cutthroat always. You're in the public eye. It's a sport. People are going to talk how they're going to talk, but that doesn't mean that they, all these people just abandon you after being such a dominant champion.
Easy for me to say, but I do feel like sometimes the MMA fans, when someone is sort of like kicked off their throne, if you kind of just show up and take it on the chin, they actually support you more. Like, they want to see the comeback. I know they like to build you up, and I know they like to sort of, watch you slip, but then they also want to like help rebuild you in a way.
Yeah. If you look at, there's been a lot of champions that have had knockouts and come back. You just look at, I don't even know why this is the example that's coming into my head, but look at something like Adesanya and Pereira. It's like they both had knockouts, and then they like come back, and it's you have these people that they just support on both sides. They want to see an amazing fight, and they're just, I think people, they know what risk it is when you get in there. And yes, there's always going to be haters no matter what, but the level of haters are not near what it is if you just show, people on keyboards, whatever, they're in there. You show up at an actual event, a martial arts event especially, or boxing event, they're fans, and they're there for a reason. They love the sport, and they're a fan of the sport. They will embrace you.
I know you have the history with her, but it never seemed like you had animosity towards her. And so were you happy to see her potentially leave on this high note, leave with a smile and not with this hatred?
Well, I also have a lot of love for Gina Carano. And I know with, I wanted to be able to see her get out there and do more, because I know all the hours that go into training, and when you can't really put everything into practice and actually let it go in a fight. So I definitely wanted to see more, and I wanted that also for Gina. I think Gina is she's just a good person, and I wanted more for her as well. So it's just, I watched the fight to watch it. I wasn't really, I just watched it.
Is that potentially
out of respect for both of them?
You've just illuminated something in my brain. Yeah. Okay. Is that something you're interested in?
Maybe, and same thing with her. I'd be, out of all respect, I really do have a lot of respect for Gina. Not that her and I have been, sit down and have coffee, but we've been friendly over the years. We did train for a little bit in Albuquerque together when she came down, and she was great. And just here and there, just through even just messaging or social media, just positive, things for her life. I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, go get it, and same thing from her side. We have a lot of mutual respect between each other, and I do consider her a friend.
Okay.
But also would love to share a cage with her. It would be an honor.
Okay, so we can add that one to the list too. A lot of options for you.
We can add that one.
And we're not trying to look past, obviously, the big test this weekend. I was curious to ask you, though, you do have a background in crossing over and kickboxing as well. Did you see Rico Verhoeven against Alexander Usyk this weekend?
I didn't. I just saw some of the highlights, but I didn't actually watch the fight. I do want to go back and watch it, but I didn't get to see it.
Okay,
Not
so
yet.
you don't have a take on. I thought it was very controversial, the stoppage, the scorecards, all
Yeah,
that
I
stuff.
saw the stoppage, and that's the kind of stuff I saw just, social media.
Sure.
But I didn't really get to go back and watch the whole fight. So
Okay. So perhaps after this. Also, by the way, speaking of your training, what's this planking thing that I saw you doing? I've never quite seen this before. Do you know what I'm talking about? This maneuver right here. What is going on?
oh
over here?
yeah. I don't know. I just saw it and I was like, hey, we should try this. That's Jake Woodley, by the way. Keep your eye out for him. He's fights with the LFA right now, but he's very strong, very skilled. He wrestled in college. He's an All-American wrestler and has been putting a lot of time into his full martial arts career. So I know he was strong enough. So I was like, hey, let's try this. But also, it's actually harder than you think for the person on top too, to be able to do that. But
it looks
it took us
insane.
like 3 or 4 tries.
What do you mean harder than I think? It looks like the hardest thing in the world for both of you.
No, it was hard, but we were able to do it.
For how long?
He obviously had to do more than I did, but it is hard on top because if you're not hanging off far enough, then there's not enough weight to balance it out. So when your whole body is hanging off like that.
How long can you guys go for?
I don't know. I should probably time it next time.
Yes.
We didn't stay too long, but
If you could do 60 seconds, that is nuts.
that would be nuts.
Yes. I did see you post a tribute to the late Chuck Norris. Why did he mean so much to you?
I feel like he's one of those people that he came into, he's obviously in the martial arts world, and there's a lot of respect, I think. Through martial arts, it is a lot about respect. And he always carried himself well, and he always, there's all the memes, like the fun memes and the funny memes, and there's all that. But I just feel he was one of those people that he put time into helping youth and in helping them kind of change their life. And all the way, till his last days, he was always trying to use his position and his spotlight to help motivate and improve, even just maybe be socially, physically, emotionally, through martial arts, to help improve lives for people around him and children and just in the youth. And not a lot of people do that. They get real in their life. They just enjoy their life, but he always kept wanting to be a good, positive influence on new generations. So I have a lot of respect for that.
I love that. Last thing. So you said that you made some mistakes. You didn't like the way in which you fought. What do you have to do differently, especially early on in this fight, to dictate the pace and not get behind in the scorecards?
I just need to show up from bell one and be sharp, focused, and skilled and clean. I'm going to make it look clean.
I'm not sure if this is 100% accurate, but we did do some digging. And based on our research, I think if you win this fight, you would be the second oldest woman to win a major boxing title. I don't know if you know this for sure.
I don't know it for sure, but I'll take it.
Alicia Ashley at 48 won a belt. You're years away from that, so you don't have to worry about that. Right. But I do think that's significant and is a testament to your longevity and everything that you've done. Final one to you. I'm just curious. I was asking Colby Covington about this. You're already in the Boxing Hall of Fame. Does being in the UFC Hall of Fame mean anything to you? Would you like to be in there as well? I think you deserve to be in there.
I would like to be in the UFC Hall of Fame. I mean, who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? So it's not going to be anything that defines me or, if it doesn't happen, what I feel that I'm cut short. It's nothing like that. But yeah, it would be a huge honor to be in the UFC Hall of Fame.
Okay. Well, I think you deserve that. I hope that happens in the future. Looking forward to seeing you out there this weekend. Good luck in these last few days. And please say hello to my good friend Lenny back there. I saw him making a cameo or two.
He's here.
I know he likes the camera time over there. He's sneaking in a shot.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate it very much. Thanks. And good luck. There she is, the preacher's daughter, Holly Holm, joining us. Big fight for her this Saturday, May 30th. That's in El Paso, Texas, the home of Tex-Mex. Is that what Frank said? Is that where Tex-Mex was born, in El Paso? Is that true?
Damn straight.
Like, it's literally where it was invented.
Yes.
I find that hard to believe.
The nachos, I know for sure. The whole cuisine, I mean, it's a regional thing, but
Sure.
I would imagine that it got popularized in that area, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's happening on Saturday, May 30th. Our next and final guest, and like I said, more questions and news and notes to come, is also fighting on Saturday, May 30th. This fight happening at the OVO Wembley Arena. It is against Steve Claggett of Canada. It's the headliner for the boxer event on BBC Two, and it's a big weekend, of course. You've got Champions League final, and it all kind of rolls into that. So this is a big spot for young Adam Azim. 14-0, 11 knockouts from just west of London. I believe it's Slough, but I'm probably butchering that. Maybe Slough? I don't know. We're going to find out. 23 years young, back in 2024, was named British Boxing Writer Young Fighter of the Year. Currently ranked number 9 by The Ring, number 7 by IBF, number 9 by WBC, number 7 by the WBO, and he's got a big opportunity against a veteran of the game. This is just his 15th professional fight, Claggett's 51st, and he's been in there with the likes of Teofimo Lopez. So a big spot for the young man they call the Assassin, and he is kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about that big opportunity. There he is. Hello, Adam. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, how you doing? I hope you're well.
I am well. It's great to have you on the show. A great young fighter, a rising star in the sport. This is a big spot, big spotlight on you. Do you feel like this is, at least for now, the biggest moment of your career on Saturday?
Well, it's a big, massive occasion, especially straight after the Champions League. Then you got the rugby as well. So a lot of people will be tuning into my fight. Especially like me fighting Steve Claggett. I really want to do a really good statement. So better than Teofimo, that's my plan.
Yes, and I know that that's a fight that you would like in the future as well, Teofimo. This man, Steve Claggett, when he made his debut, you were 6 years old. So he's put in the time, he's put in the work. You're relatively new to the pro ranks, so to speak. To fight someone who has that much more experience than you, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, do you know what? Most of my fighters that I've fought recently, like Sergio Lipnis, Sahara Davis, they're both, they're older than me. So obviously with Steve Claggett, when he turned professional, I was 6 years old. It shows how much experience that he has. But the experience does play a big part in the boxing game. But I know for sure that with my trainer and the ability I have, that I know I can do really well.
This fight, to the best of my knowledge, was announced in late April. And so it's been about a month or so, but it's not like it's been, and I know that there was some talk of you fighting Gustavo Lemos and other people, but why so late? And do you feel like you've had enough time to prepare for a fight of this stature?
Yeah, most definitely, because I think I had 11 or 12 week camp, and I've been training during Ramadan time. And unfortunately, I had an injury back in January, so I couldn't fight then. But with the Gustavo Lemos, it would have put me into position to fight Elgado next for the IBF world title if I won the fight against Lemos. But everything happens for a reason. So,
how difficult is it for you to train during Ramadan?
Yeah, it's very difficult. Especially no water, no food. I normally train like 3 hours just before the fast opens. So, but I love training during Ramadan. I think it's a really peaceful mindset where, you got the Islamic duties you have to do, and then you train as well.
But during some of those trainings, to not be able to rely on hydration and to be able to drink, obviously we've seen this on the highest of stages in football and basketball and whatnot. Do you feel like you've been able to conquer that? Do you feel like it's like a great exercise for your mind, for your discipline, to be able to do that?
Yeah, of course. Like especially when you're fasting and you can't eat the foods and the drinks. It's a great mindset to have, and especially when you get into like obviously cutting weight for the fights. Your mindset would be really good as well, because you're doing the Islamic duties. Then obviously you're cutting weight for the fight. So I'm fully prepared for any scenario like that.
And I do believe today is Eid, right? And so I should have said at the beginning of the conversation, Eid Mubarak to you and your family. And
thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't be celebrating Eid today, so because I'm stuck in the hotel today for the fight for Saturday. So, but hopefully, I can, spend some time with my family after the fight.
And there's a big feast associated with this, right? Like, what would you typically eat if I were at your home for one of these Eid feasts, if you will? What would you eat? What are you missing out on today?
We have a traditional thing called semia. It's kind of like a dessert thing in the morning, and then we'll give you like biryani, like butter chicken, naan, brode, roti, curries, chicken. Like it's a massive feast. But this is why, when you have a fight coming up, especially when you have Eid, like you can't really, put your weight that much. So obviously, this week is the weighing day, so I can't do it.
Of course, yes, and probably best to stay away from at least the family feasts, so you're not tempted. I know you're very proud of your Pakistani roots, and we had Hamza Shiraz on the show yesterday. He won the WBO title this weekend. To see, a guy who you've been friends with for a very long time, who shares a similar family history as yours, have that moment a week before your fight, did it give you extra motivation heading into Saturday?
Yeah, most definitely. Like, Hamza, congratulations to him for winning the world title as well. I think Amir Khan won the world title back in 2011, I think. And so that many years, I think Hamza became the second Pakistani world champion to become world champion. So, he's making, the British Pakistanis proud. And for me, especially like this fight coming up this week, it gave me more of a buzz as well. So, and I want to hopefully be the third Pakistani to become world champion.
You're 23, and I've seen you say in interviews that you would like to retire by 31. Please correct me if that's incorrect, but if that is correct, why 31 in particular, and why so young? You would still be very much in your prime when you're 31.
To be fair, like I would have that mindset where I actually wanted to retire at 31, but 31, 32. But if I'm still in great condition and still capable to do boxing, then I wouldn't mind staying until 33, 34. But like boxing, you rather obviously win your legacy, be financially stable, and then enjoy your life. But there's too many boxers out there stay too long in the boxing world, and don't get that time off.
Yes, I've heard from a lot of fighters who say, I want to retire by this age, that age, and then they blow right past that, typically when they're younger. And so let us see, you have no reason to be thinking about the end, especially so young in your career and so successful. I was wondering, how far away do you think you are from those title fights, from those opportunities to do what Hamza did?
Well, after this fight, I think Keyshawn is going up a weight. I think Tiafimo doesn't want to fight Elgato. Then I think Oscar Duarte is in the same gym as Duarte. So Delgado. So if I have the chance of this fight, hopefully, I'll become obviously victorious on Saturday. Then hopefully I can fight for IBF world title after this fight. So.
Okay, so knocking on the door. I saw a great video that the Boxer YouTube channel posted recently about your family, about your upbringing, and I believe you started training. Your dad kind of like, nudged you to train in the garage when you were like 5, 6 years old. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so my dad got me into boxing at 4 or 5 years old. I had ADHD since a young age, and I used that into boxing. So it's like a superpower, really. Like I can get up and literally do it, and go straight into any training because I got so much energy as well. So.
And so, was he a boxer as well?
My dad wasn't a boxer; he was actually a footballer. So I think my dad wanted me to get into football, but I think he saw the talent that I had and saw the potential I had at such a young age.
And when did you start to feel like you were mastering this to the point where it wasn't just a fun thing that you were doing, that you can actually become a pro boxer?
Well, I started kickboxing first. I think there's obviously you can't have a boxing fight till you're like 10 or 11 years old. So obviously I did kickboxing till 4 to 9, and then I never used to kick, by the way. I used to punch. So that's why I was obviously really good at boxing instead of kicking. But I think my dad knew that obviously with the ruling of the amateurs that you can't fight till you're 10 or 11.
So you would compete as a youngster in kickboxing matches, but never throw kicks?
Yeah, I think only one time I stopped someone with a kick, but I'd be knocking people out with punches. So yeah.
And even at that age, did you know that eventually you wanted to become a pro boxer?
Yeah, 100%. Like I had like such fast hands at a young age, and right now, like I think I'm probably the most fastest puncher, probably after Amir Khan and Ryan Garcia. I reckon so. So
That is amazing. By the way, speaking of kickboxing, did you watch the Rico Usyk fight this weekend?
yeah, I did. I did watch the fight. Usyk, I don't think he trained properly for that fight. I think he underestimated Rico. Obviously, I think the referee kind of stopped it really early. I don't think like that was very controversial. So, but like Usyk is like going into that fight and then fighting AJ and Dubois and Tyson Fury, looking really good. But against him, he didn't look the greatest. So.
Yeah, and the scorecards were a little wacky too, right?
Yeah, especially the scorecards. I think all the favor was to Usyk. So no matter how he boxed or what he did, I think he was going to win anyways because I think the favor was on his side.
Yeah. Perhaps an ugly side of the sport of boxing, but one that is sometimes inevitable. There was talk last fall about potentially you leaving Boxer and signing with another promotion. How close were you to doing that?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? You put me in a sticky situation, but me and Ben have a great relationship. So obviously Ben has always been good to me, and obviously with the platform that he has, BBC, it gets me into a good position. Obviously, I want to build myself into a household name. But I didn't look elsewhere as much, but Ben's always looked after me. So,
do you feel happy with the way things are going with Boxer since then?
Yeah, of course. Like after this fight, hopefully Ben can get me the fight with Elgato. That's the plan. So, but I'm not looking past Steve Claggett first, but hopefully I want to fight for World title this year.
And you had since signing, you did have the fight in November on the undercard of the Ben Eubank 2 card against Kurt Scooby, and so I would imagine that was the first fight since you signed. Could I ask how many fights did you sign for? And the reason I ask this is because I would imagine all the domestic British promoters, obviously we know the names, would be very interested in having you a part of their stable as well.
After that, I still got I got a 3-fight deal with Boxer.
Okay.
So, 3-fight deal with Boxer. So, there's other clauses and stuff like that, but obviously, I need to get past Steve Claggett first before looking past anything else.
For sure. I know a lot of them were interested in you. Speaking of that fight against Kurt back in November, there was a great scene afterwards of you guys, I believe, praying together in the changing room. Could you tell us how that came about? And is this something that you like to do with your opponents afterwards?
Yeah, of course. Before going into the ring, we go into war, and then especially afterwards, you have to go and show respect. And how we managed to do that, I think in the press conference, although Kurt Scooby was talking so much rubbish at me, I did say to him, afterwards, whoever wins, we get in the changing room and we pray, we make the world together. And then straight after, obviously, I beat him. I was actually going to go to his changing room first to actually make that dua, but he came to me, so that was really nice of him.
Okay, is this something that you try to do with all your opponents?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, it can be any religion, but when I go in, I might give them like a chocolate or a burger or something that we can share with, because at the end of the day, boxing is a tough sport, and it's all about the respect of the fight. And I love showing my respect to my opponents after the fight as well.
That is amazing. Respect you for that. I saw photos recently of you with the likes of Terence Crawford, Anthony Joshua, to be sort of contemporaries now with these legends, and I feel like more people are talking about you and recognizing you. How are you making sense of all of this to see sort of your dreams coming together here like this?
Oh, it was amazing. straight after the fight with Curtis Scooby, I saw Terence Crawford, and I was like starstruck because he's one of my favorite fighters. I watch him all the time, and I admire his work all the time. So, and Anthony Joshua, like, you know, he's such a great person. And I was on the phone to him on FaceTime the other day, and you know, he's such a lovely man, and especially what he's been through as well. You know, like it's been hard for him. So, but you know, he's such an incredible man.
Yeah, an absolute legend. Your brother Hassan is also an undefeated boxer. I believe he's 9-0. Could I ask who's better, you or him?
Yeah. Do you know what? We don't say who's better. Like we don't compare ourselves like who's the better brother. But I tell you what, he hits way harder than me. Like he hits like a horse.
Okay.
I think obviously I think I've sparred many people, but I've never been hit that hard by someone else in my life. My brother hits really hard. So.
What weight is he?
He's super welterweight.
Okay.
He's 9-0. Obviously he's been very inactive, but hopefully, you know, these couple of fights that are coming up, he'll be very active, and you know, he hits really hard. Like he hits like a horse, I must say.
And would it be fair to say that your family is a bit of a BBC family? Because correct me if I'm wrong, I think your wife is on a BBC show as well, right?
Yeah, my wife is an actress as well. She's on a series called Man Like Mobeen, which is a popular series in England. So yeah, she's an actress herself, and she's been on BBC before as well. Like she was a presenter on BBC before.
Amazing, incredible stuff. And how badly did I butcher where you're from? Is it Slough? What did I do?
Slough.
Slough.
I think you got it wrong, but it's fine.
No, I definitely got it wrong.
Yeah.
I know I got it wrong. Who do you support? Who's your football team?
Yeah. Liverpool. I'm a big supporter of Liverpool, but you know, this year wasn't our year, but it's fine. We've got many years to come. So
a London boy supporting Liverpool? Why is that?
I think it's my dad. Like my dad, he's been watching Liverpool since a young age, and you know, wherever my dad like supports, I support them as well. So Liverpool, like I met Kurt Jones, I met Simicast from Liverpool, who recently moved. I'm a big fan of Mo Salah as well. So,
are you a big football fan?
Yeah, I'm a big football fan. Like, obviously, I don't get time to watch it as much because I'm training, but I always keep up with the scores and everything and stuff like that.
I'm very upset at the England gaffer, Thomas Tuchel. I'm very upset about his decisions.
Yeah, of course.
He left my boy Morgan Gibbs-White off the squad. MGW, that guy deserved to be on there.
Yeah. He should be on there. Yeah, there's a few players that should have been on there, but I think there's some players that should not be on there either. So
yeah.
But you know, it's not very. Let's see what happens in the World Cup. So
yes. First things first. Massive night for you on Saturday. Good luck to you, Adam. Really appreciate it. Great to meet you. Big fight, big opportunity, big stage this Saturday on BBC Two. Obviously, everyone knows how to access that over in the UK. I wish you once again an Eid Mubarak. Salam alaikum. Good luck to you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you for having me on your show as well.
All the best. There he is, Adam Azim, someone who I think we'll be hearing about for quite some time. They call him the assassin, so very young, 23 years old, 14-0, 11 knockouts. Big opportunity for him on Saturday, one of many events going down this Saturday. Okay, some news and notes. What's this? Oh, geez. TMZ reporting Gervonta Davis is wanted for a probation violation. A warrant has been issued in Maryland. Oh, dear. Lots of problems there. Okay, back to the news. And that just was sent to me from Mr. New York Rick. Speaking of TMZ, I do think they posted Rick, is your boy Ray J okay? What's going on here? He's in the hospital? What's happened? Oh, he's not here.
Rick is not here.
Wait, how's he sending me links?
Magic.
Yeah.
He took a couple cards from
He's emotional over.
GC, is your boy Ray J okay? What's going on here?
I don't know. I just saw that he's in the hospital.
Golly.
Yeah, it's not good, man.
You don't play fighting, right?
I don't think he was doing too good going into the fight as is.
Yeah. There's a photo courtesy of TMZ. So that is That is not good. That is not good. I did see. I heard PT there.
Yeah, he's right here, man.
PT, are you familiar with the work of Michael Beasley? Former NBA player, New York Knicks, Laker, Heat. He was on the brand risk card this past weekend. He was learning how to apply a choke, a rear naked choke, on I think Jordan Levitt, right?
Hang on, like during the fight?
No. This is before the fight, but like a couple days before, they were teaching him how to do it. Here's Jordan.
Hang on, this guy is competing in MMA.
Yes.
And a couple of days before the fight, he's learning how to do a rear naked choke.
I believe so. Yes.
Interesting. Struggling, isn't he?
I mean, I think they're working through the kinks here.
It's a fair few kinks there.
Yeah, oh, wait, Jordan tapped. Whoa, he had an epiphany. Who won that match, by the way? Was it Beasley or Lance?
Lance.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Lance.
I figured PT knew. I did see a lot of people weighing in on our take on brand risk. I do want to say peace and love, peace and love. And I did say this, and actually I predicted this would happen, that everyone would miss the part where I said no issues whatsoever with Aiden, no issues with what he's doing, really. I'm fine with whatever you want to call that, circus fights, this, other. The fired upness came as a result of the comments regarding, the Netflix card set MMA back and this is authentic and that is nothing to do with, I get what this is. And I'm a fan of wacky stuff. I love circus fights. I love all that stuff. And I'm not trying to use that term to diminish or demean. I understand what's what, and, there's a place for everything. There's a market for everything. There's an audience for everything. So I knew that would happen. I did see, by the way, a clip of Aiden responding, and I woke up and I saw a tweet, fires back, response. It was like a very quick response, and it certainly didn't feel like he was firing back. But he did say, like, hey, and this is the way I took it, you're welcome to come. And you know what? I appreciated that. Not that I deserved that invitation, not that I was expecting that invitation, not that I was trying to get that, but I do think that there is something to be said for being critical of something and then actually going out there and seeing what it's all about. And again, my criticism had nothing to do with the actual product per se. It was about the hypocrisy of the people who were sort of endorsing it while crapping on other things. And so, yeah, I would like to go to one of those events and see what it's all about. I don't know when the next one is. And yes, people did surface up a clip of me saying when I met him last year, like, I want to check it out. That is the same sentiment. And that proves my point, that I'm not against it, that I'm not against the idea of these types of things happening. Obviously, you got to be safe. Obviously, you got to be smart. Obviously, the matchmaking has to be, fair and balanced and with safety in mind. But it was 100% about the I guess I'll use that word again, the hypocrisy of the comments from one week to the following week. And so I do accept the invitation. I do appreciate the invitation. And I'll say once again, in case this does get clipped off and sent around and everyone loses their shit, I have respect for people who build themselves up from nothing, who build empires, who become uber successful, who are expanding, all that stuff and more. There's no issues there. And I'll tell you what I wouldn't do. I wouldn't show up and then leave and say like, and I don't know, paid or not, that wouldn't happen with me. And then say, I felt dirty and that was the lowest of the low. I know exactly what it is going in and I'd like to experience that. And I think it's important. That's why we went to Fight Circus. That's why we went to BKFC. That was the genesis of Uncrowned Films, to be honest, is to go to these things that we don't usually go to and experience what it is. And so as far as MMA is concerned, there isn't a ton of influencer MMA, and I don't even know if they're going to stay in that world. I saw a comment where he said maybe he'll go back to boxing, but it doesn't really matter. MMA, boxing, no difference for us. So anyway, peace and love, peace and love. And I apologize if it was misconstrued to attack what he was doing. That wasn't really what I was trying to do. And I thought that was clear. It was more about what they were saying. And then I tried to even clarify later in the show because I could predict that it was going to happen that way. But in the end, it happened that exact way. What about Movsar Yevloev? Tweeting this, guys. Movsar Yevloev tweeting, "I am back end of the summer and new inshallah." So the summer typically ends, the typical end of summer, the precise end of summer I do believe is September 21st, not end of August. So I don't think it would be the Philly card, but maybe the September pay-per-view? Movsar versus Volk headlining Noche UFC. What do you guys think?
That'd be bizarre, but
oh, hey, welcome
sure.
back. I was just talking about you.
What'd you say?
Well, I was asking you about your boy Ray J, and then they said you weren't there.
He's my
What
boy?
is the emphasis on your boy?
Because I know you're a big fan.
Yeah.
What's the story with Ray J?
I'm a big
what has
fan of
happened?
his work. Great filmography.
Are you poking at him because you know he's a diehard Super Hot Fire fan?
Your boy is sort of like when PT talks to me about someone that I've never heard of before, and he goes, "Your man." Right? Do you not say
Man,
that?
you're trying to say, like, you know, your man, and Ariel's always like, "What do you mean, my man?" I'm like, "No, your man."
That's a
like
good
every
area.
time,
But
every time.
That can't apply in this case because you're specifically saying me and everybody else was here. So
Well, no, because then he moved on from you not being here, and he was just like, GC.
I
Your
wanted
boy
your
Ray
boy.
J's in the
Yeah.
hospital.
Well, here's the thing. You sent me a TMZ link.
Yeah.
I responded to the link being sent a minute later, and I'm like, "Rick, tell us more." And they said you weren't there. So I'm like, "Where are you sending this from?"
The bathroom.
Yeah, I was around. I was out and about.
I just wanted to know. I was like, it's literally a second later. Anyway, let's not
Is
get
he in hospital because of the fight?
Yes.
We can only suppose, right? Like we can only assume he is in bad shape after the fight. Not good.
My sources tell me, aka Andy, that Ray J was in bad shape before the fight. She was really worried
What does
about
that
his
mean?
health.
What is the bad shape? What was wrong with him?
He's been saying he's had heart issues for like however long. So I was even surprised that he was fighting because he's been, and I say claiming because, you know, who knows, but he was like passing out in concerts and saying his heart wasn't beating fast enough. I know too much about this. I'm going to stop speaking.
No,
Yeah,
no.
sounds like Ray J is Andy's
Sounds like
guy,
he shouldn't
not
be
my
fighting. Sounds like he shouldn't have.
Andy, what about your boy Ray J?
Hospital after the fight. During the build-up, someone asked him straight up at the press conference, and they were like, "Weren't you supposed to die?"
Oh, gee.
Oh no.
That is no good. Well, I hope not. That's actually scary. That's actually scary. I hope
And
not.
they had to Brand Risk had to release the statement on his post-fight speech.
Well, that was related to the fact that he
What was
said
his
there was
post-fight speech? What happened at this?
He looked at Aiden and was like, "What the hell, man? Like we took a loss tonight. What the hell? I thought we had a plan."
That, in fact, was not part of the plan.
And so this statement is saying that they're looking into it. I can't read
that they're investigating.
It says during Saturday night's main event, one of the fighters insinuated that there may have been a prearranged plan for his bout. Brand Risk has immediately launched an internal investigation led by our attorney, a former federal prosecutor, to determine whether any attempt was made to manipulate the outcome of the fight.
Jesus.
I think
both manipulating a fight or attempting to do so are serious violations that strike at the heart of the sport.
Aiden is smart to get ahead of this. Don't open the door. Like, you're already playing with, actors, characters, people who are, not necessarily associated with, being dedicated like combat sports athletes. Shut this down as fast as you can. So I think that's smart.
A new one of Ray J's boys has emerged, Josh Markowitz, chiming in, saying that Ray J was hospitalized earlier this year for heart issues and pneumonia.
Damn.
Oh.
Who knew Ray J had so many boys?
All right, well, we do wish him the best. Earlier, we were talking about Ilia Topuria's documentary series that's coming out on HBO Max next weekend. What about Ilya talking? Is he talking to my boy Vic Blends?
What do you know about Vic Blends?
I know everything. He's the famous haircutter guy, right? The barber.
I'm literally so removed from these conversations the last 5 minutes.
What? You don't know about Vic Blends?
You don't know Vic Blends? Come on, man. That's your man.
Vic Blends
That's your man.
Is
your boy.
Is a very, very popular barber who interviews people and cuts their hair at the same time. Like, he's done it to everyone, like Obama.
Remember a while ago, John was in a barber chair talking about.
I was about to go on, but he Obama, Frank's boy Jackson Dart.
Ray J?
Yes.
No, not Ray J.
Speed.
Tom
Brady.
Anyway, here's what he had to say about the Islam fight.
I see him on Twitter just a couple of days ago saying he's ready to fight
Oh, I do know
Ian
him.
Gary now.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, and he's talking about signing a contract there, and I'm just sitting here like, why? You know, I feel like we could have made this happen.
I don't think that it's because of him that the fight is not happening. I truly believe that is that the UFC doesn't want to make it happen.
Interesting. Do they not want to make it happen because they think he's going to win, because they don't want him to move up? Who knows? He did talk about Shakur Stevenson, and I think he said that he wanted to beat up Shakur Stevenson. What a fight that would be. And Shakur has since replied, I would beat the shit out of you. I got to say, I want to see Ilya in one of these fights. Am I crazy?
Yeah,
No.
I don't want to see. I want to fight MMA.
No. Not right now, but like in 2 years.
Yes, I want to see it.
Yeah, I'm down.
No? PT, you hate it. Why?
Long reign MMA. Keep him in MMA. As soon as you go to boxing, it's over.
A few years from now?
A few years from now, maybe
Still
he's
so
done
young.
everything he wants to do in MMA.
If he's done, if he's finished, he's been dethroned.
No, maybe he leaves on top. I'm out. Thanks for the cheese.
No, I don't want him to leave on top. He's still
What?
got a lot.
Well.
He's not fighting enough these days. Like, no. Meaning like saying I don't want him.
No, I get you.
I don't want him to like leave in 2 years on top. Like I want to see a lot of Ilya Topuria, but I feel like he could do well. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for saying this?
No, you're not crazy
We
at all.
just discussed at the beginning of the show how we have to stop discrediting.
It
people
will be a
coming
competitive
No,
fight.
I know.
That's all I'm ever
But I
gonna
bet
say
there's
now.
people out there like, are you kidding me? Now, is Shakur the one? I don't know. Him versus Ryan Garcia would be an insane build. I think him versus Shakur's hilarious. I think would be very fun as well.
I really like the Ryan Garcia one.
Yeah, that's the perfect
I
one.
like the Armin Sarukian fight. I love that one.
No, I'm with you there,
Well, of
Pete.
course.
I'm with you there.
Of
You know what I
course.
really like? I like the Justin Gaethje fight in a couple weeks.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Love that
I
one
don't.
too, GC.
That one's kind of
Hell yeah. What about your boy Saladin Parnas, PT? He
What
was
about
at the PFL event this past weekend, talking about his future, his options. Now, here's the thing, my friends. This clip is in French. There are French subtitles. If only we had someone who could understand French to actually tell you what was being said in this clip. Roll the tape, Andy. Okay. In a month, we're going to have the name of the organization. Right now, we have different options. We've got the PFL who invited us tonight. So let's see what's there. We've got the UFC. We're in discussion with them. And we've got MVP. That went very well. And they want us to return. So we're in the midst of a negotiation right now. We've got negotiations with the three biggest organizations. We're going to go back and talk with Saladin. And in a month, we're going to have the name of the organization. One more time. There's good things happening right now. He's got to get ready. But in a month, we're going to have the name. And in September, October, we're going to come back and he's going to fight. Now, that's his manager speaking, right, PT?
That's Stefan Ach, and he's a French MMA legend in his own right. One of the founding fathers, I think most people would agree that he is. But what's interesting to me about that is this is the second time in 2 years that he's been in this situation. Like, what an incredible business plan Stefan Ach and Parnas have put together, because it was March 2024 at that the Accor Arena in Paris where he showed up. It was Doumbé v. Baki, and that was the talk. Every single promotion was after him. And he went on to sign this KSW deal, which was rumored to be, towards the end of the deal, over €500,000 per fight he was getting there. That's why everyone was kind of laughing at this disclosed payment of 70 grand from MVP. Didn't seem quite the kind of air that Saladin Parnas had been breathing the past couple of years. But what a tremendous negotiation tactic that is. Goes in, is one of the big stories coming off that MVP card, was in a prominent place, had a massive win over Kenneth Cross, and suddenly they're all after him again. What an interesting time that is for Parnas, and I think we'd all be excited. I think I can speak for all of us to say, like, we'd be very excited to see him compete in any of these organizations. I think he's a massive addition wherever he goes.
What do you think happens?
I think he'll stay with. I think if MVP have another card, I think he'll fight there. And I think if If they don't, I think PFL will offer him more money than the UFC, and why shouldn't he go for more money at this stage?
Do you think there's any chance we never see him in the UFC? Because he's turned them down already. He's only getting bigger. Obviously, the price is going to go up. But do you think there's a chance does he strike you as one of those guys who doesn't need the UFC, who doesn't long for the UFC, is just a true prize fighter? And to be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, obviously. Do you think he may never fight inside the octagon?
I don't think if the UFC don't come correct, I don't think he'll sign. But I also think that's an incredibly intelligent thing to do, because as you and all of the lads and everyone that's involved in MMA will tell you, I have seen 95, probably more than that, 95% of fighters I've covered in nearly 16 years of covering this sport leave with absolutely nothing. It is a thankless sport at the end of the day. It will take everything from you, and you should make as much money as you possibly can while you are active and while you're at the top of his game. And that's exactly where he is right now.
He's one of the most intriguing free agents out there, I would say.
He's magic.
It is funny that there was so much focus on like the older fighters on that card, and defend it, don't defend it, like it, don't like it. I like when people, like yesterday, they're bringing up, oh, this card is better than that card. Brand risk. I didn't put on that card, right? I don't own MVP. I don't work for MVP. I didn't sign a single fighter. I didn't match. Like that. If that's your biggest retort to me, I don't care. I couldn't care less. Like it, don't like it. Again, everything I said about that card was about Netflix's involvement. Nevertheless, you had guys like Saladin Parnasse. You had guys like Robles. You had guys like Pumi. You had guys like Jake Babian on there against Nama Fazil. Like you had some people that I think, if you are MVP and you are trying to actually go for this, you have to sign a guy like that. There aren't too many Saladin Parnasses with his background and his popularity that are available right now. So he would be like, if they lose him to the PFL or the UFC, that would be a massive loss off the bat, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think I think when these things happen, these guys go to any other place other than the UFC. Fans are obviously upset because they're like, we want to see you fighting the best guys. I'm with you. I'd like to see that too. But these guys shouldn't be losing money for us to see that. The UFC should be coming correct, should have signed Dakota, should have signed Paul Hughes, should have signed Saladin. So I would like to see them doing that, and I would love to see that guy competing with those guys. But you can't expect them to drop hundreds of thousands. Like, I think the UFC offer at the time, Stefan Ach said 2 years ago that the offer that they went with was over 10 times what the UFC offered them. Like, but how can you expect a guy of his age to just drop that money when the window to earn in combat sports is just so narrow?
By the way, speaking of French, did you happen to see this video? No translation. It's so good. The delivery is so good that I think even if you don't speak French, you'll be able to understand. That's how crystal clear it is. Here's the video in case you missed it, PT.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Do you want to drink something together, maybe?
We're ready to order.
Okay.
Okay, je voudrais, s'il vous plaît, super la oignon Champs-Élysées. Les croque monsieur.
Croque monsieur.
Une, s'il vous plaît. Club sandwich au poulet. Oui. Les frites maison.
Frites. Et vous avez déjà frites avec les clubs.
C'est bon? Bon, c'est bon. J'avais joué une bière.
Oui, qu'est-ce que vous voulez? On a une Heineken, Greenbergen ou bête blanche?
Greenbergen.
Greenbergen.
Et une Sauvignon Blanc.
Sauvignon Blanc.
Et une limonade, s'il vous plaît.
Parfait.
Merci beaucoup.
Est-ce que vous voulez de l'eau avec ceci? Avec plaisir.
Merci.
You know that I saw that clip. It had like 10 million views on it.
Champs-Élysées, onion soup.
This dude is just out there ordering in French. That's pretty good French right there.
He was unbelievable.
For an Englishman? I was impressed. I don't know about you guys. You don't seem too impressed.
We all said it was very impressive.
I felt like you were dismissive of the
Oh, welcome, yes.
That's what it felt like. It felt like that type of sentiment, if I'm being honest. Okay, speaking of impressed, can we talk about AEW this weekend, gentlemen? I've been waiting to get your thoughts. Can we talk, Pete, the boys, no, relax. The boy, I can see Pete freaking out. The boy, you were out gallivanting in London. We don't need your takes on this, but the boys and another member of the team, camera guy Nick, went to Flushing Meadows, Louis Armstrong Stadium, AEW Double or Nothing. A lot of people, I listened. The first person I go to is the Solid Monster. That's my number one source when it comes to wrestling. Host of the great Uncrowned Wrestling Show. It's out right now. He gave it a rave review. He said it's the best pay-per-view of the year and one of the greatest in AEW history, which is high praise. We're midway through the year here. You boys were in attendance. I want to hear about it all because I watched 50% of it, not going to lie. And I saw the Will Ospreay match against Samoa Joe. I watched the main event. I watched Stadium Stampede. I might have watched one more. Oh, I saw Mick Foley coming out with Renee in the
saw a decent
pre-show
amount of this stuff.
Yeah. Okay, but I want to hear from you guys. Who wants to go first? I want the review.
My review is simple, and I said this on the day to GC. Live in arena pro wrestling is my favorite entertainment, like sporting event. Debating on whether you call it sports or not, but my favorite entertainment to go to. I'll take it over any other sport. It's just fantastic. It really is good, and AEW knocked it out of the park. I mean, the venue was perfect. It was packed to the gills. There were tons of rabid fans dying for this. The chants were, the noise in there was crazy. The matches all delivered. As somebody who's not keeping up, week to week, but only listens to the Uncrowned Wrestling Show to kind of get my news, it was unbelievable. Incredible night. AEW should be very proud of the show they put on, and I think the fans in there will all agree.
I mean, it started at 8:00 and we got in there at like 7:30. They were doing like a pre-show little thing.
Oh yeah, the buy-in.
Yeah, the buy-in. MJF was out there on the microphone with Mick Foley, as you mentioned, and like the crowd was going insane for that. Rick is not exaggerating. I don't think there was an empty seat in the entire arena, and this thing seats like 14,000. The crowd pops were absolutely insane. It got so loud. It hit like the volume that like when something crazy happens in a UFC event, 10, 12 times. Like the pops for everyone that came out, it really was rabid fans. I thought the matches were creative, starting with the I Quit match. I didn't realize what it was, but the ref kept coming up with the microphone. I was like, why does the ref keep coming up with the mic? They were like, oh, it's an I Quit match. That was great. They lit the table on fire. The Stadium Stampede was ridiculous. They started going all around the stadium. They came by us at one point, then they're going in the back, and then they end up in the parking lot, and they drive an 18-wheeler into an actual car. There were a lot of moments where I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. But yeah, I had a fantastic time. I loved it. It did end kind of late. That might be my only thing because like there was so much wrestling that we watched. But overall, it was a fantastic time.
And MJF went over, which is most important.
Oh yeah, MJF was so good, man.
Insane, man.
Comes out, he does the thing that the giant MJF scarf like drops behind him with the camera angle, and like credit to Darby Allin too. Like right off rip, he fucked up his neck, and then he goes and he climbs up on the scaffolding and he jumps off onto MJF. I can't do a breakdown akin to a Sala Monster. He's obviously much more deeply ingrained in this game and understands it better, but from a fan that does not watch AEW at all, who just got thrown into it, it was fantastic. Very limited mic work as well. Like no mic work at all, just straight wrestling.
How was the pacing? Was there a lot of breaks? Was there a lot of commercials?
I mean, there was none. It was just like wrestling match ended. Like the ring got fucked on like several matches where it was just like this thing is in shambles. The turnbuckles were gone. The tables were splayed out everywhere. They were always grabbing chairs and bats from underneath. And they would a team would come out, reset. They would go dark for maybe like 3 or 4 minutes, and then they would just start the next match.
Packages in-house? Historical
Minimal.
Packages?
Like decent, but even those were quick. Like the pace was great. It was just that there were so many matches on the card, which made it quite a long night. But man, you're definitely not like snoozing. You're definitely not getting bored in between. I can't say enough. It was an incredible experience.
The people that really got over. Will Ospreay?
Yeah. Hell yeah, Will Ospreay was sick.
Ospreay, the crowd pop for that dude, and they start singing the song and everything. And then Konosuke Takashita, this dude was beloved by the crowd. Like it was crazy. And then Proto Star comes out and he stabs him in the back, and everyone's like, "No, fuck this guy, it's crazy." It was great.
There does seem to be...
Camera guy Nick knew and was like filling us in. I didn't know about Proto Stars.
Wow.
We got an education.
Oh, yeah. There were several times where the song hit and she popped. And I was like, who is it?
How?
She watches.
Closet AEW fan? Or Stan?
Not even closet.
I don't think it's closeted. I think she just loves
Cope
wrestling.
and Cage getting their
Yeah,
moment.
that was fun.
Bro.
First match.
I didn't know that
You didn't know that was Edge and Christian?
I didn't know that until they got out, and I was like, "Is that Edge?"
Oh my God!
Talk about crowd pop! Everyone sang the song all in unison. It was a great time.
There
man.
seems to be a lot of positivity surrounding AEW right now. There seems to be a lot of goodwill. That's my read. Online, people seem to be glowing, and it seems to be like people are a little bit, what's the word? Frustrated with the WWE product right now. There definitely seems to be a moment that they're building up towards. And I did see a clip in the post-event press conference where Tony Khan was asked about any plans for next April. Of course, WWE will be in Saudi Arabia for WrestleMania, and it has been proposed by others. We mentioned Paul Walter Hauser mentioning this on Twitter as well, saying like, hey, there's an opportunity here to do something very special for the North American and the fans who, for whatever reason, don't want to travel to Saudi Arabia. And I thought that Tony Khan's demeanor and remarks were very telling. Here's what he had to say.
But next April, there's no domestic wrestling weekend in the United States.
Yet.
With the success,
I wouldn't have kept going with the question there. I mean, what do you mean yet? What do you have? What do you have in mind? What are you working on? But I thought that was very, very telling. And he could do something which, look, I have said this before. I think I've definitely said it to the guys off air, but I'll say it now. Tony Khan could position himself as the biggest baby face in combat sports. If he sort of plays his cards right, I think he can position himself as the biggest baby face in combat sports. Why? Because there's no investors as far as AEW is concerned. There's no large corporation, controlling AEW. It's him. And yes, I know he is not self-made, but his dad is self-made. And his dad has a great backstory. And he's the owner of Fulham, and he's the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. But this is all Tony Khan by himself. He's got no one else funding this thing, no one else pumping money into it, no one else telling him what he can and can't do. And it does feel, as WWE moves further and further away right now from what they once were, with the things like the ads on the mat and the commercial breaks and all that stuff and more, which for the most part don't bother me. I don't mind the ads on the mat. I really don't. The commercial breaks do slow things down. I do miss the packages and the backstage vignettes and all that stuff. We talked about all of that coming off of WrestleMania. The AEW product feels a little more old school, feels like it has more soul, and there's something about that sort of little engine that could. Now, I could see it a mile away. No one's going to call a billionaire and the son of a billionaire the little engine that could. But in this world that we're living in, and who he's going up against, yeah, he is, in my opinion, the little engine that could. And so if he did put on an event like that in April, a domestic sort of celebration of wrestling, I think that would further ingrain him in the community and further make him a babyface to a lot of these fans who will feel like they are missing out. We have a short film coming out about Joey Janela's Spring Break, which has been put on 10 years now. They just had their 10th anniversary. Bloodsport was another one. These are staples of WrestleMania week. And it's not incumbent upon WWE to care about these indie promotions that put on events in the same city during Mania week. It's not their business. But, they do support, they do sort of endorse. Sometimes they'll show up and they do lend talent and all this stuff and more. And one thing that has been brought up, which I agree with, is a lot of these indie promotions, smaller promotions, won't have a place to really make a lot of money that particular week because they're not going to do events over in Saudi Arabia. At least I don't think they are. And so if he did, maybe not the same weekend, but a weekend before or a weekend after, put on a sort of collection, a celebration of not only AEW, but indie wrestling as well, I think that a lot of people would be happy about that. I really do. And so I was curious about, I've only been to one AEW event, and that was at Louis Armstrong Stadium. I wish they would bring back Action Bronson. We love Action. I thought he was amazing. And that's the main reason why we went, because I really wanted to support him and see him wrestle in his first match. But I enjoyed it very much. I really did. And, I'm not going to sit here and say that I watch every single Dynamite or Collision or all that stuff. But I do listen to the Solo Monster, and I do hear his breakdowns, and I do read our work on uncrowned.com, and I read people like Robert Jackman and Drake Riggs and others who seem to be very high on what they're doing right now. And so that's why I was so curious to hear what you guys thought of it. Because one criticism that they have received is that the events do tend to go long and that they do like pack a lot into a pay-per-view. And so I was wondering if you guys felt like by the end you were just a little bit tapped out.
I think that's totally fair, but that's a gift and a curse, right? Like, if you're paying for it, you got a lot of value for your money, whether it be on pay-per-view or sitting there in the arena. You're getting as much as they can possibly throw at you, and it was all high quality. But yeah, like there is a point in the night where it has become a long night. But I was in. I was locked in. It was great.
I agree with the sentiment that it could be too long, especially like a lot of people. We luckily got out of there, but like a lot of people, they locked the gates to the 7 train, so they got stuck, and there was no MTA employees or like police telling people where to go, so it was just like a mob of like 10,000 people stuck out there. I love what Tony Khan's doing, though. I hope he does something.
That would be brilliant.
Domestically, directly against WrestleMania next year, because the fans showed out this week, and obviously it's not WrestleMania weekend, but the fans showed out. It was hype in Louis Armstrong Stadium. It was an amazing atmosphere.
I've seen people say that they should run that venue every year. Double or Nothing historically has been a Las Vegas event, but it just seemed like the way that it's a tennis stadium, the way it's built, the acoustics, seems like an amazing place to watch wrestling.
The one we went to was at Arthur Ashe.
Yeah, which is being renovated. Yeah.
This one, I thought it was even better. I thought the feel of this, the way it was set up, the energy in the arena, it was incredible. They should run one version of this as much as they possibly can.
Only issue?
Yeah.
And they have no control over this? It was freezing for Memorial Day weekend, and it's a partially open air stadium, so like breezes are coming in. I had to buy a Will Ospreay scarf and a Darby Allin knit hat.
Yo, where is it? Where is it? I want to see that.
I should have brought them in. Yeah, they're back at the crib. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I was walking around in like a white T-shirt because they ran out of hoodies. Darby Allin hoodies sold out with a Will Ospreay scarf on and a neon pink Darby Allin knit hat.
And you had the belt to keep your shoulders.
Yeah, the $850 belt that they sell at the concession stand.
I love that look. That's a tremendous look. PT, do yourself a favor. Head on over to Wembley in August. Will Ospreay is going to have a big match over there this summer. So
the pop is going to be nuts for it.
Yeah.
The Wembley Arena.
No, stadium.
Fuck,
AEW's doing Wembley?
They've done it like
They've done it
3 years in a
before,
row. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Wembley Stadium.
Wembley Stadium. The stadium.
Fucking hell.
I'm sleeping on AEW. Man.
Yeah, man. That's all well and good, but I still maintain the best thing in combat sports, guys, is El Grande Americano versus El Grande Americano, the OG. And I keep mentioning, I knew I was forgetting one. UFC Macau, RAF, MVP, Boxer. The biggest one of them all might be what's happening in Mexico this weekend. It's Mascara versus Mascara, mask versus mask. El Grande Americano versus the OG El Grande Americano, which is the best thing in wrestling right now, and maybe even in combat sports. Take a look at the scenes of the good guy El Grande Americano being celebrated by the people of Mexico. Look at this guy. Emotional. This, by the way, days after the report came out that he was arrested, for loving his girlfriend? For just being a lover? That's all. Look at this. Nah, they said they were doing a little too much PDA in the elevator.
Uncontrollable
this is not
intimacy.
my fault.
Yeah, come on. Let the guy live.
Uncontrollable intimacy?
Nah. Look at this.
What did you say?
What was it?
Uncontrollably intimate.
No, I don't think it was uncontrollable. It was something else. But yes, it was.
It's a beautiful thing. That's what we all want in our lives. No?
I agree with you.
In an elevator?
Look at this guy. This is, by the way, not to break the fourth wall, this is Ludwig Kaiser, a German-born wrestler who is just a sort of, very good but mid-card-esque wrestler, becoming a national hero in Mexico by all accounts. I wish I could go to this because.
Why is he El Grande Americano? What was it?
So in short, there was an El Grande Americano who was Chad Gable, and he was playing like the American luchador, but he was a bad guy. And then he left. I believe he got injured.
We saw him at WrestleMania, right? He was at one of them. Royal Rumbles.
And then they bring in this other El Grande Americano, and then they're both there together facing off against each other. They're like, wait, who's the real one? Well, for whatever reason, the new one, who's the German wrestler, has just become a gigantic babyface. And there's something very like pure and innocent about this story. It's very old school lucha libre. It's very like There's grandmothers there. There's young kids there. He's just really tapped into it. And he had this one promo where he spoke in Spanish. I wish we had it, which at the very end he says, a Mexican is born wherever he pleases. I believe that's what he said. And a mural has been made. This is it, right? A Mexican is born. Where does he speak? A Mexican is born wherever the hell they please. There it is. And fighting mask against mask, but above all, the honor of Mexico. This was done, and he went, and his girlfriend went, and it seems like he's just become this, I don't know, this beloved figure because they feel like he's embraced their culture. And his
How do I watch it? Where's it on?
It's this weekend, I believe, on YouTube around the world. It's AAA. It's like one of their big events. The Undertaker is the booker, so everyone's loving him. And it's just, they put out a video, I'm going to send it to you, like a comic book promo, like a 4-minute history of the feud, but in sort of comic book form. It was brilliant. And this company is owned by WWE. And so some people are scratching their head like, why are they getting this right so well and why are they getting the other stuff wrong? And I think part of it is just like the market and the way in which, people are attracted to certain storylines and stuff. But they purchased AAA about a year ago, or maybe it was 2 years ago now, and it's just been a huge.
When did the Dead Man take control?
The man took control a few months back, maybe a year or so ago. Yeah, and he's been phenomenal.
So why don't they just, if that's a WWE thing, why don't they?
Because it's his thing. He's building it up.
Yeah,
why don't they bring him over?
Surely, yeah.
Well, I've seen some people say that's how people used to speak of Triple H when he was doing NXT, and he was sort of the darling, and they were like, "Why don't you bring him over?" And now they're not happy. Who knows? There's.
Well, initially they were happy with Triple H, no?
They loved him. He was Booker of the Year. All this stuff. Yeah. It's all cyclical. Everything's cyclical in combat sports and in wrestling. But if you're around on Saturday, I'm actually a little bit bummed that I'm not going to be able to watch it live because I'll be working, but I really want to watch this. I am so into this feud. And every time these two guys meet, they're like two battering rams and they get into these brawls and it's so real. They've done a phenomenal job. They really have. So I'm looking forward to that. That's this weekend. Another thing to look forward to as far as May 30th is concerned. Okay, just a couple other news and notes. We spoke on this last week. But Scott Coker is officially back. We're going to have him in studio next week, so I'm looking forward to that. Jake Paul did weigh in on this, and this is what he had to say about it. So a little bit of fighting words from Mr. Paul. I need to see the investors backing this and let them know that they are going to lose all their money. I feel like Superman trying to help them. Wow, Jake, such a good guy. All right. A little bit of spiciness there. Never hurt anyone. Aljamain Sterling did weigh in on this as well, and it seems like he agrees with me. Enough with the tournaments. It only slows things down. Hope they do well, but man, tournament style is so outdated. Just make the production fun and people will tune in. Couldn't agree more. Please, for the love of God, no tournament. Please. I don't want a tournament. I do want to give a big congratulations to Aljamain Sterling, who got his own day in Nassau County this past week. Bruce Blakeman named this day Nassau County after me to honor me winning the UFC title the right way. May 23rd. Happy Aljamain Sterling Day to Nassau County. Grab some Funk Harbor and be safe this weekend. Hey, there's Ally Quinta. I believe he's now the second Sarah Longo guy to have his own day, right? Chris Weidman. I believe Chris Weidman's day is. Do you know what Chris Weidman Day is, PT? How about this? How about this factoid?
Okay.
Do you know what Chris Weidman Day is?
No.
PT, have you any idea what Chris Weidman Day is?
No, please tell me what it is.
It is the 17th of July.
Oh, my birthday.
It is your birthday.
Wow.
I know this because of my dad's birthday as well.
It's incredible.
I'm almost 100% sure. Chris Weidman, because he beat Anderson Silva like July 6th or something like that. Chris Weidman Day, July 17th. Nassau County proclaims July 17th as Chris Weidman Day. Could you believe that? One of your own.
I believe it.
One of your own.
Yes.
Guys, Taliesin Teixeira is hard at work. He's employed a new technique to his training. A little bit of eye pokage there. We don't appreciate your sense of humor, Taliesin.
Wasn't he helping with Pereira training? Isn't that at Teixeira's gym?
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
maybe he'll implement it against Sergey Pavlovich this weekend.
Are you interested in seeing how that match is reffed? Because so many changes have been made since then. Obviously, We had the Uncrowned Films video about the documentary about the seminar they had, the officials thing, and Ben Folks wrote an article about it. And like this being a foul, and obviously we know fighters do this quite a bit, but because of the heat Ghana's got since the Tom Aspinall fight, I am very interested to see how that's refereed, that fight. Like, do you think there's more onus on the ref because of everything that's happened? Because essentially that foul forced them to really hammer down on these pokes. I'm really, really interested to see how that plays out.
Sure.
Like, will they start punching just the outstretched finger, even if the guys are meters away from each other?
And will they be less lenient? The warnings and all that stuff? Yeah, no, for sure. I want to go to the Herb Dean seminar in September. They'll surely be talking about this. Okay, let's go back to the questions, guys. Abe says, Ariel, I'm getting frustrated with what Vince Russo highlighted perfectly with you months back when talking about WWE's lack of storytelling. They also appear incapable or unwilling to build new main event stars. Ariel, in the last 18 months, how many angles had great potential only to produce nothing? The New Day heel turn was the best theater since the Bloodline, Elimination Chamber, followed by bad booking, and now they're out. Wyatt Six, no different. Karrion Kross hits a sick promo post-Mania only for booking to kill his buzz. And how's the Gunther Legend Killer angle going? Unfortunately, it makes me question if I gave Trips too much credit for his creative post-Vince, because if we're being honest, the only good angles involve Paul Heyman. Bloodline, Vision, Mania 40 with Rock, Obafemi versus Lesnar, the build, etc. They couldn't even do Orton versus Cody well, and the storyline was already there. Am I being too harsh? Also, thanks for alerting me to the El Grande AAA angle. Their brawl reminded me of why I used to love those messy brawls, Matt Hardy quote. But now in WWE, every other segment is a brawl, followed by the GM sending security. It's no longer reserved for intense rivalries. Rant over. Much love, your boy Abe. I think a lot of people share his sentiment. They've had a bit of bad luck with injuries. And in fact, Logan Paul now injured, guys. And he tore his tricep and recently posted a photo of said tricep. Here he is, tore my tricep, got surgery while wide awake, told doc I want to feel it all. Still the tag team champ, just FYI. They're telling me 6-month recovery, but I don't believe them. I'll be back in a couple of weeks with some Prime Shake, 32 grams of protein. Golly, look at that bad boy. That's some kind of scar right there.
Damn, that is gnarly.
Yeah.
Why would you want to be awake?
I don't know.
You think he was actually awake? No shot, right?
He's about that life.
He's about that staying awake during surgery life?
Hell yeah.
He raw dog surgery.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I want to
feel
better. But let's be real. Like the injury that we all care about is Sol Ruka. As the number one supporters and program of Sol Ruka, we hope she has a speedy recovery.
Hell yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Here's Aaron who says, Yo, Ariel, I've never watched an NBA game in my life, but on the weekend I found myself checking the results and I hope the Knicks get up for you. Shout out to the whole team in LA. On Monday, it felt like they loved each other, but by Thursday, it felt like they couldn't stand being in the same room. Is that accurate?
Us in Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Yes. No, completely 100% true.
I couldn't disagree with this more. I felt like the camaraderie and friendship was reaching a peak on Thursday morning to where I felt like it had almost surpassed the quality of the show and we were just friends having a good time in a room together. All that minus Frank, who's ironically not even in here right now anyway. He already left.
What's
just
he
like
doing?
He was trying to leave on the Thursday in Los Angeles.
Wait, so who's driving the boat here?
No one. This is we're freewheeling right now.
Let me see if this is accurate. Frank, please play my favorite drop.
No, dead serious. He's not sitting in here.
Holy crap. Okay, can you give me some sort of sign? Like say enchilada when he's back, okay?
Okay, I got you.
Here's Worship who says, Hey fellows, allow me to go off on a tangent. I personally don't care for gimmick fights in boxing, but at least they get eyes on the sport. However, I draw the line with gimmick MMA fights. Influencers / non-MMA athletes add nothing to the sport, absolutely nothing except sloppy street fights, which probably do great on the algorithm, and that's all that matters anymore. By the way, I do want to also note, just as an example of peace and love, we did cover Brand Risk over at Uncrowned, at least on the social media front. So I think you guys got the hate wrong on this one, but I guess the messenger deserves some of the hate as well. Engagement is everything. Dana and Hunter promoting this garbage tells me the UFC probably ain't cutting it when it comes to fan engagement. People competing in MMA when they don't know what they are truly doing seems barbaric. I bet the brand Risk 14 fighters made more money than the fighters on the last Apex card. All right, rant's over. Keep up the hard work. Yins are the best. Slava P says, hey, Ariel, what has been the biggest change for you having your own show versus working for Vox? Does your day-to-day or week-to-week look any different? Is there a big logistic difference on your end between working for Vox versus having Yahoo as a partner? We'd love to give more of an insight into how you run your business. Well, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, obviously different. A lot more. I'm doing 3 shows as opposed to 2 shows. And 3 shows where I have to travel into the city to do it at the studio and whatnot. And then there's other things, the Uncrowned Films and .com and thinking about other things and other projects that we're doing. So, love it.
And don't forget on Thursdays, they cater lunch with enchiladas,
Oh, yes. I have often felt that Thursdays are the days that I miss. And so I was just wondering, just going back to that previous question, because we asked everyone their thoughts on all of it. I didn't get your take, Frank. So I was just wondering, because I know you were waiting to jump in there, because I know this is a topic that's near and dear to your heart. What did you think about it?
Like some AI shit. Like, I don't.
No, that, when we were talking about, like Reddit and, like it was literally about your world. And I think we were a little bit rude talking about like audio and mix boards and all that stuff, and no one even asked for your opinion. So
no one ever does.
Please go ahead. Please tell me what you think, because I thought it was a great question. I thought it was a really good take.
I'm gonna abstain.
Really?
Yeah, I really want you guys.
But this is like your.
I want you to marinate in the failure.
This is your bread and butter right here.
It is my bread and butter.
Because he was asking about like those specific dimensions and requirements, and I thought that you'd be the perfect one. For some reason, PT weighed in on it, but I thought it would be perfect.
Actually, quite long there.
My second in command, he was more than equipped to do that. Any of you tried to
I didn't do it right, man. I was pretty bad.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Clear it up for us real quick, because it's going to bother me.
Some audio engineer, Frank is.
Yeah.
That's right.
Clear it up real quick. It's going to bother me.
Well, I'm going to let that bother you.
Wow.
Until the foreseeable future.
Okay, the tone changed there real quick. Everything okay, Frank?
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Is that the start of the question, or is that a Frank Heyman? I can't tell.
Or is that a?
This is foreshadowing. This is in,
this is the Frank in the future. Got it.
This is me packing up and. Hey, man.
So, I just got back to the room, and I feel like, what are you talking about?
Oh, what? Where were you?
I actually I felt a little sick. I had to step out for a second.
Oh, I had no idea. I thought you were there the whole time.
So I know that that's not true, because as soon as I came back, Jordan told me everything that happened while I was gone.
Wow,
Jordan.
Frank walks in and goes, did I miss anything? And I was like, actually, this time you did.
Oh, wow.
Both front bench stands
together.
Yeah, we look out for each other.
A united front.
I appreciate your attempts, but it did not work.
Oh yeah, I did forget. I don't know if we ever made it to air with the multi-tool story, but that was horrendous. Serious threats of violence. From
from Frank.
Well, he had the pre-show speech of just want to let everybody know, Los Angeles has been a great fucking time. As soon as it's over, I'm leaving. I'm going back to the hotel. I'm editing audio. I'm doing my own thing tonight. I'll see you all back in New York. Okay, sounds good, man. And then after the show, his precious multi-tool went missing.
Oh,
not everything that happens behind the scenes needs to come to air.
This is good.
Frank made a lot of accusations that someone lost his multi-tool. We get back to New York. Me. Frank, where was your multi-tool, man?
I was inside Jordan's bag.
It was in Frank's bag. Frank had his multi-tool the whole time. Threatened Andy and myself that the woke front bench will be no more if back.
So since they're embellishing the truth here, I handed my multi-tool to Jordan.
Story's getting mixed up now.
He said, Andy went to go get hers. I may not need this. I put my hand out to get it back. He's like, but what if she doesn't find it? I'm like, all right, fine. Then I go up front to wait for a lift, and I'm like, I need to open this Pelican case. I need the knife. So I went back. I was like, Jordan, where's the knife at, man? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, no big deal. It's just $100. Left. Came back to the hotel. They're all over here. chatting it up like that's not what happened. That's what I remember.
Well, you were in a red hot rage, but in your defense, there was a lot of fear from Jordan and Andy.
Yes. That's what
me and Rick walk in, and they're like,
we didn't want
Frank's multi-tool's missing.
We didn't want to hear it again.
We were like, bro, we could just get him a new multi-tool. They were like,
I don't even know what multi-tools is. What is multi-tool?
It's like a Swiss Army knife, right?
Swiss
Army?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's like one of those little things that he puts in his computer.
No. It's like a
nailed it. Nailed it.
Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, he sticks in his computer. It's as valuable as the clip he keeps asking me about.
I got the clips today.
We
by the
will
way.
buy him the nicest multi-tool known to man, and they were like, I'm not going to be able to come back.
Oh my God!
I can't find this multi-tool.
My only one question was like, is it sentimental? Does this matter? And then they were like, I don't know. I was like, we'll
If it was a sentimental multi-tool, I wouldn't have left with it not in my hand.
His great-grandpa used it in the Civil War.
He likes to carry a knife, basically.
Generation to generation.
They
Actually,
had
more than just a knife.
They had computers in the Civil War.
It's a multi-tool.
Frankie, we love you. I just want to let you know that.
We should probably have a meeting after.
Look, I understand everything's not content, but we were asked directly about your attitude in Los Angeles.
Yeah,
just had to address it.
It's a good point.
He said that it felt like everyone
it on
hated
air
us.
has just flared it all back up. So
Some guy said we all hated each other by Thursday.
Yeah, that is true.
I can't fucking stand to be in the same room anymore.
Thursday was actually one of the most fun I've ever had on the Boys in the Bag.
We're
I
actually
did the whole show in sunglasses. It was one of the most ridiculous things to stare at.
We're all gonna get the Hey Man conversation.
Maybe we'll skip it. Go straight to the resolution.
The Paul Heyman conversation or the Hey Man?
The Hey Man. The Hey Man. That one. Here's Ryan Chandler, guys, who says Sean Strickland wants to have his cake and eat it too. Perhaps that's the most succinct way to put it, and I didn't quite put it that way, but it is not a bad point. Oh dear, here's Kevin from Ottawa who says, all right, guys, this is a hot take, but considering the circumstances, I think this controversial stoppage is the best thing to happen to Rico. Honestly, I don't think that's a hot take. Other than getting his hand raised, I think he's infinitely more beloved, popular, sort of like the people's champ, if you will. He got screwed. Let's go through 4 possible outcomes had the fight not been stopped. Usyk gets a clean stoppage. Usyk wins round 12. Rico wins round 12 and then gets robbed. I think the same byproduct would have been present had that happened. But Rico stops Usyk in round 12. That would have been the best option. Personally, I think 1 or 2 are the most likely scenarios. If either of those happen, he's not the people's champ. Yeah, I get that. This isn't too bad. This is from Inappropriately Appropriate. Ariel, I was listening to PCC. Peter Croimiel Carroll, is that your middle name?
Yes.
Is it really?
No.
Oh. And it seems like everyone is talking about Conor having 2 fights on his contract and afterwards he'll be a free agent. Are we forgetting his old contract would have been based on a pay-per-view model? That means he does have a new contract that fits the Paramount model. No? Who's to check? Yeah, I've said this. They've adjusted it and he still has 2 fights left. Chris Rem says, have you seen SNL UK's Louis Theroux's sketch? I have not. He says they smashed it. Has anyone seen it?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Have you been watching?
I thought you hated SNL UK.
I did, but I didn't actually know those clips were from there. But as soon as he said the Louis Theroux thing, very, very good, actually.
Okay.
And he found out and he deleted it from his memory.
Yeah.
He was like,
What the hell?
can't do this.
Craters is asking again for a bit of the blue drop. I don't know. Would be better than hearing Bilal's cringy ass every time.
No.
It sounds like El Grande Americano.
The sex.
Yeah.
Was making a bit of blue there himself. That's what happened.
Yes, I looked it up and it was uncontrollable intimacy.
Yeah.
That was
Send that my way there, will you, Rick? Just so I can make sure.
I don't think it was a bit of the blue.
No, there was no security footage, PT. This is just this one. You just got a memory bank.
Here's James the Tuna who says, Ariel and the gang, UFC 328 post-fight press conference. I believe you touched upon it, but I really wanted you to go a bit deeper into the comments by the Irish journalist that pressed Dana about Conor Benn. My favorite line went something like, well, you are his promoter. It just reminded me of stuff you guys say week in and week out. I know this was a few weeks ago, but worthy of an honorable mention and naming him all the best. I believe that was Donna Corby, right?
It was indeed. Big D. What a legend.
Donna Corby, he is a legend. We like him very much, and he does a great job whenever he's at these press conferences, and it's very rare. I saw an interview yesterday in which Dana White Dana White's doing an interview with IFL TV. Have you guys seen this interview?
Yes.
And the young journalist who was interviewing him, I think, does a really good job, especially with Eddie Hearn. And so I'm not trying to make this about him in particular, but at one point he's asked about, Dana says that he's done more events than Matchroom. And I think Matchroom has done something like 15 or so events this year, and Dana has done 6 or 7. And Dana at one point pulls out the ChatGPT to confirm that he's done as much or more than Matchroom. And ChatGPT some way, somehow actually confirms this, which goes to show you shouldn't trust ChatGPT.
Give me a fucking break.
And the journalist who I know, and I don't want to like say his name because I'm not trying to make this into a thing, but he knew that they've done way more. And he didn't challenge him on it. And I was surprised to see that. And the only reason why I bring this up is because I thought in this moment, I know it's hard when you're interviewing Dana and all that stuff. I get it. Trust me, I get it. But I thought Donna in this moment was really good, and he's often really good. And so I want to give him his props because I thought, like Dana's talking about these things as though he is not Conor Benn's promoter. He is Conor Benn's promoter. And then he was asked about promoting alongside Oscar De La Hoya. And I thought that was interesting because he does this thing. With the boxing guys, have you noticed that he does this thing where he smirks and he's like, we'll see. And then he always goes back to the same line. Judge me in a year. Judge me in January.
Babies.
What's that?
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you were going for beating up babies when he said go back to the same
one
line.
too.
I wish he would say that more though.
And
Beating
Dana
up
was
babies.
strictly talking about boxing events in reference to Matchroom.
Yes, and actually,
it's crazy.
The journalist actually tried to give him the out, and he's like, oh, maybe you meant slap, UFC, everything. And he's like, no, I was talking about boxing events.
Yeah, I don't know who
How does
pulls
he
the
not know that?
numbers for him. I don't know who pulls these numbers.
ChatGPT, man.
Social numbers.
It is weird because it's a very easy thing to verify. They've definitely done more, and like, who really cares, to be honest? What does it matter? One's a company that's been around for like 15, 20 years, if not more, and then another one is a company that's 6 months old.
I just did a quick ChatGPT prompt. Who has promoted more events this year, Dana White or Eddie Hearn? It says probably Eddie Hearn by a pretty comfortable margin.
It says
fucking illegal.
It says probably in ChatGPT?
Probably Eddie Hearn.
That is weird.
Thanks, Chat. There's been 6 Zuffa boxing events.
Yes.
Thanks, Chat.
So, I mean, there's like, if we're talking Matchroom, what are we counting them with? I mean, they did the Nicholson fight, the Walker, Miller. I mean, it looks like you can get to 6 if you just go back to like mid-March.
It's a very weird thing.
Wood Warrington. Yeah. Yeah, God, I'm looking at this. The Shakur Stevenson fight. Yeah, they've done several more than 6.
Why does everyone think this fucking AI shit is always right? Like, as if you're like,
I heard the drop right there when you said it.
Some AI shit. Like,
Yeah, I
don't know.
literally heard it.
That was just the sober
No,
version of it.
It's
I
weird.
know, but like,
they
think it's like you're fucking, it's omniscient or something. It's a lot of bollocks.
Pizza it is.
Well, I mean, obviously, fucking not.
Here's Lonnie who says, how can you call your program unbiased and then go on these lengthy Knicks rants all the time? LOL.
That's a fair point. That's a great point. That's a great point. I would say.
As you put the bollocks there.
That's
a great point.
Jake Garcia says, congrats on the Knicks. I hope you guys give my Spurs a good run for our money. I mean, golly, down 3-2. My question today is, how does it make you feel that the only coach to agree to be on the basketball pod you had started a few years ago was Mike freaking Brown? The guy who inevitably ended up leading your lifelong team back to the big game, you're going to make me cry, is the same one who showed you the respect to come do your show. Just wanted to know how that made you. What a question. That, I was telling my kids about this because I don't think they knew. And I've definitely mentioned it at some point on this show. When I did and this is weird. Should I pick it up?
Well, who is it?
You know the rules.
Oh, well, now they hung up. Let me see 1 second.
Call him back.
Oh, wait a second. Sorry.
I could take over.
It's all good, man.
Everything okay?
Everything's great, man.
I was listening to a podcast there.
Yep.
And it was a football journalist who was preparing to go and cover the World Cup. And as an errand to, see where he's at, he asked ChatGPT to make him a quiz on World Cup trivia to see if he could answer the questions. Every question that he was answering them correctly, and every time ChatGPT was like, that is incorrect. And then he got into a debate with him until ChatGPT was like, oh yes, sorry, you are right. I mean,
yeah, it corrects
okay,
itself. Yeah.
That's elevated right there for it to know that it made a mistake and correct itself.
No, we love AI.
Like some AI shit. Like, I don't.
Yeah, a lot of balls.
So anyway, back to my story.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You're leaving us
I
hanging.
agreed
What
to do
happened?
this podcast for Showtime, the Ariel Helwani basketball show, and it becomes abundantly clear that I don't have the same types of connections in the world of basketball as I do in the world of combat. And so, man, I must have struck out. I was desperate. I mean, I'm like 0 for 25 for my first episode. I'm trying to get someone big for my first episode. And so here I am. It was 2023, so 3 years ago now, and I'm struggling. I have no one. How am I going to do this? I've committed to 20 to 25 episodes. How the hell am I going to pull this off? And I'm freaking out. And then it occurs to me that a couple years prior, 2021, the then assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, Mike Brown, reached out to me out of the blue because he was coaching the Nigerian men's basketball team and is a massive MMA fan. And he was wondering if I could put him in touch with both Israel Adesanya and Kamaru Usman to send his guys, the Nigerian basketball players, a video message in support of their, journey at the Olympic Games. And so I'm like, man, let me just... I'm desperate. I never spoke to him after. Like, I connected him with the right people and all that stuff, and I think they did it for him. And we spoke a little bit at the time about his love of MMA, and I was like, holy crap, Mike Brown, like former coach of the Cavs, Lakers, assistant coach on the Spurs, Warriors. This is wild. At first, I thought it was Mike Brown of ATT fame. And I'm like, wow, this is great, but never thought much of it. Now we're 2 years later. Let me just throw this out there. At the time, it's March of 2023. Mike Brown is very much en route to becoming NBA Coach of the Year. First season with the Kings, leads them back to the playoffs for the first time in over a decade. He's in the midst of the season. It is March of 2023. In a month, he's going to lead his team to the playoffs and be named NBA Coach of the Year. There is no way that he is going to respond, and I'm just a desperate loser, and I will strike out again. I send him the text. He responds within 5 minutes. I've not talked to this guy in 2 years. He's the NBA Coach of the Year for the Kings who are going to the playoffs. Absolutely, man. Does this day work for you? Yeah. And I couldn't believe it. And a couple days later, I'm sitting there on Zoom talking to Mike Brown, talked a little MMA off camera, talked about his, return to being a head coach and the Kings and the season. And I was like, this guy is a freaking mensch. I couldn't believe how nice he was. I couldn't believe. Didn't make me go through PR. Didn't make me go through anyone. Set it up, text. He was there. Great chat. My first interview for this new project is with the NBA Coach of the Year. And one of the best stories of that particular year. Fast forward 2 years later, Knicks fire Tibbs. They're going after Jason Kidd. They're going after Billy Donovan. They're going after all these other names. And for whatever reason, everyone's enjoying them striking out. Every other day, there was another story. Knicks asked for permission to talk to this guy, and this guy said no, or this team said no, et cetera, et cetera. And there's Mike Brown. And I'm like, is it possible that Mike Brown's going to be the coach of the Knicks? Lo and behold, he's the coach of the Knicks. And so, yeah, I told my kids about this 2 days ago when they clinched. I am so happy for this guy, and I can't believe that I can actually say that I sort of, kind of, I'll never claim to be his friend. We've texted a couple times since. I'll admit, I texted him after the game on Sunday. He wrote back right away. And I'm like, this is the coach of the New York Knicks who brought us back to the NBA Finals. Can't believe it. Surreal. Can't believe it. But honestly, he is exactly who he comes across as. At the beginning of the post-game press conference, his team just went back to the NBA Finals. What does he do? He speaks for 3-4 minutes in a beautiful, eloquent way about Memorial Day, about his father being in the military, about everyone, who is a family member of a fallen soldier, about those who paid the ultimate price, about what this day really means. Like, this is in one of the great moments of his career, and he's speaking like this. I remember how he spoke about Nick Nurse after his brother passed away, and they're in the midst of the playoff battle with the 76ers. I'm just so happy for this guy because everyone got their licks in when he was hired. Everyone took shots at the Knicks and him and saying that he couldn't do it. And here he is, 4 wins away from being immortalized for being the second coach to ever win a championship for the Knicks, the first being the great Red Holtzman. It's unbelievable. So yeah, it is wild, and I pray to any god out there that it happens. Korean Zombie or Zarian Kombi says, hello, Ariel. I know they've talked about insects and weather being a factor for the White House. Do you know if a random act of violence has been discussed? I mean, I pray not. I'm sure they've talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pray it doesn't happen, but yes, they have definitely.
Of course. Yes, he says, I don't mean I pray that they didn't talk about it. I pray not that something like that would be, I mean, that's awful.
What's it mean, a random act of violence? Does that not happen at a lot of UFC events, Dylan Dennis, etc.? Like, is that what
I think they mean something a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
You know, like what's happened in the past.
They've talked about
Trump.
it.
Yeah,
I can promise you.
I would say that was probably agenda item number 1.
Yeah. Okay, just a couple more. Okay, Jake Garcia says, hey, Ariel, despite the Premier League ending, I'd like to ask a non-MMA question. I'm not a huge fan of soccer, but growing up, one of my friends was a Chelsea fan, so I've aligned myself with them since then. I've also had a soft spot for Tottenham because I've been a diehard San Antonio Spurs fan my whole life. So being a Tottenham fan with them being the Spurs also has made sense. I'm wanting to commit to one of the clubs. I understand they both suck, but which one should I give my full allegiance to? Can I say go Spurs?
Yeah.
Right? I know that Chelsea had a pretty good year and then they fizzled out and now they're not in Europe for next year. But Spurs couldn't be more rock bottom right now other than getting relegated. This is the time to attach yourself to them.
Rock bottom. We just had a great day on Sunday. I had a fantastic time, celebrated, we had a party.
They just signed Andy Robertson. I mean, come on.
My daughter was singing when the Spurs go marching in. I was like, wow, first words.
Do you not agree, though? This is the time, right?
Funnily enough, I did see 2 dudes wearing San Antonio Spurs jerseys at the game.
Wow.
So there you go.
There you go.
That's your sign.
I say go with Spurs.
Great people, great fans, have to say. Really, really great fans.
Justin says, I attended AEW Double or Nothing. I'm a casual pro wrestling fan, but I was very hyped for MJF versus Darby after seeing both their interviews on the show. Coincidentally, I noticed New York Rick outside before entering the venue. After saying I wasn't going to hold you up, you still made time to chat while waiting for our groups to arrive. It was a pleasure to meet you and GC in Atlantic City, and you outdid yourself the second time around. The boys from Brerewood, much respect. Overall, the event was top tier all time, but the AEW shows still seem to run too long. I can easily sit through 6 hours of UFC, but just can't with their overbooked shows. I'd love to know how the squad who attended live felt in addition to your thoughts. Well, we spoke about that, but how about that? New York Rick, man of the people.
Listen, gotta make time. Great dude.
You know this man?
Now I do. We were chatting it up outside Louis Armstrong.
Yeah, Rick got there like really early. He set up a booth that said, "Come meet New York Rick." I was like, "What is this, man?"
No, it was one of those like change my mind. Like I had a hot take that people
$5 autographs.
This is so great.
But yes, great dude.
Stu Law says, tell GC if he's going to watch a game at the World Cup, it has to be a Scotland game. Get yourself to Miami for the Brazil game. Even Pizzi will agree the Scotland support is as good as, if not better than the Irish, also have the best national anthem in the sport. No Scotland, no party, you're welcome.
Fuck, sounds incredible. Right now I got Spain, Saudi, maybe a knockout game here in NYC.
Spain, Saudi is a great game to go to.
We were talking about this earlier. When is it? June 13th? It's going to be France, Senegal, and Knicks. Hopefully,
June 16th.
June 16th? At the same time? One's going to like bleed into the other, right?
It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Senegal. So it'll be over by then. But Penn Station's going to be bopping. A lot of people getting back from the France game as people are showing up for the next game.
Right. Oh, my God.
It's going to be madness.
One more, Nico. Dear Ariel, boys, Pete, and all the other AH affiliates, I just wanted to say thank you. 2 years ago, I was working a really awful job at a warehouse in my hometown. I was really depressed and was recovering from a pretty serious groin surgery. I'd fallen in love with combat sports the year before and started watching everything I possibly could in regards to MMA. I also started listening to the Helwani Show, BITB, and The Crack. Big ups, Pete. I fell in love with combat sports journalism by listening to your podcast. Fast forward to now, and I'm going back to college at the age of 24 for political studies since there is no journalism program here, but I've been busting my ass on the independent side of things. They made me the culture editor of our college paper, Go USask. Oh, that's Saskatchewan Huskies. Shout out to the Chief. I went to a 2-night boxing event in Regina, Saskatchewan, and wrote 4,000 words on that, which I'll be publishing soon. I've got an interview with the Unified MMA middleweight champion Hunter Lee this Friday. Unified MMA, obviously doing a great job in Canada. Everything is looking up. There's a lot of doom posting about the relevance of investigative journalism, especially written journalism in our AI age. But I'm standing 10 toes down for writers, commentators, and everybody who is as passionate about fighting as I am. Thanks for pushing me into following my dreams, guys. I really appreciate it. Keep up the fantastic work. You truly are the last of a dying breed. Wow. What a message from Nico there.
Legend.
Appreciate that. And love to see it, especially from a youngster. Well done. And that's part of the reason why we take so much pride in uncrowned.com, because we do feel like there's an incredible amount of written journalism that should be shared, that should be disseminated. And I think that led by our fearless leader, Shaheen Al-Shadi, we are doing just that. But well done. Thank you for those kind words. And maybe someday down the line, we will cross paths, right? What was that, PT?
I said, who knows? Maybe
who
he'll
knows?
end up on the team. Let's go, Nico.
Speaking of Shaheen, he did remind me, May 30th is actually even more stacked. I knew I was forgetting a few. So we've got AAA, Battle of the Grandes, UFC Macau, RAF 9, Oshaki Foster against Raymond Ford, matchroom card. Maybe that's their like 4th of the year. Dimitri Bivol against Michael Eifert. MVP in El Paso. And lest we forget, Darren Till making his BKFC debut against Aaron Chalmers of Geordie Shore fame. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 events on May 30th. We're going to have a lot to talk about, gents, on Saturday. Excuse me, on Monday. This is happening on Saturday. Frankie, any super chats?
Super chats. Yeah, so to start us off is actually Sammy-J6Z3S.
Oh, my guy.
Where did it all go wrong for Eddie and Dana, from the praising each other a few years ago to all out guns blazing?
Well, I mean, they entered the boxing space. If I have to hear one more time, I was on the Piers Morgan show, and he asked me if I'd fight him, and I said yes. Like, can we move past this one? How many more times are we going to talk about this one?
This is like beating up babies.
It's the same old hits in every single interview. I wish, I'm surprised. I thought they'd put up a bigger fight, this and that. I have no doubt for the 10th time, 100th time, Zuffa Boxing is here to stay. They probably are going to sign a whole bunch of big names. There's a ton rumored. They're not going anywhere. But it seems like Eddie's up for the fight. So let's see. What else, Frankie? What else?
Jake from Windy City. Hey, man. Caught me off guard by the call out yesterday, but I apologize if I made some pointed comments lately. Promise I won't do it again. Thanks.
I appreciate that, Jake.
Fair play.
I appreciate that, Jake. Peace and love, peace and love. And no hard feelings. We do appreciate you here. What else?
Dorian-Q78 says, Lamar Jackson greater than Josh Allen. Ravens winning it all this year.
By the way, is it okay to say that is the furthest thing from my mind right now?
Yes.
I'm not, we can't get it.
Can we just love them both?
Yeah. Let's love them both. That too.
But Dorian spent $10 to say this, so.
But we will win around June 16th or so, and then we'll...
Here, can you imagine, though? I know this is, getting ahead of ourselves here.
PT, don't
imagine. Can you imagine if you go back-to-back in 1 year? And you have nothing to complain about ever again.
I will never complain. And guess what? I feel like it almost has to happen this way.
Let's get through this one.
Yeah,
let's
guys,
get through this
is
one, boys.
bad juju right here. This is fucking
Can we
bad.
talk about
How
our
close?
boy Jake and the run he's on?
Jake Lennox?
Jake
Lennox. Lennox, but,
fair enough.
Our boy Jake, University of Indiana grad, gets the natty.
Oh, wow.
Diehard Arsenal supporter.
Wow.
Shout out to him. He's actually in Budapest right now for the Champions League final on Saturday. Gets the Prem. Lifelong diehard Knicks fan. Could get the treble here with all his team.
Holy shit.
That is absurd.
Yeah, he's on a run. Also a Bears fan, and they're kind of getting hot too.
They are getting hot.
They are going to be good.
I was that close to experience. I mean, Knicks last year, Bills last year, Jays World Series. I was that close. But
yeah, you had the.
You're even closer now. You're even fucking closer now.
I forgot about the Jays. You guys are both up, man.
Please.
What else?
Dare to dream.
Yes.
As they say in
this
sports.
Is it.
Mercy in Motion book. Hey, Ariel, you said you welcome religious conversation. Question everyone on the team. If you could ask God one question, what would it be? God bless.
Wow. I do love religious conversations, by the way. Man, if you could ask God one question. What if God was one of us?
Just a fool.
Okay, I'll tell you what the first question that came to mind was.
All right.
But I don't know if ultimately this is my choice. Is that fair?
Yeah.
The first thing that popped into my mind was like, why the heartbreak? Like, why do awful things happen to innocent people? Why do kids die? Why does cancer hit them? Why do these awful accidents happen? Drowning, things like that. Why are wars happening? Why do these things happen? Why? And again, this is me workshopping the question, but can you stop these things? Is that fair or is that unfair?
I think it's a good question.
I think it's a good one. Yeah.
Do you think I could say, I have a two-parter, can you please let the Knicks win one championship in my lifetime?
I think that's God abuse.
Final question.
I don't know if it's like a request hotline. I don't know if God's like there just to do your will.
Two-parter, God, off the
It's
bat.
only one question. I got you.
You can
God,
ask.
Can we get the Knicks to win it?
Why wars?
Why is there suffering and can the Knicks win?
One question. Are you there, God?
Yeah.
Not going to lie.
Wait,
when
you're
you
looking
said,
at
What
God
happens
and
when
you're
we?
asking?
What happens when we
Who
die?
said I was
What
looking
happens
at
when we
him? I
die?
get
God?
one question.
Is that your choice?
What happens when we die?
I don't mind
Absolutely.
that. I don't mind that, Pete. That's not bad.
Wow. Okay, I was
Say,
asking GC if that was your choice, but
no, it's a famous book. Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret.
that's a banger right there. What happens when you die?
Yeah.
I feel like the two most common
Very
ones are probably
profound.
what happens when you die and how did it all begin.
Oh yeah,
right?
is it? Yeah.
Like, how did
Fair
it
enough,
start?
mate.
Those are the.
It wasn't a good one then.
I'll
Wasn't a
say-
good one. Sorry.
No,
Rick.
it was a good one.
Everyone
Who are you,
thought
bro?
that one.
It's the one that people actually want to know.
Yeah.
PT, what do you think happens?
Don't like to think about it.
Wow. Dust in the wind, Pete.
Wait, you don't think about it, but that's the one thing you'd ask?
Because thinking about it's not a good time.
Can I tell you my
I'd
theory
not
on what
think-
happened?
ask it then.
I've thought about it a lot.
Oh,
I think we
probably.
become part of the earth, probably. But
Well, I think that's going to happen.
You cannot
whether you like it
pin.
or
This is what I think, and I hope I'm wrong. But you cannot pinpoint when you go to sleep, right? Like you can't tell me exactly the moment that you fell asleep last night.
Sure.
And I just kind of think it's like that. I
Just a quiet passing.
I just think it just kind of shuts off, and that's it.
but like
That's physical though. This is God, right? Are we not talking like spiritual? Are we not talking
I'm
like
talking spiritual. I think we become like.
I don't know, man. I'd like to think,
Live
but
through it.
I think this is
I'm
more of an
worried.
implication of afterlife and
No, I'd
rebirth
love
and
I'd-
all those things.
I'd love to
but-
think of that.
Yeah, of course we close our eyes and don't
know-
wake up, and of course.
No, and
we,
I think the lights just shut off, and that's it. There's nothing.
I don't know. If I'm
Uh,
speaking
yeah,
directly
okay,
to
so-
God, I'm gonna have a much stronger stance
One
in the
more than that.
afterlife at that point.
If I'm talking to God, it'll be like, hey, man, you can't blame me for not being fully sure you were around, right? I'm sorry.
I feel like if
Atheist Frank.
Well,
has
that's
to
more of
step
a
in.
for. That's more looking. For
mine is going to
something
be
awesome,
like, were you watching when I did that thing back in 2015? Like, I'm just going to ask one very specific question. Did I get away with that, or were
Do
you?
you know where the clip went?
Did you find that clip?
It's a good one.
Did you find that?
Speaking of the afterlife, right? I felt very
Yeah,
bad
speaking of.
about myself, right? So I went down to see my friend Abby's grave while I was in London, and I was, chatting away to him about everything that's happening, and then at the end I was like, "Here, Spurs, right? I'm bringing my dad. If you could just."
I love it.
And then I'm walking away. I'm like, I'm going to see Abby. I'm like asking him for shit. Like, what is wrong with me? Like, I felt like an awful human being then, but he obviously
yet-
came through.
Yeah, and yet
Came through.
it
You're
delivered.
saying Danhausen. I'm saying Abby. Did.
I
So
much
what-
prefer the idea of
Very
Abby.
combination.
Was he a Spurs fan, or were you just trying to?
I don't think he was a Spurs fan. No,
You were just desperate in that moment.
but his best mate Sandu is. So I mean,
Hell yeah! Oh yeah, I was talking to Sandy about that on Sunday. I love that you went and visited him. That's amazing. Good on you for doing that, PT. Really, really well done. All right, what else, Frankie? What else?
24-inch dubs. Keep talking up the Knicks, Ariel. Keep
stop it.
talking.
Why are you such a hater, man? You've enjoyed enough, all right? And that's the thing. Like, all these loser fans are going to just let us be happy, please. You know it's better for the league if the Knicks win. And if it's the Knicks Thunder, I feel like we're the babyface in that one. If it's the Knicks Spurs, everyone loves Wemby. I get it.
Knicks have it right now. Knicks have the momentum right now.
But like the fan momentum.
Oh
right?
yeah, big time.
Which wasn't the case in '94. They were kind of like known as like the big bad thugs. And in '99, we were just kind of hanging on. No one thought we had a chance. So, what else, Frankie? What else?
Super moderator Olajuwon Dream.
Oh, my guy.
Who's GC riding with for Roland Garros?
Good question.
Yeah.
On the men's side, no, I don't think it's a question. Yannick Sinner. There's no Carlos Alcaraz. He's on an unbelievable run.
Really?
He's won like 5 straight tournaments. He's undefeated on clay this year. He's disgusting. He will win. He'll finish the career Grand Slam. Yeah. On the women's side, Coco back-to-back. Shout out.
Hell yeah. She won last year.
She did, yeah.
What about my gal, Pagula?
Yeah, just Pagula. She always hangs around. Hasn't gotten a major yet, but maybe one day. She's kind of like top 5, top 10.
Yeah, incredible. Pete, you know is it Jessica Pagula? Or just
Pagula, yeah. Billionaire upbringing, you know. Got over to the tennis.
Daughter of the owner of the Buffalo Bills? Top 5? Oh. Top 5, right?
She has been top 5.
So friend of a friend, basically.
Pretty much. Yeah. Part of the fam.
Yeah, I know her.
The mafia. What else, Frankie? What else?
La Mancha MMA. I apologize for trolling. I'm officially retiring from MMA satire.
Isn't this weird?
Peace and love, Ariel. I'm a fan of yours and the team, especially GC. And then a weird salute emoji.
Isn't this weird? You know? A little bit of a call out and everyone backtrack.
You got him shook. You got him shook out there.
Yeah.
Why did you call out La Mancha?
Hey, I see him trolling.
He called out Jake. He called out La Mancha.
Didn't we meet La Mancha in Vegas?
I don't know. Did we?
I'm pretty sure we met him outside the studio.
I'm down with La Mancha. There's several people in that chat that troll much harder. I see some people on Twitter saying some things.
Yeah. What else, Frankie? What else?
Smoke Season 1162, even including pro wrestling. Where does Colby's turn from heel to babyface rank all time?
Colby is a bit of a babyface right now, but then he'll throw Netflix's woke line. And I'm like, what? What is going on here? Did the WFB go when he said that?
No, I mean, you could still be a babyface
that pissed him off.
Call out woke culture.
Or maybe they, I don't know. Do they agree? Do
you reckon that
they actually
Canada
all bought another subscription to Netflix under a different email?
Gotta up those,
oh yeah, Colby, you cancel? We'll double down.
Yeah,
I actually ordered a case of Real American Beer Zero because of my time spent with Colby Covington back in 2019.
Did you spend time with him?
Chugged it a lot.
Charlie.
That's right. That's right.
Nice guy, honestly, in person.
He is a nice guy in person.
Very surprised.
What were you gonna say, PT?
I don't think there was anything in the can because a few swigs of it. I didn't hear it.
I heard. I heard the sound.
Yeah.
He kept doing them after each sip.
Listen, it's tasty. What else, Frankie? What else?
Duncan 96-61 NBA Finals. Oklahoma City versus Knicks.
Why are you
Score
asking
prediction,
him?
Eric.
Grade A hater.
I don't want it to be OKC.
I'm not doing
I don't
this.
want it to be.
I'm not doing this.
Why can't you at least just support us?
I support my friends. If
Just
you're
say-
going to ask for my real opinions, I can't lie. I'm not a man who does that.
They're tired.
I'm supporting.
Look, this lad said Rico had no chance. You know what I mean? Come on.
What idiot said that pre-fight?
And yet,
not all of us. I tell you that much.
I didn't
just
say
Rick.
it.
I was
I
like
didn't say
competitive
that.
fight written all over this.
I didn't say you're taking away half his weapons and he's going to get blown out of the ring.
And the result was the result, wasn't it?
I'm just going to say that I've said on multiple occasions. I've said on multiple occasions that I just want them to take that next step and make it to the finals. And now I'm here to say that I do not feel that way anymore. That I will be distraught.
I had a feeling that would float away quickly.
The expectations have been ratcheted up to a degree that is
the anxiety that I feel.
You're going to get that Eastern Conference champion shirt and you're going to see it and be like,
yeah,
this really isn't going to be that cool if they don't win the finals. It's just going to be a
100%.
reminder.
I'll never even wear it.
I still have the NFC
You'll always have the cup.
championship from the Super Bowl 51 season with the Falcons. Oh, this
wear
is
it?
Great. Occasionally, just to get trolled. You walk it, you wear it out, and people are just like, "Ha, fuck you, man." 28-3. You're just like, thanks, dude.
Yeah. I'm so happy game 1 is in a week. I'm like dreading game 1, only because of the anxiety that I'm going to feel.
And obviously, no matter what happens, you can always be like, there's a lot of time, or like, what a great start. But like, if the Knicks lose or if the Knicks win, like, you're either going to be like, oh my God, I'm so high, or you're going to be like, oh God, is this how this series is going to go?
This is an all or nothing scenario. There is no middle ground. You're going to be heartbroken or you're going to be elated to a degree you've never experienced before.
I'll tell you what, if the Knicks, I'm throwing this out
Declaration?
there. I'm throwing this out there.
Okay.
This is it.
Plant the flag. Let's do it.
I'm throwing this out there right here and now on the air.
Yes.
You know that restaurant in Vegas that I talk about?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Sushi.
Wow. Yeah.
If the New York Knicks win the NBA championship this year, we're all going to that restaurant.
Wow.
That's what is that? 800 a head, I think.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
How many dishes will we have to wash to
even that tripling down?
Yeah.
Parade day, if they win, is there a show?
I've actually thought about the parade, not getting ahead of myself here, but
just how could you do a show if there is a parade going down Broadway right outside?
We need to be there, right?
Do we do a live show?
Do we hook up someone with the live view and send you out there?
Ariel goes out there with the
Why would we go? What are we going to
be on the float?
Ariel can't be sitting in the office.
Do I bring the kids?
Absolutely.
Yes.
No school,
I'm
right?
gonna be honest with you.
Fuck
What do you
no
mean
way.
school?
Is there even school going on?
Yeah, New York schools are going to shut down. Everything's done.
Once in a lifetime.
Is school still in session?
Yeah, of course. This is not Georgia.
Yeah,
you guys are done.
Georgia schools have been out for like a month.
End of June.
Oh, wow.
Can I be honest? The sushi €800 a head thing, that would be completely waste on me. It'd be like feeding a pig caviar. Do you know what I mean? Just
All right,
let
you
me
stay back
go.
for that one.
Yeah, pizza. You just watch.
Send me pictures.
Pete, man, I keep
I want to
forgetting
be
you're
a part
coming
of
to
the
Vegas.
team,
It's
but
gonna
I
be
opt
great,
out
man.
of fun food.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
Do you know, I'll do the 40 hands as you're doing it.
No. I have to do that with you, Pete. We could do sake hands.
Oh,
You get fucked up.
this place is nuts. They bring you out melon. They bring you melon that's like $50 a
Melon?
slice, like cantaloupe. It's not even that good, but it's grown on some special tree in Japan.
That is exactly what I don't want to hear.
No.
$50 a slice. It's average.
I'll do it. Listen, whatever you guys say, I will do in celebrate. I want this on the table. I want a big pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. I want everyone in.
Blowout
and I'll tell you who's not invited. It ain't Pizzi. It's Mr. Hater over there.
I thought it was me.
Yeah, you
I
ain't
thought you were gonna say Frankie shitting on Pizzi for not joining in on Team Camaraderie.
I got
Can
some
I have this
some
sushi
bad
animal
news anyway. So
It ain't happening?
I got some bad news. This dinner ain't happening. So
Jesus. This will not age well.
Yeah.
For someone.
Yeah, this is going on frozen cold takes or whatever. Yeah.
Frozen cold take.
Yeah.
Just buy me a packet of
Frozen cold
cigs.
takes.
Leave me outside. I'll be grand.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Sammy wrote back, is mad how everyone is still, I am mad that everyone is still saying
No,
that Usyk.
it's mad.
You want to read this one?
Sammy's the man.
Yeah. It's mad how everyone is still saying that Usyk did not prepare for Rico. Even today on TalkSport, just give credit where credit is due. He was great.
I don't know.
I get Sammy's point here because it just makes it sound like it's like,
giving
despite what Rico did, it would have gone this way no matter what. I don't think that that's true at all. I think two things can be true at the same time, which is one, that Usyk didn't prepare properly for this, and two, Rico was able and willing to capitalize on that moment and had a great performance at the same time. Those two things can be true. It doesn't have to be one or the other, and it does. And if Usyk didn't prepare, that's his fault. That is not some like, we just forget about that. He underestimated an opponent that he should not have. So I see where Sammy's coming from here. Like, it makes it sound like Rico did nothing to change this. There's a world where even if Usyk didn't prepare well, that Rico still gets the doors blown off because he wasn't prepared for the moment, and he's a kickboxer facing one of the best boxers of all time. He was there and ready to fight and capitalize on exactly the opportunity ahead of him. So I'm with you, Sammy. I get that.
I couldn't agree more, and I also feel like a lot of people were saying in the build-up, Usyk's not like Tyson. He's going to take this seriously.
Yeah.
He's the ultimate pro. And now it's like, he didn't take it seriously. Just give the guy credit. That's it.
Both can be true.
You gave him no credit into it, and now you're giving him no credit coming out.
Yeah.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Dcrump_golf. Why do you get so worked up with the UFC's comments on their promotions? They are competition. Of course they're going to dog other promotions. It's business.
It's fine. Yeah, I don't really get all that worked up. I just call it out. That's all. And people think that I take it so much more personally than I do. I really don't. I really, really don't. I can't stress this enough. It's the job. The job is to talk about the good, and I would say 90% of the show is good. And then there are times where you have to call out some hypocrisy or some nonsense or whatever, and that's just part of the gig, guys. It ain't that personal. It feels...
Fight is a fight, you know?
That's right.
Business!
That's right. It's business. That's right. I thought that ended 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point of that
He
drop.
ended it early, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I just want you guys to see it for what it is. What else, Frank? What else?
Jonas Sachs 6574. Ray J versus Adrian Broner next? Question mark.
On a serious note, Ray J should not fight again.
Adrian Broner.
Yeah, he shouldn't have fought in the first place.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
And Adrian Broner's not doing much better.
Adrian
so,
Broner, the gut on him right now.
Yeah.
Something is wrong. He needs to get help.
Also,
bad.
When did Dean the Great become such a big deal? Because I feel like we saw him in Misfits a couple of years ago, and now I feel like he's like this.
Is he the one that everybody slapped in the face?
Yeah.
Larry Wheels and
But I see. And who's this Larry? Who are these people? I'm not trying to be like Mr. Old Guy, but who's Larry Wheels?
That Larry Wheels.
Bro,
I know Larry Wheels
Yeah.
is. Know about him and his missus.
Oh yeah, Larry Wheels is.
I really don't know. I saw him with Marab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But who is he?
He's a weightlifter, an influencer.
All right.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Streamer. BJJ practitioner now.
Okay.
Yeah, he's trying to get into him and his girl had a very messy kind of split thing, and he was like, I'm dedicating myself to fighting now. And that's what he's doing.
Oh, okay. All right. What else, Frankie? What else?
Bucknutter 96. You are around all this stuff a lot. Wanted to see what you think. I'm a 6'0" light heavyweight, hopefully getting to that next level soon. Would you even try to get in UFC or wait a bit and see where all MVP and all these other promotions end up at?
I mean, link up with a manager. The managers help get you in the door. There's obviously the PFL. There's the UFC, MVP. Let's see. Do your thing. Get to one of these promotions like LFA or CFFC, or if you're in Europe, the obvious ones, the Cage Warriors of the world, and that's usually the last stop before you get in. It's very rare.
Contender Series.
Well, yes, but I kind of view that as the UFC in some way, shape, or form. But yes, it's very rare that they pluck you from like a super regional show these days. It's usually from one of those. So, just put yourself out there, keep on winning, talk to the right people, be a part of a good team, good gym. It's a lot about connections these days. Good luck, though, and do keep us posted. I wish I knew your real name. What else, Frankie? What else?
Sucker Free, Sweet Flannel. Where can we get it to dress up as Ariel this Halloween?
Is he mocking me? I can't tell.
Jordan said it was in good faith.
Oh, I don't know where you can get it, to be honest. But,
Well, then Skull717 says, Ariel with the best button-downs in the game. That one from Lululemon or your brother's company?
Oh, I can't tell if they're being serious or not, but I do appreciate all the nice compliments, my friends. This is not from my brother's company, and it's certainly not from Lululemon. It's a very nice texture. As you can see, there's a little bit of a thing going on here where it's like different plaids. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, because Hayes Schultz said...
It's very clear that's what it is.
Ariel, did you take 4 of your shirts that were starting to rip and just sew them all to make a new one for today? From a Raptors fan, go Knicks.
It's called...
Now I think it's starting to not be genuine.
It's called art, guys. It's called fashion. Look it up. It's called...
You used to have a lot of Is that a Supreme number? You used to have a fair...
we're off the Supreme joints. I made Supreme famous. I put Supreme on the map, and then it got famous, and I went off that.
Oh, is that how it happened?
I was doing Supreme back in 2009 when you were all in your father's nutsack,
That's
right?
a bullshit.
Nah.
I was 21 then.
Yeah, hell yeah. What else, Frankie? What else?
That was actually it.
Oh, wow. Okay, what a way to end things. Gents, that's it for me this week. And so I bid you all adieu. Tomorrow it is BITB Day. 415 sup BITB. What do we got as far as? Let me guess. You're still working on it. I feel like that's the new thing.
We've done about 85 of these pound for pounds. The ideas are starting to run a little dry.
You got one? Last time you had one. You got one?
I did have one. Well, you're putting me on the spot
Pound for
here.
pound cows in honor of Macau. Pound for pound walkout songs in honor of Song Yadong.
I mean, we just kind of had an impromptu walkout song convo there.
We also did walkout too.
Tomorrow is, what is it, Jordan? National Beef Day? National Meat Day?
Okay.
National Beef Burger Day.
Okay, what about
beef burger, gyudong, pound
burgers.
for pound meats?
What type of food do they eat in Macau?
Cow.
I'm not sure. It's a Chinese Portuguese province.
Would that be something
Really?
like
Wow.
pound for pound dishes?
Portuguese, Chinese?
Orders?
We could maybe do that.
Big John, his orders.
I was thinking something related to gambling because of
the casino.
The casino, yeah.
Pound for pound.
They have a better Vegas than Vegas, don't they?
Yeah.
That's what they
Definitely
say.
hotbed for it.
That's what they say.
All right, we'll workshop it.
It's getting tough, man. It's getting tough.
Pound for pound, Will Smith songs, Figgy, Figgy, Figgy. Are you getting figgy with it?
Okay, I like that.
Getting
pound
figgy
for pound,
with it.
Yeah.
Pound for pound, Fig Newton flavors in honor of.
Love a Fig Newton.
Figgy.
Absolutely
There's
love
only
it.
6 flavors.
One of the great snacks.
Oh, is it?
All right, well, let us know. And then, of course, the crack on Friday. And then May 30th, as we said, Saturday is a very
Chuck's pulling a sickie just for the record.
for fuck's sake, Chuck. Well, we still love you anyway. Everyone, thank you for joining us. Thank you to all our guests. Thanks to all of you. Back to our